Not me low-key getting distracted by the fucking game. I'm getting distracted by the fish game, man. Shit. It's actually so fun. Like this has no right to be as fun as it is. Hi everyone. A bike? Okay, alright, hold on. Hold the front door. Now I wanna get okay. Fish. Did you see that you got a rare around here? I did get a shark a few days back. And I was very happy because I love sharks. I love me a shark. Sharks are one of my favorite creatures of all time. I love those little guys. So good. Set up from yesterday. Still in place. So, if you guys did not know, yesterday we hosted a panel of AAPI Vtubers for nearly 9 hours. Fuck. It was really good. I was really happy. I didn't expect it to go so well. I had only 24 hours to prepare. But we made it work and it was super awesome. Today is going to be day 2. There's going to be a lot more people today. But I wanted to get on ahead of time to hang out with you guys because I didn't get to really chat with you guys yesterday because I was trying to put a lot of my attention on our guests. So we're gonna chill for a little bit until we get into day 2, and we're gonna fish. We're gonna fish. Honestly, guys, after the fucking stream, I passed out. Like I hit the bed. I was dead to the world. Okay. But I am so sore that I kept waking up every other hour. I could not sleep like completely in like straight up, and I was in so much pain. I was okay. Hopefully the soreness will go away soon. I think also it doesn't help that it's raining so hard. The air pressure has been killing me, so I'm going through it. I'm not gonna lie. Thank you so much. That's how I've been too. Being back in my bed at home is weird and uncomfortable. Yeah, no, I have to keep my my right arm straight because if I like end up bending it again, that shit fucking hurts. But yeah, it's been a while since I've streamed early and on a Sunday no less. I'm gonna open up this Red Bull. We got a Amber Edition energy drink. It's strawberry apricot. Hold on, let's open this. I'm gonna need this. If I can fucking open it. Hold on. Why am I struggling so hard? It's API time. Okay. Alright, we got that open. Oh my god. Ooh. Oh god. That smell is strong. What the? Okay. It definitely smells like strawberries. I don't know if it smells like apricots though. Ooh. That is a lot sweeter than I was expecting. I don't know if I like this. This tastes like liquid sugar. Oh yeah, thank you so much for everyone that stopped by yesterday. And I hope you guys enjoy today too. I have to sleep with my right arm sticking out for Basil to lay on. And I don't like when my bed sheets come undone, so sleeping is just a nightmare at home. Oh goodness. Yeah, no, I woke up and the cats were all over me. They like to fight who gets to sleep between my legs. Thank you for the stretch. My fucking pectorals are also in a lot of pain too, to be honest. Oh my god, it's Dark? What's up, Dark? Oh wait, I need to put my fish command. Fish! Hello, Luz. Fish. But yeah, we're gonna be getting the ball rolling in like 15 minutes. I'm gonna introduce you guys to what we'll be doing today and all of that while people start getting in. I usually don't stream on Sundays, so everyone's slowly gonna be coming in today, from what I can tell. which is totally cool. Which is also kind of why I wanted to start a little earlier. Gives us time to catch up and work together. Ah! Ah, my arm! I just need someone to just, like, hold my arm straight. If I bend them back, it starts hurting again. Wasn't expecting to stream? There's 2 days of it. 2 days of AAPI voices. Welcome in, welcome in. There was a lot more people that were available on Sunday, so I had to split the collab in 2 days. You won't see me tomorrow, though. Tomorrow, let it be known, I'm gonna be so drunk. I do not want to be sober tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Oh, man. Put Oliver in your hand and let him weigh down your arm. You know what? He totally would. He totally would. Gotta have a break. I know, I can't wait. I'll stay going for everyone. I woke up. How can you tell when you're drunk if you just don't be sober? I'm probably gonna take a friendly catnip to aid in my efforts. Oh, Sarabot, you're like 13 minutes late. So it's more than fair. You can bother another Victor brother for a change if you're up to it. Yeah, maybe. Oh my goodness. A bit of a household catnip. I've been looking at my one singular catnip that I still have. I need to pick up more. I got one left. I've been holding off. I've been holding on, saving this. I've been saving this. Okay. I can't wait to have it. I almost took it last night just so like fish fillet burger. I was about to take it last night, but I was like, I should probably save it. I should probably save it. Let's see. I'm just chatting with the Discord right now. I'm gonna start making some announcements for them so then they can start getting ready to join. So. All right. I fixed up the slides. Actually, you know what? I think what we'll do, we're gonna just pick between questions. I should have probably went into the PowerPoint and like picked the questions I wanted to keep. But I wasn't smart about it, so this is the same setup from yesterday, and I was like, I'll figure it out later. Junk branch. Damn. What the? I got a lot. Wait, what can you spend gold on? I actually have no idea what you can spend gold on. Is there a store? Change. Oh, I can change the weather? Whoa! Does that change like the type of fish you get? Turn auto hide on? What's that? I don't know what that is. Butterfly fish. Yeah, I don't know what the gold does. Let me see. Fishers in line 1. Unmute leaderboards. Okay, let's look at. I'm gonna look at the leaderboard. I'm curious. Okay, so the top players is Thea, Artemisia, Schmiegans. I'm 6th. Okay, this is players. Alright. Okay, catches. Top catch is a whale shark, legendary at 16,000 kilograms. That is crazy. A pink rubber ducky is legendary. Golden crown, pink rubber ducky, great white shark, a car, tiger shark. Joel the sturgeon, old PC, singing fish, croissant shark, orange mandarin fish, Moorish idol. Damn, I am not on this list at all. Damn. Alright, let's see. Wait. I want to look at the decks, too. I got a pink rubber ducky ones. What the? What am I doing wrong? Let's see. A rare Big Mama pickle. Oh, I sure love getting pickles out of the ocean. Alright, so we've caught 8 thongs. LB Longneck branch, can, coffee cup. Oh, whoa, we've caught 101 of 108 in the fish deck, so we're missing 7? What the? Okay, that's one thing. It's a junk that we haven't got. I like how it slowly is showing us. So much stuff in the water. I know, because people be throwing shit in the ocean all the time. Let's see. Yeah, it's the fact that we already have 7 left is kind of wild. Thank you so much to the follow, Little Lilin. Welcome in. We're actually so close to 20,000 followers on Twitch. Kind of crazy. I can't believe it. Damn, it's still going. A whole car. I know, someone got a whole car. Big Mama Pickle. Alright. We're missing 1 rare, 1 junk. Let's see what else we got. I'm assuming we're missing some epics or legendaries then. Okay, we're missing 1 legendary, 2 legendaries, 3 legendary, 4 legendaries, 5 legendaries. Okay, alright. Okay. Alright. Alright. Thank you so much for the follow, Schooltastic. Welcome in. We'll be starting our AAPI forum collab very soon. I just wanted to fish and catch up with chat a little bit. I haven't gotten to talk to you guys. I haven't gotten to talk to you guys since what, a few days ago, I think? Like, actually talk to chat. So, some keys. Fish. Already in line. My bad, gamer. Didn't notice. I forgot. Thank you for the follow, Gravy. Welcome in. It's been a hot minute. I know. Hello. We'll be doing our AAPI forum very soon. Say in about 8 minutes. I'm probably ping them and then see who's available. And we might even get started just a little earlier. We'll see. Perch. Alright, let's see what I got. Oh, okay. Alright. Alright. Fine. I need to catch up on the gold scale. You know what? Let me go on the fucking Steam and see if we can go shopping. I'm curious. Let's see. Oh, I can create custom catches. Okay. Automatic performance scaling while you're running intense games to keep things running as smooth as possible. Pause Q button, useful when you're trying to wrap up stream. Allow viewers to display the leaderboard with the fish decks with commands. Allow streamers and mods to manually cast on behalf of a viewer with a command. Command is automatically created to list your specific cast triggers for viewers. Optional stats commands so viewers can check their gold, leaderboard position, and total catches. Convenient mute button for when you need to focus on your game. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, no, I can't tell if you shop or anything. I'm looking at it. I can't tell if you can buy anything with the gold. Yeah, I think a great addition would be something to spend those coins on, as my chat was begging for something to do with them. Yeah, that's what I think. Like, you know what? If you can, like, buy, like, a better fishing rod for yourself or something, or better bait, that'd be sick as fuck. Yeah, that'd be sick. You know what? I'll add some shit in here, too. What can I put in here? Maybe I'll just put the boys. You can fish Invicta. You know what? Let's see if I can do that right now, actually. How do I... Settings. Let's see. Let me see if I can add for you guys to fish Invicta. I think that'd be pretty fucking funny. Alright, let's see. We can try to do Maple and Oliver. I would need, like, better pictures of them, though. Alright, let's see. Oh my god, I can! Let's see, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I might be actually able to do this. Would it be... Where did I put these? Maybe I should do this one? How many kilograms am I? Do I put my weight? how much is 180 pounds? Is that like 70? That might be a little more. I don't... Oh, it's 81. You know what? We'll say 82. We'll put me as... You know what? How much gold... No, can I make myself rare? No, I want to make myself rare. I want to make myself legendary, man. I don't want to be 1 gold. That's so fucked up. Let me do... Oh! Okay, alright, you know what? Let's see, you know what? We'll make all the boys 80. Oh, this is so funny. Oh, this is funny as fuck. Alright, hold on. Let me add the boys. All right, let's see. Oh, I need to update this with the new kite. Oh yeah, Hammy should probably be like 1,000 kilograms. How much would someone that's 8 feet 7 inches weigh? What do you guys think? How much would he weigh? Oh shit, I thought I saved that. My bad. Hold on. Let's do that again. That was it. 80. Hammy would break the fishing rod? Okay, listen. Someone fished a car, okay? So I think you guys will be fine. I think you guys will be fine. Twice the size of you guys? Okay, we'll put him as 160 then. Alright. Let's see. The moon again. Crazy how life flies. Or just make him extra tiny. Alright. Okay, we added the boys. Now they're legendary. Good luck catching all of us. Actually, you know what? Damn, is the max 5,000? Can I... Damn. No. Never mind. Actually, what else can I do? Actually, will this work? We'll put him at 500. Okay, and then... Do I have a picture of Maple? Damn, I don't have like a clean picture of Maple, so we're just gonna have to do this one. Yeah, his little gooch. She's like 5 pounds. Maple's like 5 pounds. 5 pounds, 2 kg. 2. Alright. Alright. Okay, you guys will have to work for these. They're all legendaries, so good luck. Let me see if I can do any more. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I can do. Oh, you know what? We'll do this as like 250. No, 100. Yeah, we'll do 100. I'll do 5. No, 2. Nicholas, Lisa? I don't have a picture of Lisa. Okay. All right. It's Lisa from JoJo's. All right. All right, you know what? Let's see if you guys can get any of these. We got Harmony, we got all our popsicles, we got Maple and Oliver, and then we got the legendary ones. Alrighty, guys. Okay, let's see. I think, yeah. Cast command is fish, user cooldown, 120. I'm not gonna charge you guys to fish, I don't care enough. New stats, check your own personal stats, leaderboard, decks to see the display of the decks on the game. Blah, 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 blah. Send results to chat. Blah, 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 blah. Boost the chances of epic and legendary fish baiting. If casts aren't being performed very often during stream, you might want to turn this on to more catches. More exciting for your viewers. Don't worry, they'll still be very rare. Nah, you guys will have to work for it. You guys have to work for it. Alright, okay. Okay, so we're gonna change... Ooh! Oh, is it matching the weather outside for me right now? Yes! Hammy does have a pet. He does have a pet, he does. Alright, good luck. Good luck, chat. Alright, it's 2:03, which means we're gonna start our event. I'm gonna let this play while I explain. I think ads are also rolling too. Let me think. So, if you guys weren't here for yesterday, I was asked to host the AAPI forum for VTubers. May is... Oh, whoa, look at that! Someone already got the cane popsicle? Alright, shit. Alright, I see you. I see you. Good job. Good job. Good job. But we had the first day yesterday. And today is going to be our final day. We have a lot of guests to go through today, so I'm going to see if we can start a little earlier. When we do the forum, I will not have the fish game up. Sorry, guys. I will not have the fish game up, so it can focus on the guests. But for other streams, I promise that you guys will get to play the fish game. I promise you guys will get to play the fish game. Old PC! Okay, I see you guys. Alright, I see you. Alright, let me do a quick announcement at everyone. We're live. We start the event in 15. If you are at first gen, feel free to go wait in waiting room. Let's see how many people we have. We have 9 people in the queue. Oh, we got a Harmony popsicle. Yeah. The music isn't too loud, by the way, right? Fish. I can. Let me see. I'm gonna send like an email to the developers to add a little store for you guys to use all the shit on. Uncommon trigger. What is a triggerfish? temptation. Trout. You know what? At this point, I might become a fish VTuber. A fish that's easily offended? Oh god, you're right, huh? A big mama pickle! Let's go! I love pickles, actually. I love me a good pickle. Hello, hello, welcome in. We'll be starting the event very soon. A fisherman VTuber? Hold on, hold on. Hold on. Where is it? It should be here. Unless it's not. It might not be here. Oh no, it might be from my old setup. No, it was my MILF hat. I had a MILF hat. Whoa, pink rubber ducky. I know, I had a MILF hat that said, man, I love fishing. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. I'm so fucked up. We do be fishing alien species. Oh yeah, for sure. Fish. Fish. A tire. Let's see. Someone got a bike. I'm already in line? I'm too excited, I guess. Alright, let's see. Whoa! 2 exclamation points. A powder blue tang. Is this the fish in Finding Nemo? We are skilled fishermen. Everyone is gonna get a Taiga branded MILF hat. Are you guys all MILF enjoyers? Thank you for the hydrate, so I don't dehydrate. That is not the fish in Finding Nemo. Shit, it looks the same. I dabble in enjoying MILFs. Damn, I knew you guys were my chat. Yo, you know what? I remember the first time I got a hermit crab. I got one at a fair. I kept that thing alive for a while, actually. I was surprised it lived for as long as I thought. You know, it was pretty sick, actually. I think I'd be more DILF. Man, damn, I love fishing. We can do DILF hats. They'll just say, damn, I love fishing. Mackerel. Saba, Saba, Saba. I haven't had a scooter since I was 10. The last time I got onto a scooter was when I was on a trip and I fell off of it, and then I never got on a scooter again. MILF in morning is a good morning. Yeah. DILF does sound better. I mean, I love equally, so I'm not picky. Damn, at least I get edible thingy. I mean, I think most fish are edible, right? At least I think they are. I mean, personally, I think they are. Doonda, 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 doonda. Let's see. Oh, my phone's at 100%. Fun fact, the blue tang is a fish species for Dory from Finding... Okay, yeah, no, so I was right. That is the fish from Finding Nemo. I was about to say, that little bitch looks like motherfucking Dory. I was like, that has to be Dory. Come on. Blue discus. The metal scooters were what I had, and when it whacked you in the ankles, ooh, I can only imagine. Well, I get the handsome William Dafoe fish. What is the Willem Dafoe fish? Hold on. Willem Dafoe fish. Oh, Oh, Gil! What type of fish is Gil, actually? He is a Moorish idol. Oh, he's I think he's an epic. He's an epic fish, I think. He's an epic. Oh, I love getting a traffic cone. Moorish angelfish, yeah. The amount of people that have like gilfed up and humanized that fish is kind of crazy. You know what? When there's a will chat, there's a fucking way. Because what the fuck? What the fuck? Sure, man. Take it easy. Take some meds if you gotta. I'm sorry, but Willem Dafoe is hot as a fish. That dark. Dark. Do you hear yourself? Oh my goodness. You know what? You know what? Shark tail fishies. Yo, the shark tail fishies, why are they built like that? You know what? That like why do they have feet? Why do they have feet? Like, why do they have feet? Like, someone needs to explain to me why they have feet. Like, they're like fins like separate into feet. I don't like that shit, man. It makes me uncomfortable. And then like the lady fishes, they are like built like Coke bottles. Like, why are they so sexy for fish? Yeah, no, if you look up the Shark Tales fish, or maybe it was another movie. It was a movie with like humanoidish fish, and like they walked on their fins, right? They walked on their fins. So I'm kind of just like, how does that even work? I don't know, man. It was Shark Tales. Okay, all right. Yes. I'm not crazy, chat. Listen. Like they like would walk on their like big old fins and shit. You know what? That pufferfish has teeth. Do they? I had no idea. But yeah, no. That movie was fucking weird. And they be giving the fish DSLs, like dick sucking lips. Like why did they look like that? Like someone explains to me who was on the team and thought that was like, why did the fish have to look like that? Well, that was an attractive fish. It made me so confused as why I thought a fish was hot. I was like, why is this fish hot? I was so fucking confused. Like, why is it sexy? Why is the fish sexy? Well, you know what? You know what? You know the fucking what do you call it? The fucking Lion King movie, and Nala when she like rolls over with Simba. Why was there so much tension, chat? Like I'm like raised eyebrow. Okay, why you know what? Why were they doing that? Well, I was a child. What was going on, man? What you're saying, sir, is not just me seeing hot fishies. Look, man. Pause. Yeah, Kovu. Everyone was obsessed with Kovu. And then there's like the spirit horse. Everyone's obsessed with that horse. I remember. Yeah, I remember the horse. I remember that fucking horse. Scar kinda hot. Yo, the Scar guy in Wuthering Waves? Ah, shit. Is every guy named Scar hot? Like, is Kovu Scar's son, or is just Kovu just on that side? I don't know. Apparently pufferfish have teeth like bunnies, both top and bottom. I did not know that. Is Scar's son? Damn. I mean, yeah. Atlantic Cod! Man. Alrighty, gamers. Are you guys excited? We're gonna start very soon. Let me look at the list. There wasn't too many first gens. Blah, 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 blah. I can find my fucking document. Let's see. There's Ice Boy and Ski, Sorahiko, and Zuni. Maybe Lady will show up. Who's Ski? I actually don't know who Ski is. Who is Ski? Oh, this is Ski. Alright. We'll see what happens. We'll play it by ear. What are we doing today, Taiga? We're gonna be doing our second day of the AAPI panel. So we'll be starting that in like 10 minutes. Actually 2 minutes, because I need to start introducing everything. So there's 7 people left on the queue, so I'm gonna pause the queue. So no more people after this, okay? So then so then I start doing my job as a host. Salute. Rainbow Kishlid. Damn, new record. Alright, Eugene Bone, I see you. I see you. I see you. Fishing is too addicting. It really is. It really is. It's okay. We'll be fishing another time. Alright. Alright. Let me swap screens. Actually wait. You guys get to be here while I adjust myself. Let me adjust myself. I think I was like this size here. I'm guessing I'm right here. Wow, I did pretty good. I think like I think about here, I think. Yeah. Look at that. We're in the classroom together. This is Professor ASMR roleplay. All right, students, please open your textbooks to page 69. Today we're going to be studying the anatomy of fish. I actually don't know the anatomy of fish, so I might have to open my own textbook to page 69. But alright, are you guys excited? Today we're gonna be doing our second day AAPI panel. I think I've said that like 6 times. My brain is like melting. But if you guys don't know, it is... Oh shit, my bad, hold on. Blah 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 blah, wrong screen. This is still the wrong screen. Asian, American, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. This panel is to celebrate a bunch of wonderful AAPI Vtubers and hearing their own experiences and stories. Thumbs up. So, if you guys don't know what it stands for, AAPI stands for Asian American Pacific Islander. This month celebrates Asian Americans and their heritage. Because there are many Asians that are not American but still relate to this month, we will not exclude them from discussion. We will be discussing with a forum of AAPI VTubers today and share our experiences as Asians with each other. How do we define different AAPI generations? Currently in this time period, there is a mixed opinion on how generations are defined. This brings in the to immigrate, born in, or college education argument. For this event, we will be defining generations by immigration based off the US Census. First gen, born abroad, emigrated to as adult or child. Second gen is born native. And third plus gen is born from native parents and so on. What the? Why is the slide not changed? There we go. To not confuse anyone in the audience, we'll be keeping it to these 3 main branches. If you look deeper into it, they started to define stuff as 1.5, 1.25, 1.75, but it's okay. We're gonna keep it to these 3 so we're not confusing each other, you know what I mean? I have to go, no worries. Thank you so much for stopping by. Alright, we'll start with our first 2. If other people do show up, then that's great. I have no issue, but we can totally get the ball rolling. And yeah. Let me go to this slide. Let me change music. Because the music was honestly for hardcore fishing. We are hardcore fishing. But now it's time to... We're locking in, class. We're locking in. Alright, let's see. That is not the correct monitor. Let me move this one over here. And then let me move this here. Refresh this. You know, sometimes having 3 monitors might be... Damn. Alright, we're good. Dang, missed the hardcore fishing? We was fishing. We was fishing. That's okay. We might fish later. We might fish later. For downtime. Alright, where? Nah, there's Spotify. Okay. I sure love listening to Jujutsu Kaisen original soundtrack, Limitless Curse Technique, while I cry about how the fact the series has become Lobotomy Kaizen. All right, let's see. Let's see. Okay. We're gonna do shuffle. I don't want smart shuffle. Turn that shit off. Okay, I want regular shuffle. What we're fishing in just came in. We were fishing on the Twitch fishing game, but now I gotta lock in. I gotta do my presentation. we're in class now, chat. All right. Alrighty, I'm gonna pull you two in. If any other at first join in, I'll pull you guys into for the session ends. Locking into class. No spoilers? It's okay. Yeah, you'll have to just guess what Lobotomy Kaizen means. You'll have to guess what Lobotomy Kaizen means. What the? What was that? Hello? 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 I thought I disconnected or I like lost connection or something. Oh, was that the Pikmin noise?
That is the Pikmin noise. That's my entrance sound.
Oh, you know what? I've never played Pikmin.
You know what?
You
Same.
should.
Yeah, I don't know why I've never played Pikmin.
Do you even have the time to like sit there and relax?
Wow. All right. All right, you little bitch. You,
Well, actually-
you.
I mean, okay.
I
You
hate
do
this
need to
man.
relax in order to play.
I was
this game,
given an
okay?
option. I could like be really kind and so sweet and gentle-hearted, or I could just go back to picky fights with you.
I hate this man.
Also, I was talking to Audio before in the waiting room. I was like, "Hello."
Sorry, I have my sound off.
No, it's all good. It's all good. We're starting a few minutes before schedule. Not too late, but not too early. So I was fucking around on the fish
viewers
game.
to be early? What the hell?
Oh wait, so they can they hear us now?
Oh yeah, they can hear you guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. No, earlier when I said hello, it was just silent, so I thought my internet died, and I got really scared because it's been raining all day.
Wait. Yeah, sorry. I was like, "Oh God, someone dragged me already." Oops.
Yep.
Hi.
It was I. It was I. All right. So I guess we'll start the event with you two. You guys got a lot on your shoulders now. You guys get to be first.
Oh, let's go. This is easy.
Oh, okay. All right. All
I was
right.
literally born for this.
Okay. All right. Calm down. Calm
Okay,
down.
I guess I am too.
Oh, all
I'm
right.
ready.
Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Alrighty. So for every single panel yesterday, I started everyone out with an icebreaker, and we're gonna do the icebreaker together.
Ouch. I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah, because it's Ice Boy. Okay, we're gonna be doing a water breaker.
Okay, good.
I identify as water. I take offense to this.
You're gonna introduce yourself, name, pronouns, ethnicity, what you identify as, type of streamer you are, and then a useless fact or talent. I'll go first as an example, and
Are you
then
all in?
two
Okay,
go after.
okay. It's time for me to think. I
Yeah,
was like,
you
please,
got
oh
time.
my gosh.
You got time. I'll do it first, so then you guys got the first example. Okay.
What a high five moment.
Shut the fuck up. My name is Taiga. I'm a kitty bartender, a member of Invicta. My pronouns are he, him, cat, meow. I identify as a cat. I'm also Vietnamese, I guess. And I am a yapping streamer, if you guys haven't been able to see the past, like... I streamed 9 hours yesterday of straight yapping. It's probably going to be the same
Wow.
today, so...
Wow.
I use this fact or talent of myself. I've given so many facts. I try to keep it different for each session, so I'm trying to think. Let me think. What little Wow, do I really lack that many skills?
Wait, Kindred says hi. Hi, Kindred.
Hello, Kindred. Hold on. Wait, listen, hold on. Listen, I told chat yesterday I'm a licensed cosmetologist.
Yeah.
I went to culinary school.
Yeah. You're also a professor.
Okay.
I'm also a professor.
Nice.
I have a doctorate.
Oh, you know what? You would be awesome. a good useless fact for that you could give us? Your social
What?
security number.
My social security number?
Yeah. Also, the
Like
back 3
useless
digits
fact,
of your
but it'd be
credit card
amazing.
number, that would be good too. Thank you.
Y'all got me fucked up. All right, you know what? For all of that sass, Ice, you're going
Yeah.
first.
Huh? Wait.
Yeah. You didn't think that
You're
was
the
gonna
one who
happen,
started
huh?
it.
You didn't think that was gonna
I was
happen,
the one who
huh?
started it. Okay, fine. Okay.
I cause all the problems and I get away.
Well, my name is Ice Boy. I am a boyfriend ASMR artist on YouTube, as well as a ASMR VTuber on Twitch. I am Filipino. And is there another thing before the useless fact?
Pronouns?
Make the
Uh,
template.
Did you say your
no.
pronouns yet?
Oh, my pronouns are he, him.
Okay, cool.
He/him.
All right.
And
Yeah,
then I
then
think
you're
if
useless
it's
fact.
really, it is important for me to tell people that I'm bisexual, since one of the topics here is LGBTQ experiences.
Okay,
So
cool.
yeah, I'm bisexual. And as for the useless fact, I am a tutor, IRL. I love learning things and telling people what I've learned. It's a nice way for me to kind of get to know people, and that's how I make friends, by learning and telling people what I learned, and also like hearing what other people know too about a certain topic. I love learning new stuff. That's how I make friends. So yeah.
All right, chat. That means if you guys go to Kumon, you might run into Ice. Let it be known.
Goodbye. Not Kumon. Not Kumon.
What's the
That
other one?
is
Sylveon?
traumatic for some people.
Or is that a Pokemon? Sylvain?
That is a Pokemon.
That's a
Sylveon?
that's a Fire Emblem character. I don't know. It's
Tell me
something.
that you don't play Pokemon without telling me you don't play Pokemon.
I don't play Pokemon. I do not.
What? We should change that. We should change that.
Listen,
Tiger.
I play Pokemon enough to like catch and like fill my Pokédex, and then I never touch it again. Yeah.
You know, valid.
All right, Audio, it's your turn.
Hi, my name is Audiosu, and I make radio noises and scream at the top of my lungs all the time. I'm also constantly tormenting everybody around me by being absolutely unhinged and cursed. This
Yes,
is what I do. Yeah.
he's a
It's my
bastard.
lovable trait. It's my lovable trait, and you adore me.
Anyways.
My pronouns are whatever. It's literally whatever. I just answer to everything. Usually, just people just scream my name, and I go, huh?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I can scream your name. Hey yo.
Yeah, I don't have a VTuber quirk. I'm just a dude who on a microphone who yells at people, and then I wiggle around every once in a while. That's about
Okay.
it.
All right.
My useless fact. Well, I got two. One of them is only 1% of the world has ever understood my sexuality. It's called
Okay.
homosexual without Googling it, is what I should say. Yeah.
Wait, say that one more time?
Homosexual.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh! Wait, I'm so lost. You lost
It
me.
means it basically means I'm in a constant state of identity crisis.
Oh! I'm still lost, but you know what? I support it. It's okay.
It's the inability to categorize myself in anyone because none of them feel proper enough.
Oh, it's okay. You're just a little guy.
You're just a little dude, man. Just a little guy.
Honestly, that's all that matters.
cute.
Yeah.
That's all that matters. Alrighty, gamers. We get to do the first generation AAPI experiences together. I did this panel yesterday. I shared some of my experiences.
Audio, what's your ethnicity, if you don't mind?
Oh,
Oh,
right.
yeah.
Sorry, I'm Japanese with a little bit of Irish and British.
Oh.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah.
Sorry, sexy music is playing right now, and I'm so confused. After you said that, like, I have really sexy music playing.
Well, it's just sorry, my bad. My natural riz just leaked out all over.
Oh my god!
apologize.
Shut up! Shut up!
Okay.
Yes.
Oh god, this is gonna be a long day for Tiger.
You love me.
Anyways, ads are about to start soon. I'm gonna let ads run before we get into it. Thank you so much, you two, for showing up. I knew there was other people that asked to be in the first Gen 1 that weren't there, but I don't know if they just didn't remember.
I
the
think
time.
some people are also worried that they can't show up to more than one.
Oh. I mean, I
So
thought
I
I
think
said
people
that
were like,
people
I think people
show
were
up.
jiggling. Yeah, I think some people just didn't really read into it. You know how VTubers are; they don't read all the time. Reading's hard for us. Okay.
That's fair. Thank you for the follow,
Yeah.
Magic.
Okay, reading for you guys, maybe. I don't.
Wow. Wow.
Oh,
I mean,
right. I think we just attacked the ASMR.
Yeah, I mean, that's my
Don't your
job.
scripts just say
Hello?
pop and stuff like that?
listen. Wait, wait. Do ASMR people read?
Yeah, sometimes we read scripts.
Oh, you do?
The scripts are just sound effects.
Yes.
right
Okay.
now.
Clearly, Taiga does not know anything about it.
I don't know anything about it. Listen, we literally had a whole conversation
No.
about this. That people have asked me to do
Yes,
ASMR, but
I
I
remember.
don't know what it
Yeah,
entails.
I was like encouraging Taiga to do ASMR, and Taiga's like, no.
Yeah, you know the boy smell script? That's a script.
Yes, I know
Yeah.
exactly what that copy pasta is.
Oh, you want to do it right now while ads are running?
You should do it right now, Tyga. While ads are
Uh,
running.
sniff, sniff. Is that a boy I smell? Sniff. I don't know the rest of it.
That's about all I know as well.
Oh. You know, I don't know why that's like saying that reminded me of something really cursed.
Because it is really cursed.
No, you know, like
Yeah, I think it
the
is.
one TikTok meme where like someone slides under the fucking bathroom stall and it says "pissing by yourself, handsome."
Oh yeah.
Oh my
I love that. No, but like his
Oh
hands are
my
like
God.
on his sides too, right?
Mhm.
That one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love that one.
Pissing all by yourself, handsome.
Do you know Karuva?
I do.
Okay, I
Yes,
sent
I
that to
do.
Karuva and she goes, her first response was, I'm never gonna piss alone without you guys, Pookie.
Oh, are you talking about a
Hey.
VTuber? I thought you were talking about an anime
Oh.
character.
No, is there an anime character named Karuva? Wait, hold
Yeah, I think so. At least if
Karuva
I'm thinking
anime.
about the right one.
up.
That's okay.
I have no idea.
I'll pretend that I know this person.
You know what? It's okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's probably for the best.
Oh, okay. All right.
No, I'm kidding.
All
I'm
right.
joking. I'm joking.
Okay.
I'm on my hater arc. I'm sorry.
Oh, goodness gracious. All right. Anyways, let's start. So, first generation AAPI experiences are defined. Persons are defined by if they were born in a foreign country and immigrated to another country as an adult. There's a 1.5 or whatever bullshit, but we're just gonna. If you came here and you weren't born here, you're first generation. As example, I was born in Vietnam and immigrated to the U.S. at a young age with my mother, so that makes me first gen. How about you guys?
I identify
it
as
says-
1.75.
It says like if they were born in a foreign country and immigrated to another country as an adult. I was not.
Child
an
is
adult when I
okay,
moved Here, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is
It's
just
really-
this is the definition I grabbed from the U.S. Census.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotcha.
They actually define it as, did you immigrate from another country as a person? I have no idea why they had to bring the age into it.
Yeah, because they
Okay,
say
yeah.
like, you know, if you're like raised as a kid, then that means like you're shaped by the experience here, so then you're not truly first gen. Blah 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 blah. I don't care. That's okay. You're first gen in my heart.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Understood.
What country did you immigrate from?
I immigrated from Japan.
Mm.
Yeah.
Nice.
Pretty short and simple. Land of VTubers.
From the Philippines.
Okay, yeah, I
In the
immigrated from
Philippines.
Vietnam. You know what my mom told me when
What?
she brought me
What's
over? She said the reason why all the people in the fucking immigration room was able to get to America is because my bitch ass wouldn't stop crying, and the ICE officer was just sick of my shit and just let everyone in the room go in.
Oh,
Are you
I
for
love-
real? That is
Yeah.
I love your mom so much, bro.
I like
Yeah.
she
Oh my
legit
goodness.
just kept saying, yeah, because you wouldn't stop crying like a little bitch. You got everyone in. And I was like, isn't that a good thing? They should be thanking me. Okay, they should be
You're the
thanking
one.
me that I brought them to America. You bastards.
The immigration speedrunner.
Oh,
Tiger.
for real. No, she was like, yeah, they were supposed to go through the interviews, but I guess I just wouldn't stop crying. So I
mom-
saved all
Your
those
mom's
people.
a constant gold mine.
Look, man,
for
listen,
real.
I'm saying right now, I wonder if those people think about me. You know,
oh my
sometimes-
god, remember the baby?
I'll lay in
Baby.
my bed and I'll be like, man, do they remember that I saved their lives?
That is so real.
You're gonna go randomly go viral of you crying, and somebody's gonna wake up and go, I know that cry!
That is crazy.
It was him!
Cry cam. All right, we have a ton of discussion topics. Some of these questions were actually made by Audio himself because I couldn't think of any questions because my brain was melting while
Oh,
making the
okay.
presentation.
Yeah. I set my
So,
brain to autopilot.
yeah, same. So we're gonna go. I guess it's just us, so we can just go one by one, and we can hear what you guys have to say for each. Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah.
I'll go in
Sure.
order, left to right, audio, ice, and then if you guys need to interject, you guys can interject. Sound good?
Yeah.
Okay, dokie. You're probably the funny anecdote. Look, man, I hope I haunt their dreams. Anyways,
That's how you pronounce that?
is that?
An
Anecdote?
I thought it was an anecdote.
Oh, I don't know, man. I can't English.
It's pronounced. I assume it maybe it's one of those English words that are pronounced multiple ways. Who knows?
Tomato.
Okay.
Never
I
mind.
fucking
Who the
hate,
fuck
like,
says
pronunciation-
tomato?
English pronunciation, like, I swear to fucking.
Don't the British say
Uh,
tomato?
Anyways, this isn't
Yeah,
about
that's
British
what I
people. This is
thought.
about.
That's what I thought, bitch.
This is called Asian American Pacific Islander, not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Guy. Anyways,
Uh-huh.
hardships growing up though. Oddly enough, I didn't really run into too many other than having family issues.
Mhm.
My dad wanted to be basically the TLDR situation is my dad wanted me to be so American that he gave up his own heritage essentially and threw away all of our culture so he could learn everything about Americans, like the sports culture, politics, and all that stuff like that.
Mhm.
And that's how he wanted to raise me on that stuff. And that caused some issues with my grandma, his older sister, and everybody else in the family. So there was a lot of that tension.
I want to be American.
He really wanted me to be very American. So there was a
Mhm.
lot of tension in there between the family because we're a very old family.
Mhm. How
So,
about you,
yeah.
Ice?
Like, what was the question again?
No, I got you. What are some hardships you had to overcome when immigrating with or without your family?
Hardships to have to overcome.
Mhm.
Very much culture shock. Like I've experienced so much culture shocks.
Mhm.
Coming over here. Especially like my relationships with my other classmates. School in the Philippines is so different compared to school in the United States. And sometimes it hindered me from making genuine friendships.
Mhm.
Not too much, not really too much. Friends, I was very extroverted, so I got friends regardless. So it
Good,
wasn't
good.
really that much of a problem. But I could definitely see like the vibe of how I'm supposed to react, or I'm supposed to act. Not react, but act. Is different. I had to like change my mentality. You know, it's just how it is.
No,
Culture
for
shock.
sure. So, when you say that Filipino school was different, like, what were some main
Hmm.
aspects that you found different between Filipino school and American schooling?
Very much. I believe this goes for most Asian countries. But in Asian schools, I can talk about being Filipino, like specifically Filipino schools. We're allowed to go out of the campus to get food, and or not
Yes.
even just get food, but like travel just for a bit. If we have like a minute, if you have like a 30-minute break or whatever, we're allowed to go out of campus.
Mhm.
And this stretches even from elementary school. So whenever, for me at least, so one time whenever I was in an American school, uh, when we were out in the playground for recess, my teachers literally one time were wondering where I was. They were like, "Oh my god, where the fuck is Ice?" And then they see me cross the other street. I'm like, "Where are you going?" And I'm just like, "Oh, I saw McDonald's. I wanted to get McDonald's for food." And then my teacher's like, you're not allowed to get out of the campus." So I got in trouble. And most of my elementary school struggles, or like time in elementary school, was just me waiting in the like discipline room in the principal's office because I keep getting in trouble. But the thing is, I don't know why. Like, it's just how I was raised in a Filipino setting. So I keep getting in trouble for things that I don't know about. So I was genuinely confused when, like, my mom would, they would call my mom and ask, like, I'm in trouble. I'm like, I'm not in trouble. I don't know what I did wrong. And you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
there's like rules in America that do not exist in the Philippines. So whenever I would get in trouble, my mom would be called and say that I got in trouble, and I would explain how I got in trouble. And my mom was like, "Wait, what? You get in trouble for this at school?" I'm just like, "Yes, please pick me up. I don't want to be here anymore."
Damn.
So yeah, like most of my life, most of my because like technically I was a bad student, not because I was bad, but I genuinely like did not know that was the rule or those were the rules in America. So that's really like a really good like that's a really hard obstacle for me to climb, like knowing the rules, knowing the rules of American schools.
The
Yeah,
more you
that's
know.
basically culture shock. Yeah.
I guess like it also like depends on like which parts of America that you did move to, because I know like on the
Right.
West Coast, like they're a little bit more lax because the schools are like more open, right?
Mhm.
I went to schools mostly in the South, in the Midwest, so everything was like, I don't know, an insane asylum. So everything was
I
like locked
know.
in a
Prison
box.
cells.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Every now and then we get a little bit closer.
Oh my god. And in the winter, because it gets so snowy, that's why like everything's inside. There's nothing outside. Okay,
Mhm.
all right, interesting. Had no idea about that. I knew like definitely like they like allowed you to like go home and like get lunch and then come back, but I guess like I never thought that it could be an issue. You
Mhm.
know, and in America they if you do that shit, you're considered truant, or you're ditching school.
Yeah.
This is someone. I'm saying this is someone that used to fucking sneak out of school all the time. So.
No worry, I did that like later in like my senior year.
Yeah. All right. Next
Okay.
question is: did you ever feel the need to return back to your home country?
Yeah, I mean, I still do every once in a while. I returned as in like living there, I assume.
Yeah, you can live in
Yeah.
there or just visit more often.
Yeah, I like to visit there as often as I can. Obviously, with like the rising cost of traveling, especially over to Japan, it's gets a little bit harder as times go on.
Oh
But yeah,
god, yeah.
yeah.
I wish I could visit more, but it's fucking like on a good day if I'm like searching Skyscanner on a private incognito tab and hopefully can find a ticket round trip for under 1,500. It's like okay,
That's
Yeah,
like
I know how
right?
much you love talking about credit. I literally just I signed up to a new credit card just to get enough like
Oh,
rewards
nice. I
miles.
do. I
Just
do
to
love
just to
talking
go.
about
that's
finances
so
and
I
credit.
know you do. Trust me. And wait, what collab Discord was it again that we just spent like 30, 40 minutes just typing finance
It
information for
was
people?
tease.
It was tease, right?
Yeah, before he turned into fucking
EP? Oh
stain.
my
Staying no,
gosh.
no,
That's
T like Stain VT now.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Cum stain guy.
I
That's
didn't
so
want to be the
funny.
first to say it.
I
Please.
hate that he changed his name to Stain. It just doesn't roll off the tongue well. Like I'm
His
still gonna
literal
call
go
you
live
T.
notification is come stain.
I hate him. I hate him. I love him, but I hate him. You know.
Yeah.
But RT in this Discord was also in that Discord, and I was also telling her how to set up her
Ah,
finances. So
got you,
Yeah.
got you.
Just my desperation to go back to my home country, though. I opened up a new credit card just so I can get the bonuses.
I mean, I also just did the same so I can rack more travel miles.
Let's go. Fist bump.
Let's go.
That's nice. That's
Yeah.
nice.
How about you, Ice?
Um, no.
You know what? That's so valid because I
uh,
want to go visit, but I can't live there. I'm too Americanized now.
I cannot. Like, well, I think, in my opinion, I
Mhm.
think the only reason why I'm saying no is because the country that I immigrated from is a third world country.
Yep. I mean,
And
same.
like, what's it called? Where I'm from, I never realized until much later on, growing up. But I really was in fact poor. I was very poor. Like I lived in a Filipino neighborhood that was like a literal small village. It was like very bad um living conditions.
Hmm.
I, growing up as a kid, didn't think that at all. When people ask me like, were you happy when you were in the Philippines? I'm like, of course. I was still a kid. I did not know what being rich, what being poor meant.
Right.
I didn't know the concepts of what happy and sad was. Like, I was so young. I just wanted to play with my other friends. I wanted to hang around. I was still a kid, and good thing I never grow up totally there, because then I would know, like, man, I'm having such a hard time living here in the Philippines. Like,
Mm.
if I were to, like, I was there only for what, like 8, 9-ish years, but if I would have stayed longer, I would have now, I would have then like kind of processed like, oh man, living in the Philippines is hard. But and it is, but I'm so glad that I moved here earlier, because now I kind of feel a bit grateful. Like, man, thank God I, was able to have this much of a privilege to move here, uh, and have like amazing opportunities of what America has to offer compared to Philippines, which is my home country. And although I have so much Filipino pride, I don't imagine going back there again. I really do believe that America gave me so much more opportunities than when I would have stayed in the Philippines. So, no, I don't miss. I don't ever like miss like, oh man, I want to live there again. I often want to visit again. Like, I really like, I want to visit so much. Um, but living there, I never thought of that again.
No, you're so valid for that because you can't pay me to live back in Vietnam, even though like I know like it's I know that they've definitely like leveled up in infrastructure and economy and shit like that. I'm
Mhm.
just too Americanized. Like I wouldn't
I
survive.
know.
I wouldn't survive. And I will like watch videos of like people moving to Vietnam that are like Americans and staying there because it's so cheap. And I'm like, damn, like how do y'all do it? Like I can't. I'll melt. Okay, I
Yes.
unironically love the snow.
Oh.
Okay, like, I
Oh
love
my
snow.
god.
I can't give up
Yes.
snow.
It is so hot in the
Yeah,
Philippines. Like, oh
Oh,
my gosh.
my little fat flab is just gonna fucking melt and simmer. I cannot
jeez.
do that shit.
Yes.
But no, I love Vietnam though. I really do. I love visiting.
I love, yeah.
But then I love coming back home and then getting me a big ass fucking Big Mac afterwards.
For real. Oh my gosh. Okay, have you guys tried Jollibee?
Oh, I love Jollibee.
Unpopular opinion here. American Jollibee is better than Filipino Jollibee. I'm gonna say it. I'm saying it.
That's
I'm
what I've
saying it.
been
I'm saying it.
told. I've been
I'm
told
saying it.
that
I'm saying it.
because the quality of the
Really?
meat here is higher.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the
That makes
bigger
sense.
proportions. I swear to God, Jollibee has 1 piece burger steak and it's the size of a dime. I'm like, what? What are you gonna? What is that filling? What is that filling you? Your stomach? No. Your throat? What? Like, what is?
It fills the gas can
Like,
of hope.
it feels.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Like,
had Jollibee in
bruh.
Vietnam and I was like, damn, this is so tiny. I'm a
I
big boy.
know.
And I remember ordering, okay, they looked at me and they're like, hey, thằng này, không có sinh ở đây đúng không? I was like, no, I was born here. And I'm like, are you sure? you, you're very big. You're very big and very tall. And I was like, well,
Oh my gosh.
it's like, yeah, I'm here to
Oh my
visit.
gosh.
Yeah.
I've only had US Jollibee once, but I know my Filipino friends are obsessed with it overseas. Yeah,
Mhm.
no. US Jollibee goes hard. Alrighty, next question. Did you have to give up any of your culture coming to America?
Yeah, I did.
Can I answer this first? Really?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, no, go ahead. No, tackle.
Yeah.
No. I've retained every single part of my culture here, as well as
Ooh.
adding American elements to myself. It's because
Okay.
of it's just who I am. Like, I'm always gonna be Filipino, but I've also accepted that I will also be always American. So I decided, instead of giving up to have American culture replace it or give space for it, I just combine both.
That's
I just
actually super
have
awesome because I think you're probably at least in like this type of discussion, your answer is probably like the 1%. I think most of the people are probably where me and Audio are at, where we felt like we had to give it up because of like the environments and like the people that were raising us. Wanting
Look
us
at
to be
this guy
American.
comparing me to him. What the
Okay,
hell,
you know
buddy?
what? You know what? You want to hold hands while we do it?
Yes, actually. Now that
Okay,
you offered it.
okay,
Yeah.
I'm holding your hand.
Okay,
All right,
hold on.
go. Share your side, you little bitch.
Hold on, give me. Let me move over so I can hold your hands. Okay.
Okay,
Just give me
Alright.
a second over here. Just a real fast, just to be.
Uh-huh. Yeah. You feel my fingers?
I'm okay. We're interlocking fingers right
You're a
now.
little,
Okay,
you're a
there
little
we go.
clammy.
What
There
is
we go. There we
happening?
go.
You're kind of a little clammy, man.
Okay, listen, I'm nervous. Okay,
Okay.
I just got a little scared. There we go. Now I'm closer to you. Perfect.
Okay. All right.
All right. So yeah, I mean, as you said, I did feel like the pressure too. One, my dad was very, very much just like, listen, all right, we'll give you a better life here. I'll learn everything about American culture. And then he introduced me to stuff like hip hop, and I became a Westero. So I kind of agree. But later along the lines, I self-taught, and then I like re-interconnected with my aunt, my grandma, and my grandpa, and I learned all of my culture again. There's a lot
Oh.
missing, and there's some stuff lost in translation because as one-to-one as they think the Japanese language are, English people do. It's more intentions and feeling less than
Mhm.
words.
Yeah.
And the culture, like historical culture, like the 1500, 1400 stuff like that, they speak like a lot of like the translation of like traditions and stuff like that doesn't have written history anymore. So it's a lot of
Mhm.
like hearsay and emotions and stuff like that. It's weird. I come from a very, very old family though. So,
Mm.
but yeah, I did feel the pressure to it also to fit in at school.
Yes, I can say that too. Yeah. Is it okay if I elaborate on my answer a little bit more?
Yeah, of course. Feel free.
I think the reason why I said no, that I
Mhm.
never gave up on it, is because I came here from as a very poor family. Like I was very poor, and the only thing we have left is our identity. Um, and I was taught that as a child, losing my identity, like I wouldn't have anything else. So by having that Pinoy pride, like ingrained in my veins, I feel like that's the only way for me to make a mark in America. Um, I honestly still feel that way. Like, uh, I can't imagine being a content creator and not sharing who my ethnic identity is. I've always been transparent that I am Filipino, and like, uh, I think it's because since our family holds value in uh, who we are as people, like as Filipinos, that's what made me not lose my culture, and instead adding American elements onto who I already am. And like, um, there are moments where yes, like I would like to fit in. I would want to fit in. Um, that never made me lose a part of my culture or lose who I am.
Mhm.
It's always like, okay, I will consider this, but I will keep doing my own thing because it's just who I am. Um, and it's really hard. Like, it really is hard to. I never said that. Although I said no, I never said that it was easy. Like, so many people, uh, so many people like looked at me with weird faces and all that. Um, but you know, I kept myself headstrong. I've always had that Pinoy pride. I feel like honestly, the Pinoy pride is like the strongest thing that Filipinos hold on to themselves, and I honestly think that's like, I don't know, that's like a beautiful thing about Filipinos. I don't know, just my my thoughts and opinions and things.
No, that's actually honestly super awesome. So growing up for me, okay, I love being Vietnamese. Okay, I like when I like
Mhm.
became a VTuber, I wasn't gonna just like outright say I was Vietnamese. One, I didn't know what streaming culture was. Two, I didn't know what VTubing culture was. I was just kind of trying, like I was figuring it out as I went. But I think there was just like one stream I was like, "Fuck, dude, man!" Like really, like I just it like slipped out of my mouth. I didn't even think about it. And then the chat was like, "He's Vietnamese." I was like, "Oh fuck me."
Womp womp.
Fuck you, audio. Anyways,
Whoa!
I say
Womp womp.
Duma all the time, and it's
Uh-huh.
just like such like I don't know. Being Vietnamese is so much a part of my identity. I'm really proud to be Vietnamese. It's actually so funny how many Vietnamese VTubers there are. Like I didn't even realize how many there
There
were.
are.
So many.
So many. But I also
Mhm.
realized that most of them can't speak Vietnamese. A good chunk
Oh.
of them do not speak Vietnamese at all, actually.
I noticed that about the Japanese VTuber community too. It's either they do or they they very much
Oh.
do not, even a
Yeah,
little bit.
like they'll understand, but they won't be able to speak it, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So it was so interesting for me to find that out, because then a lot of Vietnamese VTubers ended up reaching out to me asking if I could teach them Vietnamese because they found out that I was
Wait, you
fluent.
get that too?
Yeah, all the time.
Some Filipino VTubers ask me if I know any like Filipino and I can teach them. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
I get the other races asking me if I could teach them. Never been.
that's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. I think growing up, I was too focused on assimilating into American culture so that I could raise my siblings. Because my mom, even though she
Right.
pushed us out of her uterus, she didn't want to do the job of being a parent, so I had to do it. And I think during that time, because my mom wasn't setting up the example of like teaching us Vietnamese culture, it was just like something that was kind of in the back of my mind. It wasn't something that I really put focus on because there was too many other things in my life that I had to worry about. And then as like I got
Right.
older and finally found time for myself, I was able to like reconnect with my family, learn more about Vietnamese culture. Luckily, I stayed fluent. I told the story to the panel yesterday, but
Mhm.
when I was younger, every day after school, my grandpa would lock me in his office for like 2 hours and then force me to watch Vietnamese soap operas, everything that full Vietnamese. And
Yeah.
until I finished
my
it for the 2
God.
hours, I was supposed to reiterate everything back to him in Vietnamese.
Oh my
That's wild.
God.
Yeah, which is why I'm fluent. Like honestly, like
Wait.
thinking back on it now, like damn, that was actually like straight torture. But if he didn't do that, I don't think I'd be as fluent as I am now.
That is
Out of the
so
bush.
interesting. Wait, Taiga. Okay. You know how I'm slow fluent in Filipino?
Mhm.
My dad, after school, my dad would have like a book in Filipino and would ask me to write every single like per chapter, like a chapter a day, would write every single word down for that chapter until I finish it. Like I did not know that.
What is up with Asian parents and torture, dude? like it
Well, we
seems
invented it.
That was
best.
complete torture. But now, my handwriting now is so pretty because of that. But I'm just
Yeah.
like, damn, that was straight torture.
yeah, no.
Oh my god.
So here we are.
Let me ask you this, Taiga.
Mhm.
Do you feel like growing up as an Asian American, do you feel like there's too much of an emphasis for Asian Americans that's too pride focused is what I should say. There's either too much pride in being an American nationalist, or there's too much pride in being, your home country, like in like the culture and stuff like that. Do you feel like we have to put too much emphasis on one or the other without being able to coincide?
Like in this like time zone generation time
Yeah,
period?
in this generation, yeah.
Yeah, because it's definitely like if you ask me this like about the past, no. If you ask me about the present, yes. Because I think like now, at least how I see it, a lot of second generations are realizing how much of their culture they've lost.
Mhm.
And they are really stuck on the precipice of like what am I supposed to be? Like, am I supposed to learn more of my culture? Does this make me less than if I prefers to consider myself more American and not my own culture? And then there's the other side of where like they don't want to lose their culture because they might be the last one to carry it on to their children, right?
Mhm.
I definitely think that there is a lot of emphasis on those things. I don't know if it's a bad thing, but I just think it's definitely something that, at least for me personally, I've never had to experience. If
Mhm.
that makes sense. Like once I got older, I realized like I'm happy being both. I'm happy being American. I'm happy being
Right, yeah.
Vietnamese. But I think like now people are really struggling to rationalize. Like they feel like they have to pick between instead of being okay
Yeah.
with
Right.
both.
Yeah.
Mhm. Like okay, because right, like we're all first gen, right?
Mhm.
And so many of my IRL friends as well as VTuber friends that are Filipino American that are born here, it's so sad seeing them as if like they're not. They would often tell me like they don't feel Filipino enough compared to me because they have lost some kind of their culture or they don't
Yeah.
know like Filipino. They don't know how to cook Filipino food. They don't know how to speak Filipino. But I always try to reassure them. I'm like, I literally do not care. You are Filipino in my eyes. You are enough. Like I keep telling them like, do not worry about that, please. Like if a Filipino considers you Filipino, then you're Filipino. I don't know. That's like I can promise you guys like, don't ever feel that you're not enough being Filipino, please. Like I don't know how to convince them. It's really sad, but I just keep on reassuring them like you're doing just fine. Like
No, you're
like
totally right. Because when
even
audio brought up
considering
that
it,
question,
yeah.
right? It
Mhm.
actually brought into the thought of me thinking about yesterday's panels and like everyone's experiences, right?
Mhm.
And a lot of them, I think like a few of them kind of mentioned of feeling like guilt, like
Mhm.
internalized guilt because they like have slight resentment to their parents for not giving them the opportunity to learn more about their culture. But then also
Mhm.
like understand why they wanted their parents wanted to assimilate into American culture to try to make their lives easier,
Mhm.
as children. And I feel like that question specifically probably affects more second generation than first. Because at least for from what I can tell for first generation, unless like you came here super young, you still have a good chance to trace back your culture because you weren't born in America. But when you end up being born in America, people from your home country will always have that slight stigma about you. They even like call you
Mhm.
like a different way.
Right.
Like in Vietnamese, they call you Viet Kieu if you're Americanized Vietnamese or you like were brought over from America because they don't consider you full Vietnamese. They think you're
Mhm.
less than. So I think
And
that's
like
like a lot of
yeah,
internalized struggle. But go ahead.
I never realized that it was because I'm not second gen.
Mm-hmm.
I never realized that that was such a main thing that second gen people worry about, and I sympathize, like not sympathize. I empathize with them. I could never feel that way, but I do get that. Like I understand that how second gen Asian Americans feel that way. It's just so sad that they struggle with it. I feel for them though. I really do.
Yeah. How do you feel about that question? That audio.
About the one that I asked you,
Yeah.
reflect back.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the more and more I study and the more and more I watch people on the sideline, the more and more I notice it's either you're too ashamed about being American or you're too ashamed about not having your culture or
Yep.
or you feel or too much pride
Hmm.
on one or the other. You're too prideful and you that means you have to sacrifice and be like I just happen to be living in this place. I and then they try to like annex and exile the part of them that is American, and then it's like choosing teams, A or B. For me,
Yeah, but
I'm the same way. I like being American. I like being Japanese.
hmm
Mm-hmm.
and it's like at the end of the day, I feel like it doesn't matter what other people consider. It's what you consider yourself as. Like
100%.
how you believe you feel American by doing this way, how you believe you're Filipino or Vietnamese or Japanese by
Yeah.
doing this way. As long as you have your own standards of what it is, then you are that. You are that. You are American. You are Vietnamese. You are Filipino. Don't care about what other people like measure how much how much Filipino you are, how much American you are. You have to set your own standards of what your ethnic identity is because it's you. It's a part of who you are. You decide. I don't know. Is that the correct way of morally doing this? I don't know, but like
I don't
it's just up
Morally,
to
think.
how you
you.
make it, I guess.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
think
it's how
there's a
you make
correct
it.
way, but I just think that I think people need to stop focusing on what other people think. That's kind of
Yeah.
what's like the difficult thing about the human experience, right? I think
Hmm.
like naturally people want um gratification for their choices in life and what they
I
do.
validate you, Tyga. Don't worry about it,
Oh,
okay?
thanks,
Yes.
audio.
Yo,
My job.
Oh,
me too,
yippee.
Taiga.
Thanks, Ice. But I feel like life is too short to care about what other people think. You really gotta think about yourself at the end of the day, because who's gonna think about yourself when you're the last one?
If I brainwash enough
Yeah.
people, everybody will think about me.
All right, calm down.
Goodbye.
The second coming of
Goodbye.
Jesus. But yeah, no, that's
Oh, yes.
definitely that's so right though, because like bringing up that question, like thinking about yesterday's panel, there was a lot of
Mhm.
internalized guilt when we were talking about it.
Aw,
I saw
oh my
that a lot in
goodness.
second gen. It was definitely a second gen situation.
Yeah, I feel for them.
You can imagine it, especially if you're grown up or you're surrounded by other people, especially in the VTuber scene where the cultures can be from any end of the world. I
Yeah.
can understand seeing that.
Yes.
Like it's like survivor's guilt, but with culture.
Yes, yeah, that's a good way to say it for
So
sure.
true. Yeah.
Alrighty, let's move on to the next question. What was the biggest hurdle you faced education-wise? We kind of touched on this already.
Yeah.
With
Not knowing the rules.
no, that's okay. I just
Not
put
knowing
these
the rules.
down, not knowing the rules. But I think for me, I didn't really have any education hurdles because school was easy.
Oh my god, what
Yeah,
a professor.
school
You
was
should
kinda
you should
busy.
teach you something, buddy. You're so smart.
You want me to teach you right now?
Yeah.
All right, pull out your multiplication table. It's time to do
Fuck.
polynomials.
No,
I know how to do. I know how to count by nines, 8, 7, 6,
Oh.
5. I know. I recognize all the 100 like 12 by 12 table. I know
Oh
that.
my god,
I
who's a good
also
boy?
watch
Part.
TikTok for math cheats.
Oh wow! Look at these good boys. They're so smart.
Yeah.
They don't even need Kumon.
Did you guys actually go to Kumon? I did not go.
I
to
was a
Kumon.
tutor at Kumon.
Really?
I went to
Yeah.
Kumon.
But the kids loved me though, because I made sure to make their lives easy. I didn't like
Okay, good. Because I
Because
heard, man, I have so
Kumon-
many horror.
no, literally because there was like some tutors that would just like kind of like treat the kids like shit. But
I
every time
know,
like
oh my
because a lot
God.
of the kids actually would fight over if I could tutor them, and I could only take so many kids after school, right?
Wait, that happens to you too? Because I'm a tutor too, but just not at Kumon, and so many students who want me to teach them. I'd be like, I
Yeah.
can only teach one people at a time. I'm so sorry.
I used to do
Aw.
groups for the most part, but yeah, no,
Hmm.
the parents also would call the office and like complain. They're like, why can't we have him? Well, ma'am, he's also a student, so he doesn't have that much time either.
So true.
But yeah, no, I tried to make the lessons really easy. I mean,
That's
that's
really great.
probably why I'm a professor too, because
Nice.
that's my job. But yeah, no, I think school was fine. I think for some people, I think when they came maybe like a little older as a first gen is, you know, like ice. It's hard to stimulate in American school culture.
Yeah, for sure. Oh,
Yeah.
actually, can I tell you a story? One time it happened at school
Hmm.
for me. So I did not know what the word bikini was. I did not know what the word bikini was. Okay, so it was towards the summertime. It was around June,
Okay.
and we were about to go to our last day of school, and it was very hot. And one of my girl classmates, they were like, "Man, I wish I could wear a bikini right now." And I'm just like, "Me too."
Me too.
And then she was like, "Huh?" I'm like, "Yeah. What's the bikini again?"
What's a bikini again? All right. Okay. You
It's like,
can't
you
just
know,
say
like-
that and everyone gets excited.
It was so funny. It was like a dead silence with me and my 2 other classmates that were girls. I was like, huh. Okay. I never understood why they made a weird silence after that, but then I searched up what a bikini was and I was like, oh, right. Okay. Now I
Have
know
you
what
tried on
that
a
is.
bikini since?
Yes.
I don't think I'd probably have to put a lot of tape to make that happen. So I don't think I could do that.
No, I don't
Anyways,
think
how
I
about
could
you,
either.
Audio?
I ended up being a very bad Asian student.
Ooh, what do you mean by that?
I used
Gasp.
my brains. I used my brains and understood the patterns in American education,
Mhm.
and I learned that I could break the system by doing the bare minimum work while studying outside. So I would make bets with my teachers who would be like gambling addicts, and I'd be like, I'll bet you if I can get 100 like every single question correct and pass the written exam by X margin, you pass me for your class. I would do that all the time, and they always think I'm a slacker and stupid. So I got around a little bit finagling the system, and I used the knowledge that I had in the worst way. I weaponized the
I mean,
system.
like, work smarter, not harder, you know?
That's true.
Yeah, no, it came to bite me in the butt a little bit when I went to go apply for certain colleges and stuff like that. And
Oh,
when I wanted
okay.
because I wanted to get
There
in a
you
very
go.
small field called audio sciences basically.
Hmm.
Mhm.
And some of the schools were like, "Hey, we noticed a bunch of irregularities in your school history." And I go,
Oh.
I'm smart.
I don't think that matters.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I'm paying you so I can go to school.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, so what does it matter?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, yeah, that did break my parents' heart. They're like, "You're, like you're Japanese. You should be like this should be in your DNA." I go, "I know."
Oh,
Ah, darn.
I know.
Darn. Sorry. Sorry, ma. Sorry, dad.
That's all good.
Yeah.
All right. Next question. Are you still fluent in your native language?
No. Honestly,
Opo.
I've lost a lot of the fluent. Like because I speak so much regularly and I feel like I have only I have a marginal capacity for languages in my brain.
Mhm.
I have lost a
Mhm.
lot of it. I already spoke bad Japanese anyways because I speak an ancient dialect
Okay.
mixed in with Kansai Ben, which is
Okay.
like country folk talk.
Ooh, okay.
Mhm.
Like so example would be you guys I'm sure you guys hear it all the time like hontone. Like, you guys hear that
Yes,
on
yeah.
anime and stuff like that, it's like really and stuff like that. I would go like honone.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait, you know what? That's like the Kansai dialect. Is that what you mean? Is that
Yeah,
what that is?
it's an older version of the Kansai dialect, and a
Gotcha.
lot of Asian languages do have like old dialects and stuff like that, or like less spoken
Yeah.
dialects. But yeah,
mm-hmm.
Yes.
so
As for
I'm already
me,
out of
like,
touch anyways, because nobody understood me when I spoke when I came here to America, and nobody still understands me
oh,
now. So I was just like, well, what's the point of using this language?
wait. Honestly, audio. That's so interesting. I feel the same way. Like, everyone knows. Like, usually the first when you ask, like, do you know Filipino? They don't really mean Filipino. They know it. They mean Tagalog. Do you know
Yeah,
Tagalog? Which
Tagalog.
is like the main Filipino language. When people ask me if I know Filipino, I never know how to answer this because yes, I do know how to speak a Filipino language. No, I do not know how to speak Tagalog. I'm not
Mm.
fluent in Tagalog. I'm fluent in my own dialect, which is
I did
Ilonggo,
not know there
Hiligaynon.
was another language there because my godmother is
Yeah, there's quite a
was
few
Filipino. Yeah,
dialects in the Philippines.
yeah.
Yes, there's a
She only
lot.
spoke Tagalog, so that's all I knew.
So yeah, so like I would never know how to answer this question. It's always hard for me because like, do I bother explaining to them that like I speak another Filipino language, or do I just say I speak Filipino? But then that's not accurate, right? Because like I don't mean Tagalog. I
Yeah.
don't know Tagalog. So the only way for me to speak in my language is like through my parents. Like only
Mm.
by daily, my both of my parents know how to speak my dialect. So only I can practice it with
I would
them.
hope that your parents speak the same language as you.
Like yeah, like right? Like it's only my parents. I wish I can talk to other Filipinos, but I can't simply because I don't know Tagalog. Most
How often do
Filipinos know
you
Tagalog.
speak
But I don't.
Vietnamese, Taiga?
Every day.
Every day? Oh, okay.
Yeah, every day. Because my family here, so even though my mom was super absent in life, she hated when we spoke English in the house. She only spoke Vietnamese.
Mhm.
So
Ah.
that goes with like the rest of my family that also came over here. They only speak Vietnamese. Like they speak English when they have to, like at work and like outside, but home it's
Yeah.
always Vietnamese. So I think that's why I was always so fluent because I was always speaking Vietnamese. Now my
I'm surprised you
siblings,
didn't keep the natural dialect. I lost
is
my dialect from only speaking English.
I so funny enough you
Or
mentioned
accent.
that.
Sorry, accent, not dialect.
No, you're
Accent.
fine. Funny enough, okay. I actually used to have a really strong accent.
I would assume so.
I lost it. I think when I officially like stayed in the Midwest and stayed in one spot because when I was younger I moved around a lot in America.
Mhm.
I think the most I stayed during the time I was moving was like a year, and then we finally like stuck to one place, which was the Midwest, and then I finally was able to develop like an American accent because I was just kind of all over the
American.
place. Shut up. And
I was about to say, but I didn't want to.
leave me alone.
I'll take all the
But
shots, don't worry.
anyways, these fucking bastards. When I would like go back home and speak Vietnamese, my family actually teases me about this all the time. So normally Vietnamese speakers, when you speak the language, it sounds like really like loud. They sound like they're yelling at each other all the time. Mostly in the southern dialect, because I speak the southern dialect, which is considered like country. They sound like super loud, obnoxious. It's like the German German equivalent.
Gotcha.
But when I speak Vietnamese, my voice it gets really soft. And they're just like, how is your voice so soft when you speak Vietnamese? I don't know, man. I've always been a pretty soft spoken person.
Soft
So
boy.
when it goes to Vietnamese, it gets even softer.
Oh.
But yeah, I don't know. I lost my
Really?
accent, I think, around Probably middle school to high school is when I started losing my accent because I had to frequently
Same.
use English more.
Yeah.
Yes, same for me. Well, like you guys still know how to do the accent, right? It just
Oh,
doesn't
yeah.
come off naturally anymore. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It
like
gets warped these days.
yeah,
It's very
like
warped.
I had a very thick Filipino accent for quite a bit for a long time, like until I was like late middle school. That's when it started disappearing, just because I spoke English more.
Anime does
Oh.
not help with people's perception of what they think my accent sounds like. I'll just say
Oh,
that.
okay.
My accent is not "Yeah, hello everybody." It's not like some weird Japanese hybrid with Swedish stuff. It's like I sound like an old man.
Some people are into that.
Tiger?
Hey, listen. Shh.
I'm
Let it
listening.
happen.
Is it?
Just let it happen. You know, it's okay. Hey, listen. I accept you for who you are, Tiger.
What?
If
What
you're into
am
that, we
I?
can interlock fingers.
What am I? What happened?
Anyways, so what's the next question?
What the frickle frackle? Okay, the last question is the final thoughts on the immigrant experience. Anything else you guys want to add?
Mm, I feel like there's so much to talk about, but
Yeah, for sure. We
now
still
I'm like,
have
wait, what?
like 12 minutes left. I can always open it up to Q&A and chat wants to ask questions.
Sure.
Okay.
Let's see.
Yeah, while you guys think, I'm a piss.
Oh, I was waiting, but yeah. Anyways,
Okay, yeah.
I was gonna be polite.
Go piss,
You know
girly.
what? Go piss, girl, Queen Slay, boss.
Oh, being
Yeah.
polite about what? I can hold it. What were you gonna ask?
No. I was just waiting for. I was gonna let Ice take a turn. Take a shot at this.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
the easy stuff is-
Go ahead. You guys can
Western
talk while
culture
I
is
go
fun.
pee.
Yeah, Western culture is.
Yeah.
My
Go
final thought was
talk. I
that.
pee.
Okay,
Oh
okay.
my god, do you need somebody to hold your hand though? They're already gone. Shame. But I love the immigration experience. I thought it was a lot of fun. There's some things obviously that I would change, but Japan is not sunshines and butterflies either. It's not what you guys see on like all the fantasizing stuff and the beauty of the world and TikTok or whatever you guys see. There are some nasty parts of Japan too. So I like the
Yes.
good parts about American culture. I especially love
I think-
the music.
Oh yeah. Honestly, okay, audio. I think the true way of accepting that you're an immigrant is embracing the good and bad parts of where you're from. Like I really think that is because
Embracing your
only
immigration
think
is a weird sense.
embracing the fact that you are an immigrant. I feel like you need to like accept both sides of where accept both like the good and bad parts of where your country.
Listener
that you
VT
immigrated from.
says VTB
I think
asked
so
us,
too.
"What is your anchor? What's pulling you toward your culture? What do you feel like on that? What do you feel like
Honestly,
really is keeping you tied to your culture now that you're separated from the land?
language. I think it's
Is
language.
it just the language?
Like I I always say this, like along with maybe food, language is the most important part
I
of
do hear food a lot from
culture.
Filipinos because I know why, because food is a massive part of your guys' culture.
Aside from food, language really is important, and because language highlights what's what is happening?
No, go ahead, continue. He's got a cat.
Okay, I think language is the most important
Faces
part
in a cat.
of one's culture because
We are trying to have a conversation here, mister.
because language like it highlights what important things are in that culture. Like there's some words that you can explain in English that you can't easily explain in Filipino and vice versa. There's just some words in Philippines that you can't explain it in English. And I feel like uh language really does shape the culture and the identity of anything really. Like it's really a really important part, and like how I study my language, how I study Filipino, because I love learning, I love teaching, you know. So it ties into what I want to do also. So that really is the anchor for me. What's keeping me holding my culture down is learning the language. It's always fun, and I love teaching it too. I love telling people what's this in Filipino. Like I love doing that. I love teaching people. I love teaching the grammar structures too. Like although it can be confusing, it's so nice to know what uh the pattern is in the language. It's so interesting to see because I know in Japanese like the verb is at the end of the sentence, right? But like for Filipino, it's the opposite. It's totally not. The verb is always in the beginning in Filipino languages. So like it's but in English, the verb is in the middle. So it's like so interesting to see the different patterns of languages in how it ties into their culture. I don't know. It's an interesting thing to note. That's my anchor language or like learning the language. How about you, Audio?
Anime. Anime women.
Nice.
Anime women and titties.
And titties. Yeah, I fucking was about to
What
say
the
the same
fuck?
thing. I was like, it's the titties, isn't it?
I see.
I think it's just an appreciation. I don't really have like the whole honor and pride system. Um, because I only got secondhand raised into the culture. So I don't have like the die by the honor, this undying like need. I see the good and the bad and stuff like that. I think it's just the appreciation of what I did learn and when like how I learned it on my own. So I have this appreciation for what like the history really is and the structures and the integrity of the country, the preservation of history and stuff like that. I, I think it's just like all that's what anchors me down is like just the appreciation of what the culture is and still is standing for. When I compare it to other cultures, I'm just like, oh, okay,
Nice.
I enjoy this.
What about you, Taiga? Someone
Mm,
asked like, what is your anchor? Like, what's your anchor or what's pulling you towards your culture?
short and simple, food. I
Right?
fucking love food. Okay,
Yeah.
I went to
Okay.
culinary school because I love food so much, and I did not want to lose all the recipes of my family's cooking. I wanted to make sure that I would be able to carry on all of the food, the language, the ingredients. I feel like for me, okay, my love language is food. Like you will never hear me shut up about food. I love food that much. It's unhealthy how much I love food. Um,
Aw.
but I feel like nothing makes me happier, okay, than being able to feed something of my culture and seeing how happy people get.
Uh-huh.
I feel like sometimes food can change sign language. So even like just like for my own culture, I love learning other cultures' cuisines and also cooking it and seeing like my own spin on that too.
Mm-hmm.
So I definitely
Mhm.
think food is my anchor. Also, Vietnamese food fucking fucks, man. It's so good.
I can attest to that. I tasted Vietnamese food. Holy fuck.
So good,
Oh my
right?
god. I love it. I love it so much.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Honestly, I like our answers. Language, appreciation, and food. That's like really like those three things are what makes up like how you like value your ethnicity and value where you're from. I think that's actually a really those three answers are like really good.
All right. Sorry, I was checking the Discord. But yeah, thank you so
Yeah,
much,
yeah,
guys.
yeah.
It was really good. We definitely had a lot of good discussions. First gen. First gen will always have my heart as someone that's also first gen.
Bias. I
Of
think we call
There's a
it
course.
little bit of bias, you
Well,
know.
bad. Just a little.
Whatever. But thank you so much, guys, for stopping by for first gen. I really super duper appreciate it. You guys opened up the
Of
show for
course.
everyone, so I hope you guys also were comfortable and had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
If you guys are also in other panels, feel free to show up during those times too, while I run through all the groups.
Sounds good.
Mhm.
Yeah, you guys already know the schedule. It's
All
in the
right.
Discord. So, you guys want to
Will
say
do, will
anything
do.
before you guys head out?
Anime titties are real. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
Oh
All of
my
Japan
God.
looks exactly like it does in the show.
Okay.
Promise me.
Okay.
I swear to you this.
You know what? Suddenly I have to disconnect audio. Go ahead, Ice. You know, you can keep talking. Let me just silence.
All right. For me, just I don't know. Hi. Just I don't know. Follow me. Should I promote? I'm so
Go
sorry.
ahead. No, feel free to
I have a
promote.
boyfriend
You're
this
all
morning.
good.
Follow me on Twitch.
True. Yeah, you
That's
can
all.
listen to him make you fall in love with him on YouTube.
Yes. Also, make sure to fall in love with Taiga too. Mwah,
Oh,
mwah. Thank you
okay.
so
Wait,
much
hold
for
on.
hosting this too, Taiga.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Bye bye.
Bye,
I'll see you in the
Ice.
next panel.
Bye bye. All right, so we got time for ourselves just for a sec. The room's filling up. We got 5 people in there already. I'm excited. Next one is second generation AAPI experiences. Personally, I am not second generation, but my siblings are. My siblings are second generation AAPI. So I do know a little bit about these experiences just because of what I've seen with my own siblings. So I'm excited to see what the next group of people have to offer for this topic because, I mean, personally, I'm not the one to speak on it, but I definitely can relate to their experiences, and I'm super excited. Let me do a quick stretch. That fucking Red Bull is sliding through me, man. That piss is fucking amazing. I hope chat's also doing really well. Thank you so much for everyone that stopped by. I definitely saw some familiar faces again that stopped by from yesterday. I hope you guys have been learning and enjoying hearing all these experiences from a lot of wonderful AAPI VTubers. And yeah. Whew. Okay. I think we're good. I think we're ready to pull them in. Alright, 1, 2, 3. Let me change the stream Discord information. Set channel description. I think what's a second gen? It's a tulip? I think that's a tulip. Second gen API. Probably should have done this yesterday, but it's okay. Flower. I just need to find the flower. Okay, it was a rose. Alright, coolio. Very fun to learn about my fellow diverse people. We love to see that. All right, I'm gonna pull you guys in now. All right. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco. The entry sounds are crazy. Welcome in, guys. Hello. I'm gonna resize you guys on screen.
Hi, everyone.
All right. Do that. Okay, I think we can all see you guys on my kitchen table that I totally didn't steal off the internet, cut off the sink and stove and just pulled out the sides to make it look like a counter.
Who needs a sink? No one.
Exactly.
Hands.
No one's gonna see it anyway.
Oh, okay, now hold on. We gotta wash our hands. We gotta wash our hands.
Nah, sanitizer only.
No,
Oh,
not
no.
just
Oh,
sanitizer.
no.
Oh no. Come in, guys. Okay, let me do check marks on my Google Doc to make sure.
Every time when eating out.
All right. Check. No, I'm actually such a little clean freak. I always have hand sanitizer on me. Like always.
That's good.
That's good. That's good.
You know,
good habit to
you
have.
got to if you don't have a sink.
Right. You know
You know, if you
what?
get thirsty a little bit, you can take a little sip.
Yeah, let me just also get iron poisoning while I do that.
Isn't iron supposed to be good?
I don't know.
A little bit.
Maybe. I do have to take iron pills because I am anemic. Funny enough.
Oh my gosh, me too!
Yeah.
Oh my god, anemic besties!
No red blood cells.
Oh my god, yippee!
Yippee!
Let's see. Did I'm missing someone on this list. Oh, let me put you in here. Alright. And then I'll check mark. I am so glad I put all your guys' names on here beforehand so I can check mark who showed up. So, thank God. I pride myself in my memory skills, but there's been so many people. So I'm my brain's just like juggling. Oh, hold on.
No problem. You're doing great.
Oh, thank you.
I've been watching. You're doing awesome.
Oh, thank you. Alright, hold on. Let me double check before we start. No worries. Joy, Brecky. Alright, I'm pulling Adi in here too. All right, and we're gonna close it off with this now. I think. Okay, cool, perfect. You guys are still perfectly lined on the kitchen counter. Fuck. All right. Okay, ads are gonna run in like I'd say like 30 seconds. Ads are gonna run. I'm gonna let that go through, and then after ads, I'm gonna let everyone introduce themselves to chat. Sounds good?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Mhm.
All right. How is everyone today?
I didn't wake up 10 minutes ago. Definitely not.
You know what? I respect that. I
It's a
respect that.
valid feeling. It's Sunday. You're allowed to sleep in.
No, exactly. No, like literally, I had such terrible sleep. My watch says I slept 10 hours quotation mark, but I kept waking up every hour. So I technically only
No.
Oh
slept
god,
like
I
5.
woke up so much too.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Awful, absolutely awful. And it's because I did too many bicep curls and my right arm is just fucking it hurts. I can't.
James kept me up last night.
Oh man. The demons. Yeah, no, my bicep be feeling a little too fat, but at what cost?
Worth, honestly.
That's what I'm saying. Like it looks good, but it hurts so much. It hurts so much. It's so much pain. I just can't wake it up because I'm a side sleeper. So like I kept rolling onto my right arm and I would just
Oh,
wake up
same.
and I was like, ugh, help, dear God.
Oh, that's like the most painful aspect of trying to sleep.
Oh yeah, for sure. And then I kept rolling over my cats.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Because they usually sleep on top of me, but I think because I was just in so much pain, I just kept moving around. They were not happy with me last night, because usually the little one takes my chest, and then like the big one will sleep between my legs. So
No.
my eepy little babies, oh my little kitten's getting so big, and if she gets any bigger, I'll be so sad. I
Aw.
don't want her to get any bigger. I need her
How
to
old
stay
are the
tiny.
kitties?
Mr. Oliver is 7 years old, I think, 7 to 8.
Mr. Oliver.
And then Miss Maple is, oh my god, I found her on the street in February,
Oh.
and the vet said she was about 3 months, so February, March, April, May. Let's say she's, oh my god, how many months are
Oh
you?
my god, like an actual baby.
Yeah.
Actual baby, for real.
Let's say she's like 6 months.
I miss when my cat was a baby.
I know
Aw.
she's so tiny.
Since you're a kitty bartender, have you
Mhm.
ever fed your cats like that cat wine?
I have.
You have? Did they
Ooh.
like it?
Yes, too much. Okay, they enjoyed it a little too much. Mr. Oliver got very crunk. Let me tell you. Okay,
Oh my goodness.
I think he was having too much of a good time.
They need a cat rave.
Oh my gosh.
All right,
my
so
cat really loves the grass.
oh
Like,
yeah, mine does
catnip.
too, for sure. All right, we're gonna start this session with an icebreaker so everyone can introduce each other and to the chat. I'll start first, so you guys have an example to go off of. I'm also gonna go with newer people, so people that weren't at the session yesterday will go first, and then everyone else I'll do after. Sound good?
Okay.
Aye, aye.
yeah.
Fantastic.
All right. Icebreaker, introducing yourself, name, your pronouns, ethnicity, what you identify as, what type of streamer are you, and a useless fact or talent of yourself. My name is Taiga. I'm a kitty bartender, a member of Invicta. Everyone wants to call us a boy band, but I think only half of us can sing. I'm not one of them. My pronouns are he, him, cat. My ethnicity is Vietnamese, cat. What type of streamer are you? Whole ass yap. Yap, 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 yap. That is my streaming style. And a useless fact or telling yourself, I meow real good.
Prove it. The cough. Wait.
You just put your
That's so
cat on the
good.
mic.
There's no way.
Okay, all right, hold on. You okay? Let me just deep throw the microphone.
Oh my god. I didn't know I had a cat. That's crazy.
Now, all right. Anyways,
Meow.
we'll start with I hope I say this right. Angelife?
Hi.
Hi.
Yes. My name is Ange System.
Okay.
Online and at your service. I'm a nanobot virus VTuber and I stream a lot of Mike. That's the kind of content I do. I'm probably gonna play Withering Waves because everyone's playing it right now. And
okay, me too.
I'm Filipino Canadian. So I actually
okay.
identify as a 1.5 generation
Mhm.
because I wasn't born in the Philippines or America. I was born in Canada. So
Okay.
I was born during the travel to the motherland. So I guess I identify as 1.5 generation, but I'm here with all the second gens.
Of course, no worries. Whatever you feel the most comfortable for yourself is what matters. It
Yeah.
doesn't distract from the discussion at all, so no worries.
Thank you.
Alright, of course. Next will be Hebe.
Hi, I'm Hebe, and I am a Snake Office Lady VTuber. My pronouns are they, them, and I am Vietnamese, Laotian, and Cambodian.
Wow. Another trail mix. I like it. Alright, pronouns?
They, them.
And useless factor talent of yourself.
Wait, I'm sorry, one more time.
Useless factor talent.
A useless factor of talent. I could probably pop my joints at like random times during the day to where it's probably concerning.
That sounds very scary, but also that's also very cool. I don't know if I want an example right now. I want to keep my food in my body. Thank you, thank you. Oh, imagining you popping your bones. I think I popped my shoulder out once, and I thought I was dead. Like I thought I was dying. Like I thought I had to sacrifice my arm, and then the doctor put it back together. I was like, oh, okay. I'm just a Barbie doll. Just when you pop out the arm, you put it back on. I guess.
It's the beauty of the human body.
Oh god. I forgot to ask Ange's useless factor talent.
Oh, I have been a professional cosplayer for more than 7 years now.
Wow.
And I've worked for companies like Riot and Bandai Namco before, and I guess that's the fact.
That's sick as fuck.
Yay.
That's so sick.
Thank you.
I used to make my own cosplays all the time, and then I became a VTuber, and I got lazy because then I became a hermit and didn't leave the house. Thumbs up. I think the last like really crazy cosplay I did was Zhongli.
Oh, dude, that's my pensioners bundle. Let's go.
Yeah, I didn't want to pay for it, so I made it myself. So.
Oh my god, I need, bro. There, photos.
Okay, maybe I'll share them later. Alrighty, next is Lobsy.
Hi, I'm Lobs. I'm Hmong American. I don't know if anyone knows what that is, but they're just minority group in Asia. So,
Okay.
yeah. What else am I supposed to say? Sorry.
No problem. Pronouns?
Pronouns? I don't really care. You can call me anything, but I guess I go by she, her. But
Okay.
you can call me anything.
What type of streamer are you?
Oh yeah. I'm an art streamer.
Oh.
I mainly draw big boobs.
We love boobies.
Yeah.
We love
Yeah.
boobies.
Have to pull up that Twitter right now.
Yeah. You're gonna be a flashbang with some big old titties from Yamiko.
We see in chat we have some
Nice.
H-Mong representation for you, Lopsy.
Yay, Hmong people! I've never seen them like out in the wild before on the internet. So like it's like okay.
I know
Am
a
I
few.
the only
I
one
know
here?
a few.
I think I know one other.
Oh, that's cool then. That's cool.
For sure. And then, what is a useless factor talent that you have?
Useless fact. I think 2 months ago I broke my ankle. It still hurts. And,
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you have a cast?
Did you go to the
No,
doctor?
I live in America, so.
You know what?
Oh,
You know what?
no.
That's all you gotta say. All right, I got you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna slide over that 100
Like we know
milligram
now.
ibuprofen. FBI agent,
Yeah.
look away.
Yep.
Alrighty. Boomy?
Yes, hello, a full-time party girl, part-time VTuber. I am the cutest devil of Lucid Multimedia. Nice to meet you guys. I'm a variety
course.
streamer. I stream on YouTube, mostly like lately I've been doing like a lot of RPGs like GTA and Minecraft. And a fun fact about me, I guess I could say my Greek alphabet in like less than 5 seconds. I joined an Asian interest sorority, so like keeping my Greek alphabet on point is something I do for a party trick when I can't think of anything cool else that I can do. So
Wait, that's sick as fuck. I know like the Greek alphabet because of teaching mathematics, but I don't know if I could do that in 5 seconds. That's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. All right, you got me. That's a pretty cool party trick. Alrighty. How about you, Ari?
Hi, my name is Irie Hibiki, and I usually go by Aipiki, and to prevent the confusion, I'll just go by Aipiki since there is Hebe in here.
Okay, all right, noted.
Yeah. I am full Vietnamese, and like Taiga, I am also half North and half Southern.
Wah! One of us.
Yeah. My mom is from Vũng Tàu, and my dad, he is somewhere from Ho Chi Minh, so it's like very different. So my useless talent is I guess since I'm switching it up, I can bend my fingers abnormally backwards.
Oh my god.
It's
What do you mean by abnormally backwards? How far back is that? I'm moving my
Like-
fingers right now.
Oh,
like
my wrist
they
hurts just
like
thinking
they
about it.
bend like
Uh-oh.
they just like bend backwards like really.
can you bend your
Like-
thumb backward?
Yes, I can bend my thumb backwards. I
Oh
don't know
god.
why.
I feel that. I feel that. Ooh. Okay, that's a pretty cool fact, I guess. Alright, go ahead, Lei Shen.
Hi, I'm Leishan. I stream as a Thunder God VTuber. I am 100% Chinese American. My parents were from Guangzhou, and I go by they them pronouns preferably, but I can accept any. And what else was next?
Useless fact.
I mentioned Taekwondo last time,
Mhm,
12
mhm.
years. So I'll say I started cosplaying 3 years ago.
Ooh.
Getting into that,
I love cosplaying. Cosplaying's so fun.
it's so much fun.
I'm just so lazy now. I'm such a lazy bastard, man. Even when I went to like the con, I was just so fucking hot. And I was like, man, if I gotta be in a cosplay, I'm gonna melt. And I'm so glad I didn't the first day because the AC broke and like the sky bridge I was walking through to get through security. And like people were literally stripping in the line because it was just so hot. They couldn't do it. And I was like, I can't do it. I'm
Yeah,
dripping
huge
all over the
respect to
place.
people who do this all the time because it is suffering.
For sure. Alrighty, guys, we're gonna start the panel. Everyone's been introduced. I hope you guys are excited. I have a line of questions that I and other people in this Discord came up with because my brain short-circuited while making this PowerPoint 24 hours beforehand. But if there's anything else you guys also want to discuss, definitely feel free to let me know. We can totally tackle those topics in the time frame that we have. The second generation panel is a lot bigger just because there's so many of you guys. I'll double check if there's any thirds that are still available, and if there's any other seconds I want to join in, we'll see and we'll play it by ear. Sound good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
cool. I feel like I talked really fast. So let me know if I'm talking too fast. I think someone said you talk at TikTok speed.
Faster.
And I was like, is that
Oh my
a bad thing? And he's like, no, because then people don't press on the screen to fast forward you when you talk. I was like, okay, cool.
Hey, time
thumbs
is
up.
money.
For sure. All right, so I do have the slides showing if you guys wanted to like see the slides if you can't see them on stream. I should have done that yesterday, but that slipped my mind. I thought about it today, so. All right, so second generation AAPI persons are defined as being birthed and raised on native soil by at least one immigrant parent. I put US as like an example. Like here with Ange, you know, they were born in Canada, so it's a little different, but it's okay. It's North America. Who cares? Same idea. All right, so the first discussion topic we have is, did you feel the need to separate yourself from your parents? We're going to go from newer persons to persons that have already been here. Sound good?
Yeah.
All right, so we'll start with Ange because Ange introduced herself first. So did you feel the need to separate yourself from your parents?
I wouldn't say there was a need. I felt it just naturally happened because they definitely grew up a different way than I did. The culture in Canada is so vastly different than the culture in the Philippines.
Mm-hmm.
So I felt like just the way that they thought and the way that they operated on a day-to-day basis was just like so different than mine. Much more conservative, I would say. So they did things the more traditional way, and they were very religious because
Ooh.
most people in the Philippines are Catholic as
Yeah.
well. So
I understand that 100%.
yeah, and they, were under this idea that school is like the number one priority in life, which I never went to school, so that was really hard.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
Yeah, I decided to become a cosplayer pretty early in my life. So, um, yeah, there was no need. It just kind of naturally happened. But it wasn't until I found success in it and became a professional that they came around. So
That's
they were
usually
like,
what
all right, so
happens.
that isn't so bad. And they have adapted for sure.
That's good. That's good. No, because I never wanted to go to school. Man, I did not want to go to college either. I think it was because I was. It makes
How was
it,
that with Asian parents?
yeah. It makes me sound really egotistical, but I think I was just like too smart for the system,
Hmm.
and I just hated school because it was too easy.
Yeah.
And because I was first generation, my mom, obviously came here for like to have us to have a better life, and I felt like I'd be disappointing her if I didn't go to school. And I put myself through college to the point that I have a doctorate. Mind
Wow.
you, I didn't even want to go to school. I got a scholarship, so then I couldn't say no. And then
Yeah, it's free money.
yeah, and then my first semester, oh my god, I didn't pick a major because I was like, I don't know what I want to do for my whole life. And the counselor, I remember her saying that you didn't have to pick anything until the end of the first semester because it was just general ed courses. And I think the next day she pulled me back and said, never mind, you actually have to pick a major. And I was like, dude, I'm 17 and you're asking me what I want to do for the rest of my life?
What'd you end up picking?
I ended up picking computer science.
Okay, yeah, that's hugely in demand.
Yeah,
Did you
so
like it?
no, I fucking hated it. I
Oh
hated my
no!
life. But I have a doctorate in computer science.
Dude, that's lit. Does any of that translate to your life as a VTuber?
No, but I am a professor, so I teach it now.
Okay, lit. Let's go, Professor Kitty.
So it's just kind of weird how it kind of went about that, how much I hated school, and then I ended up selling my life to school, and now I work for a school system.
Wow, that's so ironic, actually.
God, I look at that fucking doctorate every morning. I'm like, why did I do this to myself? That's besides the point. How about you, Hebe?
I definitely felt like, I guess, in my younger adult life, I felt the need to separate myself from my parents because I realized, like, early on, my parents wanted me to be like, I guess it was like the whole, you're 18 now, you're an adult, you're kind of on your own. So it was more of like forced separation.
Mm-hmm.
We definitely, um, now, I guess, like, now that I'm a little bit older, I feel like I want to be closer to my parents now just because I realized that like I didn't really have a lot of like touch base with my culture when I was younger, and now that I'm older, I want to like be a little bit closer to them so I could like hit the roots, I guess, if that's the way
Mm-hmm.
you want to phrase it.
That's fine. No, because
So
earlier in the first generation panel, we were talking about the internalized guilt that a lot of second generations feel being either too American nationalists or feeling too
mhm,
disconnected from their heritage culture and having to feel like they have to pick between both.
yeah,
So that was
uh,
definitely something that we touched upon earlier.
hmm, but it was like a mostly like I guess that separation feeling was definitely whenever I was younger.
Mm-hmm. For sure, for sure. All right. How about you, Lopsy?
Um, I don't know. I've always been like a very lonely kid. I never really talked to my parents much, if that made sense. I was
Mm-hmm.
off doing my own thing. So I guess at a young age, I was already like mentally separated,
Mm-hmm.
and like I've never really connected with them until like now, since they're like old and they're like relaxing and stuff, I guess, and
Mm-hmm.
they're not as strict. I'm like coming back to them, I
No,
guess.
for sure. No, I
And
think that's a very common AAPI experience because I think a good chunk of us AAPI, and even just person of color, can understand that immigrant parents suck, okay, at showing
yeah.
affection to their children. Okay, let it be known. They do not know how to say I love you or hug you or like give you
Oh,
like
for
physical
real,
touch.
for
I
real, yeah.
know, I know this girl, trust me. My mom, she never gave me that shit, and then I became an adult and they got mad at me. She's like, why don't you love me? Well, ma'am, I wonder. If we look back on past history, I think we could put two and two together, but I don't know. Words on deaf ears. No, I
Yeah.
completely understand.
Yeah, so I never really had like a strong like connection with them. It was like, okay, I just live here, you know.
For sure, for sure.
So when I moved out, I actually became much more happier. So
Yeah, I think that was a big sentiment shared yesterday and the second gen panel too, that a lot of people that did move out, they felt a lot better because they didn't have to have the parental pressure on them all the time. And got to grow as their own person.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I completely understand. Alright, how about you, Boomy?
For me, I would say, well, I am mixed. My dad is Black American. My mom is from Okinawa. I would say that
okay.
we have a pretty close relationship with my parents. I never really felt the need to separate myself from
That's
them.
awesome.
Our family was always like really close knit and stuff. But yeah, I would say like my mom is also like pretty. She has like a Western way of thinking too. She's very affectionate, maybe a little bit too much. Like, oh, you will call me every day. Like, honestly, like we're probably each other's best friends. I only probably felt like the need to separate myself as just like a natural adult occurrence. Like, okay, you know, I'm 20 something years old. I don't think I should be relying on you guys as much as I do now. So let me go and find my own life.
For sure. No, that's actually super awesome. Like, that's really awesome. I'm glad that you were able to experience that type of childhood growing up. That's really good. Alright, how about you, Leishan?
Yeah, so I think I talked about a little bit yesterday how my parents had like a lot of expectations for me being a firstborn child,
Yeah.
and I did feel like I needed to, you know, get away from them at least for a little while, because there was some point where my relationship with my parents got kind of sour, deteriorated over time. And once I moved out, gave it a little more time, they started to like kind of ease up a little bit. Just like having that kind of separation, just like, I don't know, they just seemed a little nicer, maybe better to deal with when I'm not like living under the same roof as them.
No, yeah, for sure. I think that was a really big sentiment just shared all around from a lot of people that we've been talking to for the panel. I think that even like besides like being API, I think like if you're able to move away from your parents, it's really good to get that growth for yourself as an adult and grow into your own
Oh,
person.
absolutely.
So 100% understood. And of course, last but not least, how about you, Ibiki?
I moved out of my parents' house when I was 18. Essentially, I just booked it as soon as I could to just be my own person. And just like tying back to the topic of the firstborn child, I had a lot of pressure growing up, religious wise, especially going to church. I actually really hated going to church, like every Sunday,
Yeah.
every holiday. Like they were Catholic, like to the point where there was one time my dad was telling me that we were going to be late and we were still 20 minutes early, and he pushed me onto the car really really hard, and he was like, hey, like we're going to be late, like, you need to hurry up. Like we were already at the car, and it was to that point where I was like, I knew from that moment on that I needed to like leave at some point. Just like the wokeness inside of my brain was like wanting to leave my parents as soon as I could, because church was so integrated in our life that like it was crippling me to be my own person.
For sure. And then you were able to get out, yeah?
Yeah.
We love to hear it. I love to hear it.
Dude, I'm so sorry that happened to you.
Yeah, church was the worst.
Yeah, no, the religious trauma is so real, y'all. Fuck. I had to go through it too. No, because I was telling the panel yesterday, when I got into a car accident, the first thing my mom said to me was like, you know, the reason why it's happening to you is because you didn't pray enough. And I just stared at her. I was like, I couldn't like just say that you're happy that I'm alive.
God.
She's like, you're only alive because Jesus protected you. I was like, all right, calm down, ma'am.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so I totally understand like the religious trauma. And mind you, I have nothing against religion, by the way. If you practice religion and it's something that's helpful in your life, that's on God super cool. All right. For me personally, I need to stay away from that shit. I can't deal with it. my mom's insane, okay? So me and my parents don't have a good relationship. My relationship with my mother is very estranged. Estranged? Is wrong? Whatever the fuck the word is. And
Estranged, yeah.
yeah, me and my dad's out of the picture, y'all. He's an asshat. So I've been on my own for most of my life. It doesn't bother me. Honestly, I'm kind of happy that I didn't have to deal with them most of my life. I feel like if I did, then I'd probably be way more warped. But luckily, we made it out okay. We made it out okay, chat. Anyways, we'll move on to the next question. What struggles, or if you had any struggles, in school did you deal with parents that are immigrants? Go ahead, Ange.
Woo! Well, my parents, I feel like this is really typical of most Asian parents, is they really value education.
Yep.
And I didn't want to go to school, so that was great. I was an AP kid growing up, which is so interesting, and I had good grades and everything, but at some point I really fell in love with like costume design and being able to be an artist and express myself. So the compromise was, okay, let's go to art school. And the parents didn't like that because I come from a lineage of lawyers. So
okay.
they really wanted me to go to law school. And I was like, I don't want to do that or think I would be good at that. So I applied for art school. And as soon as I got in, I did 1 year and I immediately dropped out. And I was like, this isn't for me. I'm really passionate about cosplay. And this is when Instagram was starting to become like the social media platform. And I was like, guys, I can do this. I can totally do this. And so I dropped out and I tried to do that. And literally after a year, it became my job. So they, that year, I would say was pretty tumultuous between me and my parents because I wasn't making any money in the beginning. And I had no education. So they were very like, so when are you going back to school? So when are you going back to school? So when you, yeah. And, but luckily, I found success somehow. And then they came around to it and now they're very accepting of my job. So
that's good.
But education wise, it was rough in the beginning. Absolutely.
I think when it comes to like Asian parents too, they really like, they need physical evidence. You know, they can't handle like what ifs or like, you know, you planning your future. They like need to see it in the present.
Which is so strange because there's so many medias like movies and shows and books that say like follow your passion and like follow your dreams. But then for Asian parents, for some reason, that doesn't apply to us, which is so strange. They'd rather have security than following a passion.
100%. Yeah, no, I think that's probably why I ended up picking computer science. Mind you, I did not like it, but I was really good at it. And I knew that it would secure me a job, and it did. I actually had a lot of jobs in the computer science field. I was head of a department in a very big tech firm, but I fucking hated that shit. I hated it so much. I didn't want to do it anymore. So it's just really funny that I look at that doctorate all the time, and I'm like, damn, I could have done something more fun. And I ended up doing stuff that I found way more fun. Growing up, I went to cosmetology school. I went to culinary school. I have a bunch of random licenses for random things because of ADHD. You find new interests and then you end up just trying to figure out if it's for you.
Yeah. That's so cool, actually.
Thank you. But overall, no, I completely understand because my mom was the same way. Because when she found out that I went to culinary school in cosmetology school instead of like focusing on my computer science degree, ooh, hell was raised. Let it be known.
Yeah, and it's so interesting because I have 2 older siblings, so they were given the same treatment essentially. Like they were forced to have an education, and my older brother confided in me that he really regretted that because he also wanted to be an artist. So the middle ground for him was to like become an architect because it's half design but also half like logical thinking and kind of in the world of STEM, like it requires mathematics and all that. So but he tells me even today that he deeply regrets that. And so I didn't want to be the same.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Prospects said, for the following your dreams, it's harder for immigrant parents because so much of successful dreams require luck. or being part of the in group, whereas an education is a hard fact that can't be refuted, and that's so true.
I don't know about that. Even I find people that are in STEM and stuff are still struggle. Like,
oh no, I think like he
all the
means just
people
like
who-
for the immigrant parents, not for
Yeah.
us. Yeah, because
yeah,
like
I wish that they understood that. Like, it's still equally as hard to find jobs. Period.
oh my god, yeah, because they think just having like, oh well, if you're educated in this, then you should be able to find a job. No, it's not that easy. If only it was that tick of it easy. They want you to have experience, but you get out of school, you have no experience, so you're trying to get the experience, but they won't let you have the experience. Yeah, no, I think it's just like for a lot of immigrant parents, it's the fact that they need to see it physically, like they need it like real and touchable and tangible. They don't want you to be trying to do shit on luck because they don't want you to fail. And I think that's like for a lot of parents, they just don't want to see their children fail, whether it be going against like their children's wishes or dreams, you know?
Yeah, it's just very fear based. And I think that comes from a place of they grew up in a survival state
For sure.
back in Asia.
Mhm.
So it's almost like they're a byproduct of their upbringing. So I can't really blame them, but
Generational
There's
trauma,
a-
baby.
yeah,
For
can't really
sure.
blame them.
Alrighty, how about you, Hebe?
For school, I was raised with my dad going, you guys were born in America, so you guys have a more opportune like chance to like get better education, better schooling than like my parents did whenever they first came to the United States. So a lot of the growing up and reprimanding that my dad gave to us was like if we got like a bad grade, my dad would always be like, oh, but you guys are American born kids, why aren't you getting good grades?
Oh,
Yeah, he
that
strongly
line
be-
is crazy.
he grew up with the idea of literally living the American dream.
Yes.
So he's like, to us being born in America, he believed that we would achieve that like American dream just
Mhm.
solely by the fact that we were born in America. So there was, just because of like the hard upbringing of that, I absolutely hated the idea of school. I hated being in like a systemized like learning like community. Like I hated being in the classroom. I like preferred like offhand, like online on your own like type of training work.
Mhm.
Because of that. Being like a firstborn, obviously most firstborns would know this. You guys have like the strict of you have to be a doctor, you have to be a lawyer, or something that's like really hard in earning in money.
Yep.
Whereas, so I had that thrown at me, and then my younger siblings unfortunately did not get that. It felt like they were a little bit more lenient in school with my younger siblings. Like
Mm.
my youngest sister is in videography, and like if I wanted to go to art school, because I also wanted to go to art school when I was younger, my parents would just be like, "No, you're not going to make money in art. You're not going to be able to get a job that would make you a lot of money in that
Mhm.
way."
For
But
sure, for sure.
here
I
we are now.
totally understand that. I understand that. My mom to this day is so upset that I wasn't a doctor. I mean, I am technically a doctor, just not the correct doctor. You know what I mean? She'll
It's
seethe
funny
about it.
now
Yeah.
that I work in a medical field. I do like medical coding and stuff now.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I am working in the medical field, but like not what they wanted.
Alrighty. How about you, Lopsy?
For school, that's just the typical Asian parents want you to do good in school. But for me, at a very young age, I think around like 8, I knew I wanted to be an illustrator or animator for games. But my parents would always say I would be a failure in that and I wasn't good enough and all that stuff, so they could sort of get me away from it, you know?
Mhm.
So I got really depressed. Anyways, I still did good in school, you know, but
Mhm.
honestly, I don't know what they wanted me to do. They're just like, do good in school, get a good job, and that was it. I was like, okay, but what if being an artist is a good job? And they're like, no, you can't be that. And so I kept getting good grades and stuff. I graduated, you know, with 4.0 GPA and stuff. I went to
Damn.
college. Yeah, I know. I worked for nothing because I became a college dropout, and they got really angry because of that. And they're like, wow, you're gonna be a failure, you're gonna be living on the streets, no one's gonna like, you know, love you and marry you and stuff. So all that fun stuff to like to get me back into school, you know.
For sure, yeah.
But I kind of like turned around and I was like, I guess I'll start doing the streaming thing, cause on Twitch, they just made the art section stuff, and I started streaming on there, and I actually did show them that I was getting money. I was getting like 1,200 to 1,500 a month.
Oh, okay.
But they still did not care, and they actively sabotaged me to go to school.
Wait,
So,
how did they sabotage you?
they would. So my sister, I don't blame her for this, but she didn't have her driver's license yet, so they made me chauffeur her to her classes, and they would actively like take away the internet router,
Oh my
so I
god.
couldn't stream. So yeah, so I would have to apply to either jobs when they're home, and they would like watch me apply to jobs, or like I would have to go to school, and then like, you know, they will bring back the router. Yeah. So that didn't really work out in the end, because I moved out after that. Yeah.
You escaped their
So-
clutches.
Yeah. So yeah, I honestly don't know what they wanted me to do for school though. I guess it was like what you guys were talking about earlier. They wanted me to have a secure job, but I think they're just stuck in like the old thinking,
The
like,
medieval
you know, how
times.
back then you got a job, and you know, you kept that job forever, and
Right,
you
even if you
know.
aren't happy.
Yeah, no, yeah. So yeah, I guess they just wanted me to do that, and they would like stop me from doing something they just didn't understand.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
Anyways, I dropped out of school, out of college.
You happier now?
Oh yeah, I'm way happier.
That's all that matters then.
So yeah.
Alright, how about you, Boomy?
For me, honestly, I would say I did pretty solid in school. Yeah, so my parents weren't like super strict and like super, I guess, on my ass to make sure that I was doing what I was supposed to do. But I guess my mom, she did often compare us to like her friends' kids or something,
Oh,
which is something I've
God.
never seen my dad do. I don't know if it's like a mom thing, but I feel like it's probably more of like an Asian American parent thing. Yeah, all of her kids seem to like perfectly, or all of her friends' kids seem to perfectly fit the model minority myth. So over the summer, she try and like get us to be, I guess, quote unquote, up to speed with them. She get us like those like workbooks, like math workbooks and stuff. So me and my brother would have to do those over the summer. She's like, I want to see you guys do 3 pages every day. But she worked, so we would just be like, yeah, we did the pages, and just kind of hope that she forgot about it, which she often did. But like, she'll still be like, oh, you know, like A, B, and C's kids are doing X, Y, and Z. Like, you know, you guys got to do more stuff and whatever. But she was never too like, never really tried to follow up. It was just more like kind of passive aggressive stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
oh, you know, this kid does that, that kid does that. Oh, my friend's kid is like valedictorian and the captain of like their soccer team. Or if I were to be like saying, because I liked drawing growing up, for basically like as long as I can remember. And for a while, my mom was like really supportive. Like she would let me draw, close my door, draw for hours and hours in my room and not bother me. But once, you know, as I got older and it seemed like that was something that I wanted to pursue professionally, then the passive aggressiveness would come out where she'll be like, or okay, right? She wouldn't like confront me straight up about things, but more or less just let it be known that she's not pleased with my decision.
Yeah.
Dude, not the passive aggression. Oh
That's
my God.
I feel like passive aggression is like built into Asian DNA. Like, I swear to God, because my mom would do that shit all the fucking time, and she'd be super passive aggressive about it, and I'd call her ass out, and she hated it because I would call her ass out.
And you're just kind of like, okay, I think you're letting me pursue what I want, but at the same time, I know that it's not gonna make you happy. So I was like, what do I do?
Mm-hmm. All right. How about you, Leishan?
Yeah, so I think early on in school, like going back to elementary school, I had a lot of struggle, like just navigating how school worked. And anytime I had like any questions or like struggling to do homework and assignments and stuff, like I thought my parents like knew everything, but you know, I was wondering why they like couldn't really answer any questions, and kind of realized later on that they didn't really have all the answers. They didn't know jack shit about what I'm going through in school. Like, how do I make friends, and why is no one in the school like looking like me? Basically, like I went to pretty much like an all white people school, like just based around like the place I live in. Like we live in a place that is very Irish Catholic and Italian. So it's very rare that you would see other Asian kids. Like there was maybe one or two other Asian kids, but they didn't know any like Asian languages. I think one of them was at least adopted. I remember what like his dad coming into like parent teacher conferences, and he was like a biker dude, like white guy, ponytail, like leather jacket. I'm like, he doesn't look like my parents. So I was like, huh. But and then like growing up, my parents always emphasized getting good grades and finding a good paying job, good career. They sent me to Chinese school every Sunday so I could like keep up with Cantonese, but it was so hard to do that and keep up with school at the same time, because having my time spread out like that was like I couldn't really keep up with assignments and stuff, and I didn't really feel it felt like I didn't need to go to Chinese school when I couldn't really like speak the language to any kids in school.
Yeah.
So, and I thought it was like kind of weird. Like I can only speak to my parents. When am I ever going to meet like other kids that are Asian or that speak Cantonese and speak like me? And I didn't really keep up with it, and kind of most of the language is kind of lost to me. I can kind of listen in on some Cantonese now, but not really be able to carry a conversation. But I later on, I do kind of regret not keeping up with it, because I feel like my life would have been a little more rich, I would say, if I could like speak another language, or at least like my home native language. I would say there was some video evidence of Cantonese being my first language, like speaking it like really young, and I learned English through like through kids in school and watching TV all the time with captions on, and that was like how I got like pretty decent at spelling and like speaking. But that was also like another reason why I never picked up the area's accent, because there wasn't really like a specific accent on like from people speaking on TV. But in my area, there's like a very distinct accent. Not to like exactly dox where I live, but it's a very harsh, distinct kind of accent. You would know when you hear it.
Right. No, I get that, because the amount of times that people in my chat have been like, "You're from here, aren't you?" I'm like, "Man, fuck."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no,
It's very it's kind of
I
obvious.
I have a very strong Midwest accent, and fucking Audio was making fun of me earlier, bitch.
Oh my god.
It is what it is. Do you feel like do you want to try to bring back like learning Cantonese for yourself now?
I do. I've always thought about that, and it's really hard to find the time and resources to do that because there's not really a lot for Cantonese specifically.
For
There's a
sure.
lot of
Yeah.
resources for Mandarin Chinese, of course, and also growing up, my parents spoke different kind of flavors of Cantonese. My dad spoke Taisan, and my mother spoke, I guess, the more like traditional Cantonese, like I guess normal Cantonese.
Mm-hmm.
And it was kind of confusing figuring out like how you say certain phrases because my dad would sound completely different than my mom.
For sure. Yeah.
God.
And then like I guess like going into career stuff, my parents always thought like, you should get a job that pays a lot, like either lawyer, doctor, like accountant, and
Typical Asian jobs. Yeah.
yeah,
Model minority jobs.
of course.
Yeah.
And they look at other parents' successful kids, like, oh, this we know someone whose kid graduated from Harvard. Why can't you be like him? Like that
Oh, what
kind of
the hell?
stuff. Like I think that kind of goes
Yeah.
goes in hand with what Boomy was talking about.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Always the subject to comparison. And they thought like, oh, they took a really successful route. Why can't you do the same? And it turns out I don't have any interest in being an accountant or being a lawyer or being in like real estate. My dad was really, really into real estate, and I had zero interest in that. And growing up, I had an interest in computers, so I tried to get into computer science. Studied that for 4 years before realizing that I did not want to do that anymore. This sucks, and changed majors, like not too drastic of a change, but in like a similar field. And they thought like they at some point they kind of gave up on me a little bit, and like I talked about this yesterday, they kind of like refocused their projection of goals to my sister after I've been defiant enough for so many years that I found my own career and trying to make do with what I got. But even if it's not exactly what they'd imagined that I would become. Sorry if you hear my dog barking a lot.
It's okay.
She is very excited about something.
That's dogs for you.
Yeah.
Is your dog AAPI?
She's actually from Texas, so she's a yeehaw type of gal.
No, I totally understand where you're coming from. Even with like, just trying to learn like the language on your own for Vietnamese, like all like the channels to learn Vietnamese online are all northern dialect. Which is considered the correct dialect, quotation marks, blah, blah, blah. I speak mostly Southern. I can speak both, but I mostly speak Southern because most of my family is Southern. Also,
you know what's fun is, sorry.
No, you're good.
You know what's fun is like when I'm scrolling through TikTok, sometimes I get videos of how to speak certain phrases in Cantonese. I feel like that's kind of fun and useful sometimes. Like if only I could find like a dedicated channel or something like that.
For sure. I just think it's so funny because at least when it comes to the Vietnamese, from what I can tell, even with my family, North and South fucking hate each other, okay? Because we also say the words completely different. Like I think like we use like a different word for the word fork. And I remember getting into like a huge argument with my cousins from the north side over the word fork for some reason. But no, I get it because when it came to my second generation siblings, it was so hard for them to learn Vietnamese because they didn't go through the torture ritual that I did to speak Vietnamese.
Torture ritual?
Yeah, I got locked in a room every single day. Every single day after school and had to watch a bunch of Vietnamese soap operas and I had to reiterate them back.
Soap operas? That was the education program they chose?
Yeah, soap operas.
I grew up watching a lot of Cantonese and Chinese kind of like soap operas growing up. My parents got like this satellite that picked up Chinese channels, and we would watch
Okay.
like stuff from Hong Kong all the
Mhm.
time.
Yeah, I'm really fluent, and I feel like sometimes my siblings are really jealous of the fact that I'm super fluent. I try my best to teach them too, but it's really hard to teach them when our only options, because even when we bought some books like to learn Vietnamese, it's all Northern dialect. They only know Southern, right? But it's okay. They know enough to survive. They know how to cook the food. I taught them. They're fine. But anyways, how about you, Ibiki?
When I was growing up, my parents had a lot of expectations of me, just like firstborn child type of thing. I had to set an example for my younger brother, but mostly my mom, she didn't have a lot of the answers, but my dad did since he came to the US when he was really young. So he was like 1.25, like really small. So
Mhm.
what's really interesting is that um all of my dad's side, they all came from Hanoi, but when things got really bad, they moved south all the way to Ho Chi Minh. And almost everybody has the northern accent except for my dad. And
Oh, okay.
and my mom, she speaks like in like the more common dialects and Hue.
Wait, okay.
Yeah, and I wish that I could look up online with like learning how to speak it. And the only way that I learned how to was through my grandma and my relatives. Everyone spoke it, but like I am the weird one because I don't speak in Hue with like everyone does.
You know,
So
I
I
can't
am like
understand Hui at all. Genuinely, Hui is like at all. Like I have I have a friend that speaks fully Hui, and every time she talks, I just stare at her. It's like dial-up noises. Like, what are you saying? Like, and it sounds so interesting. So that's actually really cool, honestly.
yeah, there's only a couple of phrases that I know, like đi đâu vậy is like 我đi đâu rồi?
Mm-hmm.
Where are you going? And that's that's literally it. I don't know anything else
Yeah,
from
I don't even know how to explain how they speak, but it's like if the North is considered the correct way, and the Southern is considered country slang, I feel like Hui is considered mountain. It's mountainous dialect because there's a lot of like the indigenous groups in the Hui area in Vietnam that also speak like an offset of Hui. So I always found that really interesting when I did travel back to Vietnam and I was in the Hue area, and they literally looked at me like I had like a second head because I couldn't understand them and they couldn't understand me. You know, but we were all tactically still speaking the same language.
They put me through every like on every Sunday, just like Lei Shen was speaking, and I relate so hard to it that I got to learn how to write and read, just like Vietnamese literature in general. But the way that they taught us was in the northern like in the northern dialects.
Mm-hmm.
So nothing, I didn't get to retain anything from my mom's side. So it's something that I regret, and I I still struggle to find resources on it, but I do find that there's some content creators on TikTok that like speak in Hue, and I actually really enjoy that a lot more because I get to be a little bit closer to my heritage from my mom's
That's sick
side.
for sure. Yeah, I've seen them too, and it's really super cool to see how the internet has allowed us to just even like this panel to allow us to connect and share our experiences and find a way to connect ourselves to our culture so we don't lose it. You know, so I think that's just super cool. I hope that you're able to achieve that. Alrighty. So my stomach, for some reason, made a gurgle. Maybe it's the Red Bull. I'm gonna ask this next question. Feel free to take the floor. I will be right back. Okay. So, did you have to deal with financial struggles growing up, and how did that affect you? Go ahead, Ange. I will be right back. I'm so sorry.
No. I hope
My
you're
guts.
okay.
Good
Not
luck.
the Red Bull. Financial struggles? I guess my only financial struggles I had was when I first started my career path because it was so unorthodox and undefined at the time. Like people were doing professional cosplay, but it was only like Yaya Han and Jessica Nigri at the time.
Mhm.
So there, I don't even
Big
know if
fan.
people in the VTubing world know those names, but
I do.
I
Yeah,
okay.
I've been following them for years.
Yeah, those
Yeah.
are like the only
Actually, met
pro
Yaya at
cosplayers.
KatsuCon like 10 years ago.
Oh, that's so
Katsu.
cool. Oh, that's awesome. So they were like the only people who have like figured it out financially. Um, so I was, dude, when I first started my career path, I was literally making like $70 a month. Like that's what I
Oh
was
my
living
goodness.
off of. And I was at my parents' garage. Like I was living in their garage because they didn't want me to live in their house if I wasn't being educated. So it was crazy, honestly. I don't know how I got through that. I was with a partner at the time who helped me through a lot of it financially. Um, yeah, it wasn't until that took off and then Patreon became a thing that I started making money off of cosplay. So, um, until then, it was I don't know. I don't even know what I was eating or anything at the time. Probably nothing. What about you? What about you guys? Like, I want to pass the mic around.
I think Hebe is next.
Oh, I think growing up we struggled a little bit with finances, primarily because like my dad was like the sole like money maker, and my mom was like the typical like stay at home mom. There was like four little babies. It was like me and my three younger siblings, and so my mom was had her like hands full like trying to take care of us and everything. So it was like a little bit difficult considering that my dad was like the sole money maker. So we had the whole like frugality, like super big money pinching um thing going on. I never knew what an allowance was. I don't know if you guys got allowances, but I had no
No.
idea what an
No.
allowance
No
was.
way.
No.
I when I
Never
heard
heard
my
of her.
friends talk about allowances, like, oh, my mom gave me like the whenever the book fair came around at school, I had no money to spend. Like I
For
would just sit on the
real.
side and watch my friends
Nothing.
buy stuff, and I'm like, I don't know what this is.
Did anyone else have to do this where like if you wanted something, you'd have to like formulate a pitch and then like catch them on a
Yeah.
good
Yes.
day?
Yes, I
Yes.
had to.
And then
Okay.
I'd still have to earn my own money.
Yeah.
I
I think.
like.
Oh,
Oh,
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Sorry.
Oh, my bad.
Go
It's
ahead.
just
Go
a
ahead. Go
small
ahead.
anecdote. I wanted money like so bad so I could buy manga for myself, but my
Aw.
parents, they were like, they're cheapskates, only like throwing us a nickel at a time. I like made a whole restaurant with my brother. We came up with like a theme for or we came up with a hotel. We had like a theme for a restaurant. We printed out menus. I like made a spa thing for them. I'll be like, I will massage your feet. Like, just pay me 10 cents so I could get a little bit of
Oh my
money.
god.
You know, I also had to massage my parents to get money as well. What
Yeah.
about anyone else?
I
Yeah,
think it
me
was mostly
too.
Not the
like
massaging part, but
trying to like do chores to get money. Like, oh, I'll wash the dishes. I'll
Oh
I'll
my
do it for
god.
like 50 cents type of thing. So
Yeah,
I
my
guess that's like
parents.
our.
Oh yeah, my parents. They would be like, "Chores are chores. You had to do them. We don't pay you for that." they're hell strict.
Did you guys ever have to use like the herbal oils and stuff to like massage them with and like
oh, the
tiger
green
balm or
stuff.
something?
It's like the golden eagle one. I think I'm familiar with. It's like the green oil.
Yeah,
that
the
I
green,
think
the
it
Yes,
green
is.
that's the
stuff.
one that my
Yeah,
Oh
mom
yeah.
my
uses.
god.
You could
Bro,
smell
is
it.
this child labor? Hmm.
Are we
Not to
explaining
Asian
something?
Oh
parents.
yeah, they
No.
were shameless about child labor.
Family. It's a family thing, you know.
Yeah.
hmm
Did you guys I know this is like kind of off topic, but still on the topic of finances, like did you guys have siblings that also contributed or
Luckily, my parents, they are very business oriented, so I lived in a comfortable life. So no one had to pitch in money for anything.
Mm.
There's
my
something that
oh,
go ahead.
Oh.
I was gonna say my parents owned a restaurant, and my sister and I were basically like their workers. As soon as we were able to, I guess, work really, just like do any sort of physical labor for them, they're like, okay, we want you to come to the restaurant and like pack bread for us and pack fortune cookies, and eventually you'll be a cashier at like when you're like 14, you're at the front and dealing with people, and you kind of don't know why, and I need to like do homework and stuff. Why am I here? And
Yeah.
Did they ever expect you to like inherit that restaurant?
there was some talk about it. Like my dad kind of like passed the idea along to me, and of course I was not interested in it.
Yeah.
But my dad, like, he kind of tried to, pitch it in a way like, oh, you would have your own business, you would make like so much money. We were not making that much money, so he kind of like growing up, he kind of gave me the illusion that we made a lot of money, but he would just like drop some random cash to me whenever I like wanted something or wanted to like go anywhere. So I was like, oh, we got money, yeah. And then yeah, it turns out we're not exactly doing so hot. And then I kind of wonder now, like, how are they getting the money from the business right now? So I didn't exactly ask about that, but I'll just I don't know if there's like they're like in trouble or something or what, but eventually they sold the place, and I did not end up picking that business up.
Mm. I see Taiga movement.
Taiga's lurking.
My bad. I was kind of the Shinji meme, but I'm okay now. I'm okay. I do not recommend the Red Bull Amber Edition Strawberry Apricot. I don't know what the fuck it did to my guts, but I'm moving it away. No more.
It's moving through you like.
Oh, I saw the Lord. I'm not gonna lie. My life flashed before my eyes.
Oh my goodness.
All right, where were we at for this question? Did everyone get to answer while I was shitting my life?
And I kind
bouncing
of
around.
answered.
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, do you feel comfortable with moving to the next topic then?
For sure.
All
Yeah.
right, okay. So the next question is, did you ever feel like you don't fit with either of your cultures? And I'll include the next one with this one also. Did you ever feel like you were developing your own unique version of culture instead? Go ahead, Ange.
I mean, did I ever feel like I didn't fit into either culture? I feel like I felt like very integrated into the Canadian culture. Most of my friends were Canadian, and most of my friends were French Canadian growing up. So they were like, "Oh, whoa, what's this? Why are your hot dogs red?" Whoa, like in Filipino food, like a lot of Filipino food was really different. So they found that strange. I would eat it with my family and stuff, but I didn't know any Tagalog growing up either. So I would say there was a big separation for me culturally growing up. Like we didn't do any of the traditional Filipino things either, like wearing garments or anything like that. So did I make my own culture growing up? What do you mean by that question?
So for a lot of second gens, I think is my mouth moving? for the second gen, I don't know why I said that. I'm sorry, my brain just lagged. The panel yesterday, they said that because they didn't feel like they fit in either of them, they had to go out of their own way to learn the culture themselves.
Oh, like learn about it themselves. I feel like even now I don't really know that much about Filipino culture. I wish I knew more. I've never even been to the Philippines, but I would love to go someday. I think for that reason, I definitely identify more as like a 1.5 gen or even a second gen in some ways, because I know like almost nothing about Filipino culture other than a few words.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's me on that.
Do you feel disconnected from your Filipino culture then?
A little bit. I mean, when we go to like Filipino parties with like all my relatives and stuff who are like definitely first gen, yeah, like sometimes I don't know what they're talking about, and sometimes I don't understand like their expectations because the culture there is so different. Yeah, I do feel like an alien sometimes. I will say that.
For sure, for sure. How about you, Hebe?
I would say growing up, I definitely felt a lot of disconnect, considering that I was very mixed. I felt like I was never Vietnamese enough to hang out with my Vietnamese friends. I was never
no.
like Cambodian enough to hang out with like my Cambodian friends. I live in an area like growing up that was like a really high density like Vietnamese population. So like everyone who was kind of Vietnamese at my school kind of knew each other from like church or like school and like other outside like events in that sort of way. So I never felt like growing up I was ever like Asian enough growing up, even though like my parents tried their best to like integrate like like Lunar New Year or like other like small little like holidays throughout the year. But like the way that we did it was very well, here today is an event today. We're gonna eat special food and that's about it. They never really explained like the history behind it or anything like that. Growing up, I never learned my dad's dialect of Cantonese. He speaks Teochew, which is like a really old like dialect of like Cantonese that isn't really spoken anymore. And his reasoning behind was, well, I'm not going to teach you because no one's going to speak it. Therefore, it's not going to be useful to you in the future. So in that sort of case, like I didn't have that either. And because I was mixed, English was primarily like the main language spoken in our household. Growing up as an adult now, I feel like I kind of have to like scramble and find little pieces and like look up history and about like my culture and like learn about it through like other people. That's kind of like how I'm like now as an adult, like kind of integrating that into my lifestyle now, if that makes sense.
For sure, yeah. I totally get that. I think I was talking about it with the panel before you guys and the panel yesterday too. There was a lot of people that like had just a lot of internalized guilt, feeling like the disconnect from their culture, but then not knowing any better because they were raised as Americans and their parents wanted them to be American to make their lives easier, in their heads, right? But then as like, second generation start growing up, the guilt that they feel is that they don't want to lose the small amount of culture they have, what they've been given. And then, we get the wonderful invention of the internet. We're able to do that research ourselves. So
thank goodness for TikTok.
Honestly, government, don't take TikTok away.
Don't take it away. It's our only link to our history.
That's what I'm saying.
I think that they're suing right now. But anyways.
That's okay. Fighting the government.
Yeah, they're trying to fight the ban.
It's always the old people trying to make decisions for us, right? Womp womp.
Yeah, fucking fossils.
Amen.
All right. How about you, Lopsy?
I had a very like severe like I guess cut from my culture because Hmong people, the Hmong people, older generation, they're very strong in their beliefs. So it's like you get married young, you have kids young, old old Hmong men are allowed to marry young like children. Like back then I would hear stories about communities marrying like these old 50-year-old Hmong men marrying these 11 to 12-year-old Hmong girls.
Oh, what the hell?
In America, yes. Because they're very that's how they lived in Laos and like Thailand and Vietnam and stuff. And that was just how it was. Like they would marry a young girl, have lots of kids with her, and they would start a farm and stuff. So I was very cut off from a lot of that culture, whereas like very backwards thinking, not like you can do your own thing, but you had to follow what like elders say, even if it's like not good. So my parents, they knew that was bad, and so that's one of the good things about my parents. They would shield my siblings and I from a majority of that. However, you know how when you go to church, there's like always you see these you see it in church still, like my parents would say just ignore those old people married to these young people, and that just like kind of made me disgusted at a young age of my culture. So I just vehemently avoided my culture for a very long time. And it was only like recently, like about 5 years ago, I started being more interested in my culture again, because those old people are dead. so it's like younger people are now doing their own like type of culture stuff, and it's more interesting to see how it has grown. Like younger people know it's like those stuff is bad. Those stuff are, oh my god, how do I speak? That stuff is bad. Sorry, I had like a hell of a brain fart.
No, for sure. No worries.
But yeah, it now younger people they like to integrate, since Hmong people are like they're kind of like nomadic. They're like kind of everywhere in Asia. They're in China, they're in Laos, they're in Thailand, they're in Japan, Korea, everywhere. They're just everywhere, since they like move around a lot, and they don't really have a like a main country to live in. They're just everywhere. So all these cultures coming together, and you have like an amalgamation of like different parts of all these cultures from like all these different kinds of countries, becoming like integrating into like Hmong culture as well. So like there's like I met like Korean Hmong people before, and it was so weird because like they would show these Korean food, but it wasn't really Korean. It had like Hmong twist to it. Like I don't know, Hmong people really like eating I don't know, everything from an animal. So they would put like all these stuff in these Korean foods with like these like the I don't know. I wouldn't say like untasty parts of the animals, but like the like
guts, gizzards, liver,
all those stuff.
yeah.
And it would be like, oh, that's cool. I'm still not gonna eat that though, even though it reminds me of a different Korean food. All that stuff.
It's good.
I enjoy it. I'm not a picky eater though.
Yeah,
It's
I
okay.
don't think I like this stuff.
No worries.
It's not my thing.
I don't yuck other people's yums. You're all good.
But
Do
yeah,
Filipinos have something similar? But yeah,
I think so. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, same with Vietnamese. Yeah.
yeah, I think every Asian culture has that poor people dish. They just put in all those stuff in there, and they're like, okay, it's time to eat.
It's time to eat. It's sustenance, baby. Don't even question it.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so this is like kind of off topic, but I saw a video like a while back where there's these Asian people, and they like slaughtered an animal recently, and they took all the what it was gonna be poop from the intestines, and they made it into a ball, and they ate it. they
Chocolate.
As someone that was just on the toilet, I don't know if I might have to yuck that yum.
Yeah.
That
They eat that stuff over there, so that's why my parents never want to go back. They're like, oh, they're too poor. I don't like their food. I like America. Yeah.
You know what? It's so bad.
My parents never want to go back to like Laos, and they're like, okay, yeah, no, the food is kind of poor there. Because that's where they grew up, in the jungles, eating that stuff. So yeah, they really like American culture. So I grew up mostly like American.
Yeah, for sure. How about you, Boomy?
I would say as a mixed girl, yeah, definitely have felt like, oh man, do I really fit in either of these? I don't know. I would say mine's just kind of layered, right? Because for one, like yeah, my dad is from the States, but like I grew up in Hawaii from 2nd grade until 8th grade, which has a wildly different demographic than like the mainland does. So I feel like that's also kind of separated me from being like, okay, yeah, I'm American, but I also don't feel or at least when I first moved to the mainland, like I didn't feel American enough.
For sure. Yeah.
And I also felt very isolated from my family. We lived in Okinawa for a couple years, so we would like go visit my family often. But even then, when we were visiting them, like I didn't speak Japanese, so I couldn't really get to know my cousins that well. It was mostly just their like gestures or playing Mario Kart or something and being like, "Number one, come on!" Like, you know, very simple English. But then, like, I also didn't feel black enough to like, I don't know, hang out with my dad's family comfortably. We didn't visit them too often because, you know, we were in Japan and then Hawaii, and they lived in the Midwest. So it was very expensive to go over there and visit them often. I think it was like my own internalization. I was just kind of like, oh, everybody in this side of the family acts this way. So I don't know, like maybe, I don't know, just me internalizing my own difference. Yeah, even like when I went to Tokyo earlier this year, I've always felt Japanese, but I've only ever been to Okinawa. Like earlier this year was my first time going to Tokyo. So going there for the first time, I was even just like, man, like this isn't the Japan that I know. Like I've been going to Japan, or at least just Okinawa, like throughout my entire life. And even then, even though I don't know Okinawan culture deeply, there's like a different vibe. So I was just thinking, I feel Japanese, but more than feeling Japanese, I feel Okinawan, which feels even more niche. And then being American, I don't really relate with being like straight up American because Hawaii, like my middle school was 50% like AAPI students, lots of military kids, lots of mixed kids. My elementary school was also really similar. Like we had a mix of military kids, local kids. Our teachers were all local. So we were always like very exposed to AAPI holidays. We did Lunar New Year. I remember every year for Lunar New Year, we'll have like a Lunar New Year class party. We'd also do like the coloring books, and we went on a field trip to the Chinatown in Hawaii to go to like the butchers, and they had like the pigs' heads in there. They showed us the butchers and like
No.
I don't know why. I think we're in like third grade.
Yeah, that's
and then
crazy,
we went to like
actually.
a Chinese bank and stuff, and they told us about Lunar New Year. Our school was like very multicultural too. So during those class holiday parties, we'll have like Filipino kids bring in lumpia, Vietnamese kids bring in like some food. You know, the white kids bring in their food, black kids bring in their food. It was like a very, very delicious like class holiday parties that we had. We had like yeah. But none of my friends were like the same background as me. But I wasn't like an oddity when I was in Hawaii. It wasn't until after I moved to the East Coast in 8th grade where I realized like, oh, maybe I'm not as like the same American as everybody else is. Because not only was barely anybody in my new middle school a military brat like I was, they also like the school wasn't as diverse either. It was still more diverse than I think your average American school, but it wasn't like as diverse as the ones in Hawaii. I think I went from like, you know, where everybody is Asian, or at least like mixed Asian, or has some sort of exposure to Asian cultures, to maybe the only Asian kids that I would interact with were like maybe a handful of Korean kids or a handful of Vietnamese kids. But yeah, I was always hit with like that. Oh, you're so exotic. Like I've never met a Blasian before. You know,
Oh,
I
what the
felt
hell?
very reduced to being like a Pokemon, you know, and I never
For sure,
really
yeah.
noticed that until I moved. But I think nowadays I feel a lot more secure with it. Joining an Asian interest sorority definitely helped me because there's like a lot of different sisters from different backgrounds, full Asians, mixed Asians,
That's
non-Asians,
awesome.
and yeah, I think it really helped me reaffirm like, oh, you know, my identity is a bit of a long-winded answer, but at the end of the day, like as long as I'm confident being myself, like that doesn't matter where I fit in and where I don't.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. And I remember speaking to a few of my friends that are Okinawan, and they were telling me that Okinawans consider themselves Okinawan before Japanese. Do you also,
Yes.
is that something that your mother's side, right, feels the same way?
Yeah. She would. I feel like she kind of like picks and chooses when's the most convenient for her, to be honest. But anytime Japan is like maybe they're not getting the best PR, she'll be like, "Oh yeah, of course the Japanese are like, oh yeah, Tokyo people are so rude." Like she's not. Yeah, she'll claim Japanese when it's convenient for her, but other times,
Yeah,
most of the
yeah.
time she's like, kind of looking down on them, just like, oh yeah, they used to discriminate against us back in the day. Like my aunt had to change her last name to hide that she was Okinawan and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. I remember about that because we definitely had a long talk about it, me and my friend, because I was really interested. I didn't realize that there was a huge distinction about it. But yeah, that's actually super cool. All right, thank you for sharing. How about you, Lei Shen?
I think I got a lot of exposure to like what Americans celebrate and what my family celebrates because I used to hang out with my neighbors who were white, and we always celebrated the holidays that my family didn't celebrate. So normally we would do like Chinese New Year and Mid Autumn Festival, and that's kind of like really it. And even then, we didn't really go all in on it. And my dad was kind of already like really assimilated into American culture as he immigrated here like pretty early on, really young. So he had the time to really like get to understand how like American culture works. So he wasn't he spoke English like pretty well and had a better understanding of like American holidays than my mother did. But I used to celebrate like holidays with my neighbors, like Thanksgiving and Easter, and that was like really the only way I knew like those holidays existed when I was growing up. And I don't know, I feel like it's hard to fit into like either culture is just based like for on the American side, just based on like how I look, it's kind of like a mixture of discrimination and curiosity. Because there will be a lot of people who will be like curious about like what I celebrate, and I don't know. I don't really know like what to tell them aside from like what we celebrate at my neighbor's place, and just like Chinese New Year, we get like red envelopes and stuff, and food, and that's all I really cared about at the time. And I didn't really know too much about like what kind of things we celebrate on my family's side, because like again, my dad didn't really have like a emphasis on it, and my mom just kind of like is like whatever really too. So I guess like those two holidays would be like the main things we would celebrate to like get everybody together. Like because we didn't do like Thanksgiving or Christmas or even like they didn't even really know what Easter was about or like whatever other holidays there are. And yeah, I just it's hard to find like my own cultural identity in a way. Like when I was in university, I tried to check out like an Asian American society. Like we had one of those, and just to like see how it was, and it felt like really hard to relate to a lot of people there, because I think a lot of them that I was talking to like grew up in places where they had a decent Asian population and grew up with like um, doing Asian family things a lot, and like knowing their language, and I'm just like I don't know anything here. So it was kind of like it felt like really tough to talk to people and fit in that way too. Just felt like
An
an anomaly, I guess. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I see that for sure. Yeah. How about you, Ibiki?
For a long time, I felt like disconnected from being Vietnamese, but like reflecting back onto it, my parents integrated me into like our dense population of like Vietnamese people. It was a small community, but since it was like church, we all got to like attend church together with them. They also like held festivals and stuff for Mid-Autumn Festival and New Year's. And we also celebrated the American holidays, which was really nice. And my mom was especially more interactive with other Vietnamese people. She was definitely the more social one besides my dad. Where she wouldn't only just connect with like the Vietnamese people at her church, but she would also visit the Buddhist temple in our local area to connect with other Vietnamese people. And she stayed in touch with family even all the way out in Vietnam and like just in different locations as well. So she stayed. Because of that, she would force me into calls with relatives that I never met.
Yeah.
She would be like, "Hey, come talk to my cousin." I'm just like, "Who's your cousin?" And she would just show me like, "Hey, this is my daughter, like say hi to her." And then I remember like her cousin saying like, "Does your daughter even speak Vietnamese? She's not talking."
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Always.
I felt a little bit different from my other Vietnamese peers, even though I like saw them like every week. They were more Americanized and whitewashed. Some of them like spoke very little Vietnamese and it was hard to connect with them. And additionally, I was so into anime and I had a hard time trying to connect and find someone that could enjoy those interests with me. And also like to be more passionate about learning our language and culture because I didn't stray away from it. My family, they, like I mentioned yesterday, my family would bring home like the Vietnamese dub, like Super Sentai and like other anime. And I grew up watching Journey to the West in Vietnamese dub. And
Yeah, for sure.
And I got to hear stories from both sides of my family because I always had questions about it. And additionally, they also had me watch like folklore, like Vietnamese folklore, like the old, just like variation, just like the Vietnamese versions of it, like Cinderella and just like some that are original to Vietnam and stuff, which was really, really cool. In terms of that, I felt different when I would go to school because for most of elementary school, primarily it was all Caucasian and very few person of colors at my school. So there'd be kids that would like obviously didn't like me and they would like put their fingers over their noses whenever I would bring my mom's as egg rolls or like
Oh
just
god,
like
that
food.
shit. Yeah.
They'd be like, "You, what's that?" Oh,
Wow, they're missing out.
Nah,
I
for
wouldn't
real.
eat that.
Now they love that shit.
I know.
Like,
Now they want that shit.
uh,
Crazy.
Literally. And like I remember this one time my grandma made about like 40 egg rolls for a school thing where everyone was supposed to bring food in. And I remember seeing the kids taking the egg rolls and just like throwing it under the table.
What
Yeah, that
the
happens
fuck?
to me too.
so
Yeah.
rude.
Like
Nah, I
with
would have
these
beat the
white
fuck
parents
out of
and
them,
stuff,
bro.
they would just throw food away.
No, yeah, that's
Yeah.
really funny you mentioned
Insane.
that because I remember when I was in, oh my god, I think it was like middle school, and I had brought lunch, and my mom had packed me rice with laksung and gan, it's like Chinese sausage and some soup. I remember this kid was like, "What the fuck is that?" And I was like, "It's fucking food, bitch." And you know, he's like, it looks nasty. I was like, "Okay, bitch, you look nasty with your fucking lunchable ass." And then he stole one of the laksung and he ate it. And he's like, "Oh." And I was like, "Yeah? Yeah, what about it?" He's like, "Oh, you know, this is kind of good." I was like, "Yeah, it's better than your fuck ass lunchable, isn't it?" Let's just say I fought a lot of kids when I was younger. I was an angry child. But
At least he learned.
He learned. He definitely learned.
I didn't feel super disconnected from like the culture as much as I thought I did. I think more socially because of my ADHD and like feeling different from everyone else because everyone seems so much more normal, but it might have, I feel like it's a lot of it was in my head because of all the things that I was going through as a kid.
For sure.
You know what was like interesting is that like over at my church, I don't want to like dox myself, but they like invited Paris by Night singers and like
Yeah.
Leon Cook
Yeah,
over
yeah.
over to like our church to sing and stuff, and
That's
it's
actually
like really
hilarious.
surprising. Right?
Yeah, no, I've met the Paris by Night hosts. They still look so young. I don't know how, whatever. I don't know if they're sacrificing like firstborn children and like eating their collagen or something. I don't know how they still look like that, but let it be known, I'm a little jealous.
Right? I remember talking to one of the singers and he was and I was like telling him, "Oh, like I watched you when I was like really, really little." And he was like, "Well, when was that really, really little?" I was like, "Oh, when I was like 6 years old." And he's like, "How old are you now?" "I'm 21." And I could tell that he was just looking into the void for a second.
Like, damn, that's a fetus. That's funny. Okay, we had one more question, but I think like a lot of us already touched on that with like, you know, like just like in general when we were talking about it. And the last question was, how are your family relations with your family members back in your home country? But I think overall we kind of touched on that already. How do you guys feel? How was the panel? I think we
This was
got
a
to learn a lot
great
today.
therapy session. Thank you everyone for coming.
I'm really glad that you guys are able to come and share your experiences. I've learned a lot today. I learned a lot of things that I wouldn't have experienced as someone that's first generation. So thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to share with us. I know a few of you guys are also a part of other panels, so we might see you guys again later, right?
Yes.
I know.
Not me, bye. No, I'm kidding.
I know for Boomy, Boomy said that she is a military kid, and Katsun sent me a document she wanted me to share for like the military kids for other AAPI, because she wasn't able to make it today. So if you are able to make that, I definitely would love to read it and speak to someone that knows what that's like, because I don't. So I'll be speaking for Katsun. So if you are there, that'd be super lovely.
Hell yeah.
I do have to take the 1/3 generation because there was no thirds that were around yesterday, so I gotta take the one today. So did you guys want to say anything to chat before I move on to the next session?
Mwah, kisses, uppies.
Thank you so much again, guys. I hope you guys had a good time.
Yeah, I guess the
Thank
only thing
you.
I
Thank
want
you for
to
hosting.
Thank you for hosting.
Enjoy your hard work. You're doing amazing. Go get that drink.
Thank you. Fuck this Red Bull. I'm moving as far away as I can as possible. I'll catch some of you guys later. The ones that I might not catch, thank you again for taking time out of your day to spend with me.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to Chat2 for supporting all of these amazing AAPI creators as well. I think that that's a really great way to support our culture, is support them in their endeavors in life. So thanks, Chat, for supporting all these cool guys.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yeah, thanks everybody.
All right. See you later, guys.
Bye-bye.
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 Alrighty, gamers. We have only one person for third. So we'll probably, this one might be quick because it's gonna be one person talking. And then after that we have LGBTQ. I think this is a Daisy. No, wait, hold on. Daisy. No? Flower? What is it? Blossom. Never mind. It's a fucking blossom. I'm just stupid. But yeah, thank you so much to the second gens. Second gens always get to stay a little longer because they have more to share, and there's so many of them. I feel like there's way less. I think like when it comes to like the numbers, it's like first gen, maybe like 20%, and then second gens would be like 60%, and then third gens would be the last 20. Because I feel like a lot of this generation is born from their first generation parents. So it was super cool to learn so much today. Where's Effity? I know he was just here earlier. Effity shakes waiting room. Where are you, Effity? Our 1/3 gen. I don't know where Phoebe or Bluebee are, so just playing it by ear right now. Second gen is if your parents were born in another country and moved to the US, right? Yes, you have to have at least one immigrant parent and you were born on native soil. Yeah. Yeah, I hope you guys have been having a good time. You know, maybe this is a good time for me to stretch. Oh my god. What did you guys eat today? I cut up a bunch of sausages and turned them into octopus and then slowly put sesame eyeballs while I ate them, so they didn't get to be sentient for long, but they were very delicious. I don't know, I feel like I can eat them like normally, but I feel like when they're like cut up into octopus, they just taste better, you know? Scrambled eggs, yum. Oh, I had a leftover Wendy's sandwich. Waffle, sausage, and hash brown. Damn! I want a fucking waffle. Noodles with egg. While we were going through friction, I made some grilled cheese. Ooh. I eat everything with sesame. I wish I could, but my brother's actually allergic to sesame seeds, so I try not to eat things with sesame around him. Chicken rice. Wendy's. Ads are about to start soon, so while they run, be a good time to drink, stretch, hydrate, get some snacks. Thumbs up. Wendy's, it was good. It was yesterday's Wednesday. One day. Well, fuck. Wow. I'm gonna touch my toes. I feel like the past, like, 2 to 3 days have been, like, such a blur for me, man. Like, I don't know what is... Whoa, the sun is out now? Dude, it was disgusting earlier. Getting another Baconator? I don't know. Maybe I'll eat something different today. Oh! Can I even reach my toes? Oh my god. Oh, my fuck. Oh, Lord have mercy. Ah! Wow. I think I just, like, cracked everything. That was kind of disgusting. The apple chicken salad is my favorite Wendy's. I cut up my nuggets. Oh, to add more protein. Taya hitting his yap limit. My god. Tomorrow's gonna be my day off. I'm gonna go get hot pot. Mr. Effity! Hello. It's just you. You get to have the stage for this one.
Yay!
Alrighty. So I did have some questions for third gen. I
Sure.
think they're okay, but the issue is that like I didn't have any third gens to test it, so you're gonna be the guinea pig.
Okay, that's fine.
Alright, cool. Get them toes. Alright, so you were here yesterday, but we'll still do the icebreaker again so we can introduce you to chat. Sound good?
Yeah, sounds good.
Alrighty, so icebreaker again. Name, pronouns, ethnicity, what you identify as, what type of streamer are you, and useless fact or talent. My name is Taiga. I'm a kitty bartender, a member of Invicta. My pronouns are he, him, cat. Ethnicity is Vietnamese cat. What type of streamer are you? Man, I don't know. At this, I do something. I hit go live. You know, whatever.
Rail.
Useless fact or talent. Oh, I used to do fencing.
Ooh.
I used to fence. Did you know that you can get some crazy fucking gnarly bruises from fencing just from getting like whipped by the tip of a rapier?
Yeah, what? I did not know that.
Yeah, no. I remember I was sparring with someone and I got 3 huge welts on my chest.
Oh man.
From getting hit by the rapier.
All I know about fencing is that you get killer legs because you squat all the time.
My legs are pretty sexy. I will admit my legs are pretty sexy. Alright, go ahead. Icebreaker.
Alright. My name's Ifity. I'm a third gen Cantonese Canadian, I guess.
Mhm.
I'm not American. Sorry.
It's all
I know
good.
that kind of defeats the point of being AAPI, but
That's
yeah, here we
okay.
are.
I accept you, our little Canadian.
My pronouns are he, him. I am a fighting game, roguelike, gacha streamer. I stream Street Fighter, Hades, and Honkai Star Rail / Weathering Waves recently.
Mhm.
And one useless fact about me, I'll do a different one this time, I guess. I used to, this is kind of reminded me since you're just talking about fencing, but I used to have a martial arts teacher. Hated it. Did it for like almost 3 years.
Uh-huh.
after we stopped training under her, she went on to become, it is a she, which is first of all kind of an interesting one considering I was living in Hong Kong. And she also became one of the really well-respected martial artists, and she's like in some sort of community now that I don't like. She's some sort of organization. I don't even remember her name. That seems to be a common thing. I don't remember anybody's name. Yeah.
All right, for sure. Let's get into it.
All right.
All right, so for third generation AAPI persons are defined as being birthed and raised on native soil and having 2 native parents. Does that relate to you? Or is like something like more specific for your situation?
I mentioned this yesterday when I was here earlier, but my mom was for those of you who weren't here yesterday, my mom is a second generation. She was born, raised in Vancouver, but she brought me and had me and my siblings in Hong Kong. Now, the reason why I don't really consider myself like someone from Hong Kong was because even though, you know, I was obviously raised in the country until I was about 18 when I moved to Canada, I went to an English speaking school. At home, I spoke English. And every summer we went to Vancouver to visit my grandparents for about 3 months in the year. So for all intents and purposes, I am a Canadian.
Canadian, true
yeah.
maple-blooded Canadian.
Yeah. I don't know don't know the anthem though.
All right, we'll go run through these questions for you then.
Right.
Do you still speak your mother tongue, or did you ever have a chance to learn your mother tongue?
I did. So this feels a little bit like cheating, but I grew up in the environment that I was a part of. You know, it was ever around me. In fact, I actually wanted to avoid speaking it wherever I could because I liked speaking English. I preferred speaking English. I just thought it was a better language. Like Chinese in general really frustrates me. I had I did really poorly in my language classes in Hong Kong. It's mandatory to take a language when you're in school. So one of them is Mandarin. And of course, there were others. There's, I think, French, Spanish, and Japanese. But of course, my parents were like, you have to do Mandarin. Like, there's no... there really isn't. For me, it was really just one option. That was Mandarin. So yeah, I did Mandarin for basically all of my middle school, all of my high school. In Hong Kong, it's all kind of one thing. And then I hated every second of it. I hated doing Mandarin. I regret not learning it more now, but funnily enough, even though Mandarin is technically a different language, I still do consider like it under the umbrella of like my mother tongue, as in Chinese. Cantonese and Mandarin for both are something that I consider like my mother tongue, and both of those are yeah,
for sure. That's sick. All right. Did you ever face discrimination from both your host culture and your heritage culture?
So this is something I also covered a little briefly in yesterday's talk, but I never really covered the discrimination part.
Right.
So growing up, I spoke predominantly English. So going out for me was actually really difficult because the environment around me spoke predominantly Chinese. It's kind of like almost like a reverse situation of like, I feel like most people on here, where it's like, you know, you might speak your mother tongue, but then everyone around you speaks English. For me, it was the opposite. And I would get that question a lot, where people would ask about my my accent in Cantonese or in Mandarin, whatever I spoke to them, or because I didn't know certain words, they would experience a lot of frustration and kind of give me a look. I appearance wise, I look very Asian. I am, I am, and so I guess my host culture. What's interesting is that growing up in a English private school, you have a lot of people who are expats, and that sort of feeds into this culture of like a predominantly American, like, or Western culture. Actually, more like, yeah, like a Western culture. And even though, what's really weird is that even though there were more Asians in the school, obviously, than like Caucasian people, but it actually felt like we were the minority somehow, which is really odd now that I think about it. Because from a numbers standpoint, we were definitely in the majority, but it felt like we weren't. Yeah, and I suppose I never really considered that, actually.
Until now, yeah.
Until now, yeah. That's funny.
For sure, for sure. Did you feel like you were separated from your culture then, because of that?
Yeah, easily. I have a lot of friends who were raised in more traditional families, and they, spoke Cantonese fluently, or they spoke Mandarin fluently. I even had a kid who, he was born and raised in Beijing. He looked like the whitest person on earth, but he spoke better Cantonese and Mandarin than me. He was fluent in both of them, actually. And that is more common than you think, and two, it's a little embarrassing if I've got to be real honest, right?
Right.
But I would say, like, there are a lot of places that I wasn't able to visit in my own area because I couldn't speak the language in a way that is sort of similar but somehow different from, I guess, a lot of AAPI experiences. And I did have to end up teaching myself a lot of the cultural stuff.
For sure, yeah.
Not because my mom was, it wasn't like she was removed from her own culture. It was more like she was just too busy. And so we were raised in this environment where we didn't know what our own culture was, almost. And it sounds weird to say that because on some level, I think we almost rejected our own culture. My siblings and I, whenever my parents would try to introduce us to parts of their culture, we would almost reject it. And now, obviously, now that I'm older, I kind of regret that. But the separation in culture was both, like, because I only really spoke English, and also partly my own fault, I'd say. But yeah.
Yeah, I think from the first and second generation panels, we had a lot of talk of the internalized guilt because of that. And it's mostly primarily seen in the second and third generations. Because they felt like I think a good chunk of them, it was just like the fact that because their parents were assimilated into American culture, some of them just kind of felt like, their children didn't need that. Like, why do they need their own country? Like, they're Americans now. Or Canadians. and it's just really sad for me to see like how many of them have felt like they're not enough for their heritage culture. And that's like a really big thing, and I feel like that's like why like this panel is here too, to show that like you're never too little. I just think that I think the best part about the internet is the fact that we have the opportunities to reach out and learn more about ourselves, about our cultures, and meet others to teach us. I just wish that there was how do I say this? There is definitely a lot of internalized racism also in just like Asian countries.
Oh, like for sure. I think even among each other, we have a lot of internalized racism and like microaggression.
Oh
even,
God, yeah.
Even among our own, ethnicities, like, we can say, oh yeah, like this one ethnicity might, look poorly onto another, but like even within like just the Chinese, I guess I can speak about this a little bit, but even among the Chinese people, there were like mainlanders, and then there was like
oh God, the mainlanders,
then,
yes.
And then you have people who in China itself, you have like the people from Beijing, the people from Shanghai, wherever. Yeah, no one hates the Chinese more than the Chinese. It's real,
yes.
Because we really we have so many biases against ourselves, and that also plays into, I guess, the separation from my old culture, because a lot of people would think that I'm not from here. I'm like a Canadian Chinese, American Chinese person, and I think I genuinely was treated a little differently than my friends who are, I guess, came off more local. Yeah, and that definitely. I definitely, when I was younger, I also played into that. I definitely would say that that internalized racism really stuck to me. Even now, actually, speaking of, I guess I'm the only one in this room, so I can yap.
Yes, you're welcome to yap until the sun gays show up.
So I went back to Hong Kong rather recently, and about 2 months ago, and I was there for a month. And politically speaking, right, there's a lot of people who believe that Hong Kong is sort of under the foot of China now. We're back in it, and it's a very different place. And so my mom, when I met her again in the airplane or the airport, she was like, yeah, don't be surprised if the place is like a little different. And at first I was like, how different could it be? It's like this place that I grew up in, just who cares if they've changed hands? It's like not a big deal, right?
Right.
And at first I didn't really see it, but the more time I spent, I was like, wow, there are parts where I can't even really put it into words, but there were subtle changes, and at first I was kind of like, whoa, is my own internalized racism against my own countrymen kind of playing a role into this? But there was definitely like almost like this air of tension between people who were predominantly from Hong Kong, and then people who came in, the people from PRC, right? And it changed a lot of the environment, like not in ways that are it's not like dystopia, but you just, I don't know, you feel it in the environment somehow. And it's actually one of the main reasons why I made the decision I'm probably not going to go back to live there right now.
Right.
If I were to ever, like have the decision to go back and be like, I'm going to live in Hong Kong, probably not,
Yeah, for sure.
I'm good.
Sure. No, I totally get that. I do too. Because I think we were talking about that in the first gen too. Because it's like, do you ever like feel the need to return back to your home country?
Yeah.
No.
I think the general consensus is usually like, at least from what I've seen, is no. But like some people,
yes.
they do go back because they feel a tie to it. I know a lot of people who you know they have a lot of trauma in regards to their home countries or home heritage cultures. But still they're like, you know, despite everything, I still love my heritage, my home. And I'm like, couldn't be me. Anyway. But it's I had a thing that I wanted to talk about, I guess. But it is just you and I, but I will ask it anyway. As a as someone who, you know, is so you were, was it second gen, was it?
First gen. I'm first gen.
First gen. Yeah. As someone who is first generation, do you think like your discussion of mental health is different from somebody who was from a later generation, or do you think that that was ever, because I think our generation, as in like in terms of our age, right, we're more aware of mental health more than ever, right?
Right.
I see it a lot in my family. I see it a lot in my peers. And I actually wanted to ask that question to the people of, you know, AAPI, and I wanted to see if not only there's the age generation gap, but also the, you know, first gen, second gen, or third gen, if they've have any trouble exploring mental health on their own, or explaining it to their family members, trying to broach that subject to them.
I think, let me see, how do I want to word this? So I feel like if I'm speaking from first gen, because I'm first gen, but my siblings are second gen. I think for the most part, if for first and second gen, we both suffer from the immigrant parent, right? And a lot of them are super traditional in the way where they're very tight on their beliefs. I think when it comes to mental health, oh my god, I remember the first time I told my mother I was depressed. I remember honestly, the story is really dark and very sad, so we're not going to go super deep into it. But I remember the first time I told her I was depressed. And she's like, no, you're not. And I was like, what do you mean? She's like, that's not real. Like, you're normal. I was like, well, ma'am, I'm so sorry to tell you, I am nowhere near normal. And I think that for a lot of us, if our parents are extremely traditional, right? It's so hard to speak about mental health because they find it, like, they consider it as a disease. They don't consider it, like, their children have to be normal, perfect, fine. So then, you know, comparing with other people's children, like, you know, my child can't be messed up.
My child, yeah.
Yeah, you know, my child is normal. So I think not just like AAPI in general, I think, my bad. I don't know why I burped.
That's okay.
A lot of mixed or persons of color and just in general probably are in this way because a lot of their parents don't want to see their children struggle, and they don't want to see their children suffering. So in their little warped fear-mongering way, they want to pretend that mental health doesn't exist, because if they pretend it doesn't exist and it can't be real, then their child cannot have it. So I think that's how I would interpret it. After I told my mom I was depressed, I never did that again because she made my life a living hell after that, let it be known. And she's like, no, my son is normal. My son is normal. What is therapy? I was like, okay, bitch, calm down. I ain't gonna say that shit again. Fuck you, lady. God damn it. For my second gen siblings, it was kind of the same way because, you know, we all shared the same mother.
Yeah.
And when they told me that they were depressed too, it's like, yeah, you want to know why? It's because we exited out of the same vagina. That's why we're all depressed, okay? It's because of this bitch.
Yeah.
But nah, it's It's really funny to think about. I think that at least a good chunk of us probably share that same sentiment, because even Taisei right there, as a third, fourth gen, we finally hit the time where all of us have mental health problems and get to talk about it. Second, third, my parents don't exist but don't acknowledge it. First, second, doesn't exist. You are alive and therefore your mental health is fine. That's very real. That or how some parents would feel embarrassed that their child has it and would try to hide it. 100%. They just don't want it to be real.
A lot of the time they also kind of consider like I have the sort of, my mom is a second gen and then my dad is very traditional, first, almost like a first gen, and I've had the discussion with both of them equally. My mom was much more understanding of my mental health issues, as opposed to, I think my dad told me something along the lines of just walk it off, like and I don't really see how you can have any depression when you're not struggling.
Right.
Yeah, that happens a lot, and I will like you, I will not get into it. But it's a very interesting look into, now we are in an environment now, I think, that we're able to be like, yeah, we do have mental health issues, and mental health is like a real thing, and sort of observing a lot of this internalized denial, right? That not only that we have it, but like our family members also have these mental health problems, also, yeah, I mean, not just depression, not just ADHD or whatever, but like, being having autism or being on the spectrum of autism.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, 100%.
Something that a lot of people, sort of now are sort of coming to terms with, which I think is great. I think awesome. But back then, very much
back then, absolutely not.
Yeah. And I remember, I am someone who has ADHD, and it was quite literally like a living hell, because I didn't know how to express it. That I have this like huge issue with studying, like sitting down, very traditional studying where you sit down for 4 or 5 hours and you just stare at a book. I'm like, I can't do this. Like, I literally, I can't, I can't just sit here for more than an hour, and you can't expect me to absorb any of this information. But that's just how people study, right? Like, that's how people study in Hong Kong or in Asia, in like my culture. And you just sit there, and if you get it, you get it, and if you don't, you're there until you do. So kind of a lot of that was a big part of my growing up, I suppose, being like, I have ADHD and I need to be a member of STEM if at all possible.
Yeah, no, for sure. I totally get that, 100%. Let's see, let me catch up with chat. Taisei says, I've seen a lot of kids with clear autism whose parents insist they don't, and man, do they struggle. It's always first and second gen kids. That is so true. It's so sad, but so true. My late mother didn't realize I was mentally ill until I told her I wanted to. Checked into therapy, and that was why I was coming home late from school. She wasn't uncaring, it just wasn't talked about in the family. I'm second gen. Yeah, they just don't want it to be real. They don't want it to be tangible, because then it feels like they didn't do well enough as a parent, too. I think that's also a main reason why they want to make sure, like, no, you don't have it. I'm a good parent.
Yeah, but that, like I said, the internalized denial is like, if they have it, that means that maybe I have it, or like maybe I was I was a failure as a parent. And not only that, I think in at least Chinese culture, I'm not sure how it plays into other cultures, but there's a lot of filial piety, right? Am I using that word right? Filial piety, where they kind of believe that their parents are like the greats, right?
Right.
Even though they might hate their guts, they go like, "Oh, my parents were fantastic. They worked so
Mhm.
hard. They did all this. They walked uphill both ways, in rain and shine, whatever." But and it's sort of like saying that, kind of taking a stand against all that heritage and culture and saying like, actually, not everything was great.
Right, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of
And
generational trauma too.
yeah,
Because well, that's what they experienced with their parents, so that's all they know.
yeah, exactly.
Which is why, like, bringing like that up, like that's why I don't think I could ever have children. One, because I was already the firstborn child and had to raise my siblings. I've had enough of children for the rest of my fucking life. Let it be known. But I think also, like, I had a really distinct and innate fear that I didn't want to have children because I didn't want them to suffer what I had to. And, like, at the end of the day, like, as, growing up into my own person, I know that I'd be able to raise my children, like, the way that I wish I was raised. But at the same time, I was too scared that I would become another carbon copy of my mom. And I think that's, like, a lot of something that a lot of us as AAPI suffer from. Because, like, almost all of us, a good chunk of us suffer from the same really small-minded parentage of, their own generational trauma and passing it on to you.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, generational trauma is a real thing.
Oh my god,
And-
yeah. My mom likes to remind me all the time, too. And it's like, ma'am, I get it. But, like, you've been living it great in America, so you need to fucking let it go. Let it go, god damn it. She will never let it go, but that's just how it is. So it's okay.
Absolutely. Well, it's okay.
It's okay. So I'm gonna do one more ping for the gays. I think there was more sun gays from what I checked yesterday, but I'll do another ping. And if they want to join later, they can. LGBTQ. And then you're a part of the other panel, so if you want to swing by again later, you can too.
Yeah, I'd be absolutely down.
Yeah. Then there might be more people instead of just me. Question mark.
me and you and I.
Yeah. All right. Hold on. Yeah.
I think I will. I don't know if I have time for another question, or I'm probably going to be wrapping up here.
You got, I'd say about 6 minutes.
Yeah, then I will save it for the other AAPI section.
Yeah, for sure. Is there anything you wanted to talk about after? No, right now? Brain, I'm lagging.
Right now, as not in particular, I think my question is very general, like in not just for third gen, but like, basically everyone in AAPI in general.
For sure.
But I'd say I it's funny, like I don't really see myself as all that different from like the other, like, because I think like growing up, I always kind of like had this impression that people who are first generation, they're like, I think this is something that's perpetuated a lot by social media and just like movies and whatnot in general.
For sure.
But people who are like first generation, they're very like traditional, very sort of fresh off the boat. I don't like using that word. I hate using the word fob, but like,
I say boba brought over by airplane. So
yeah, you know what? That's a lot better, I think. But I think like just having that stereotype of like first gen. I for the longest time I considered myself a second gen, but then I was like thinking about it. I'm like, actually, I'm not. I'm third gen. Because my grandparents came here, then my mom, and then they had my mom, and then my mom went back to Hong Kong, and then she had us.
Right.
So then, technically, I am a third gen. And it's just funny that for the longest time, I sort of considered myself a second generation Asian Western person.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, as a first gen, I definitely. I wouldn't say I was traditional because I was raised so deeply rooted into American culture. I love being American. Let me know. I enjoy the opportunities and the things I can get in America. Let it be known. I love me a good burger. Okay. But no, I completely understand because even when I go back to like my home country to visit, they treat me different. Even if I was born there, even if I was raised there, they're like, no, not you. You are not one of us, Kendrick Lamar.
Oh no, not the Kendrick Lamar.
Every time, baby.
Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
Yeah, for sure. Alrighty, Iffity. I'll see you later. I'm gonna start with the gays, so that we're not too backtracked like yesterday.
Yes. Say hi to the gays for us.
Of course. I'll check you later.
I will be around.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Gonna do a big stretch. Alright, we're like 4 hours in. America! I love America. I won't even deny it. I love being an American, but I'm still really deeply rooted into my own culture. So, I love America. Anyways. Alright, let me pull Ibiki and Hebe in. Hello, guys. Welcome back.
Hello.
It is us, the gays.
The gays. I thought there'd be more
Sun
sun gays, but we'll see. Maybe other sun gays will show up. I don't know. We'll see. We'll play it by ear. Welcome in. Hold on, let me fix this. Where is the window? Haha, okay, I found it. We're good. Alrighty, gays. They already know who you are if they've been chilling here. So if you want to just do a quick rundown, maybe include like where you are on the LGBTQ spectrum, that'd be super sick. I'll go first. I'm Tyga, kitty bartender, super ace, super aromantic, but I'm okay with sex and stuff. Does not bother me. It's more of a biological thing, so I'm cool with he, she, theys. Shrugs. Yeah, I would consider myself under the LGBTQ. How about you guys?
I am pansexual. I came out as pan about 2 years ago. I was bisexual for 6 years before that. I had to realize, oh, I'm actually pan.
For sure. How about you, Hebe?
I am Hebe. I am a snake VTuber, and I identify as pansexual, but also non-binary.
Ooh,
It's a very recent thing for both, actually.
Oh, like how recent?
Pansexual, I would say, like, definitely maybe 5-6 years ago, but non-binary within probably like the past like 2-3 years.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Not too recent. That's okay.
Not too recent. I'd still say like baby-ish enough, you know.
No, that's fair. Because like I like for me, I like, how do I even say this? I never put a label on it. I always just knew something was different about me. And this is when I was growing up. Let me give you guys a good example. So when I was in, oh my god, I'm going backwards. I think like the 5th grade. I remember all the boys were asking me, it's like, do you have any crushes on the girls? And I'm like looking around, and like I felt like it would be bad for me to not pick a girl to just say to have a crush on because I wanted to be liked and normal by everyone that, you know, around me. Picked a random girl. First mistake in my entire fucking life. These kids would try to put us together all the time. Oh my god, like it could be like a class, it could be recess, they try to put us together. It was hell on earth. And I think like it got to like a few weeks like pass, okay? And the girl's like, you don't like me. And I was like, no, I do. And she's like, no, you don't. And it's like, okay, fine, yeah, I really don't give a fuck. I'm sorry, I just needed a scapegoat. But from then on, like, I realized there was something, like, super duper different. Because, you know, everyone would have these crushes, romantic feelings, and talk about sex at, like, such a young age. And for me, I just did not care. And I think, like, a good chunk of it was I didn't have good examples growing up. I didn't have any role models to go after when it came to romance and, you know, sex and all that. And I just didn't have the time for it. You know, I had to take care of my family as the firstborn and then, you know, be the parent and like do everything for my mom. So I didn't really have the opportunity to like delve into those feelings that I feel like that's the reason why I am ace aromantic.
Mm.
And I think like a lot of my like just life experiences shaped it out to be this way. I feel like if I didn't have to go through what I did growing up, I might be different. But I think for the most part that it's like this in this dimension, you know? When I got to college, that's when I was like, all right, I'm gonna figure this shit out. What's wrong with me? I went to a frat party and then I ended up doing it with a couple that asked me if I was up to it, and I said okay, and we did it, and I realized that I was okay with both genders. But then at the same time, I realized that I was 100% asexual because for me, it's just biological. Like I did not like feel like the need to do it. I just did it because they asked me to.
Mm.
And then from then on, I went on like a bunch of dates. I was a slut. Oh my god! Just because I was just trying to figure it out. Like, is there something wrong with me? Am I broken?
I think as like LGBTQ, I feel like everyone goes through the quote unquote like slut era at some
Yeah,
point.
right. I was like, there's something wrong with me. So I just kept trying with different people, you know?
Yeah.
And I kind of just realized, like, it's just not for me. You know, I'll do it, but I'll do it, like, for my partner. Like, I just wanted to make my partner happy. I didn't care about myself. So yeah, that's how I felt figuring out that I was ace. So I think, like, me labeling myself ace aromantic was, like, maybe 2 years ago. But I think, like, throughout my whole life, I've always been ace aromantic, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about you, Ibiki?
I came around to pansexuality when I told someone that I really liked that we just had like this drunk conversation where I was telling them, I will love you no matter what. If you
Mhm.
decide that you want to switch your gender, I will still love you. If you decide that you want to be non binary, I will still love you no matter what. And I was just like, wait a minute. That doesn't categorize as someone who's bisexual.
Right.
So, like, the next week after, I was just like, all right, after taking some time to think, because for a long time, like, I was so confused about my sexuality before coming around to being bi.
Uh-huh.
There were just like those hints here and there until eventually I came out, but the whole aspect of me having a crush on someone who was also non-binary just made me realize, because I had to recount, like, what is my real identity?
Mhm.
But looking back onto it, like, oh my gosh, I was so into them, but things didn't work out because I ended up in a relationship with someone else. So I just so I proudly pan.
Mhm. No, for
It just took
sure.
that conversation. Yeah.
All right, so let's get started into the panel then. I put on this slide, many AAPI persons under the LGBTQ plus umbrella struggle with coming out to their families. Many cultures do not accept the LGBTQ plus, and many AAPI and, you know, other like POC or just in general have had to navigate the waters and how to live their lives, but also still have support from their families. So that's really what we're going to be discussing today. Where is my OBS? Okay, I found it. Alrighty. So our first question is, where are your parents on the scale of knowledge, understanding, and acceptance of the LGBTQ plus umbrella? And you can go ahead, Hebe.
My mom recently is a little bit more understanding. I say recently, like probably like 2-3 years, just because of exposure of her coworkers and my cousin coming out about a couple years ago.
Mhm.
My dad is very aware of it, is very much in denial of it, pretends it doesn't exist. If we bring up anything about it, he'll be like, "What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about," leaves the conversation. So my mom is a little bit more of the open-minded one in the situation, where she'll actually genuinely show interest and ask questions and be like, "Hey, can you explain to me why X, Y, and Z?" type of situation. However, because my mom is curious, she still would not be okay with any of her children. being
Yeah,
everyone
no, that
of
was
color.
something I mentioned yesterday too in the same panel. My mom doesn't care about anyone else,
Yeah.
but me, absolutely not. Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
totally get it. Me and Ibiki touched on this topic yesterday too, but you could totally reiterate to chat.
Mhm.
Both of my parents are religious, and most of them are like homophobic and just they're just very anti-gay propaganda and like have discussions about it. So very, very closed doors upon that. Only my mom eventually came around to it when I came out to her. So
For sure,
Yeah.
for sure. Alrighty. Do you feel safe being LGBTQ plus around or with your family? Go ahead, Hebe.
Not at all. I am still very closeted with most of my family. Only my siblings know or have like a very general idea.
Mm-hmm.
Those are probably the only people in my family that's very aware. However, like outside with like friends and stuff, I'm very like open about it. Being very, I would still say new to being like identifying as non-binary. I still struggle having people call me by my correct pronouns of they them.
Mm-hmm.
Live in a very conservative state, so she her is used very commonly as I am very female presenting,
Right.
and I just kind of like okay, like kind of tiptoe around it. My partners are very lucky. He will literally step on a podium and go, use their right pronouns. Blah, blah, blah. Like so like having a partner that is very defensive and like very outspoken in that manner definitely helps. But with family otherwise, like it's very closeted.
For sure, for sure. How about you, Ibiki?
I found it most important to come out to just like my grandma and my mom. And I did come out to both my parents, as I mentioned yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Only my sibling and a few cousins know, and I have like so many other relatives that I like have never told about my sexual orientation because I I don't like them, and
Mm-hmm.
because there's so much drama there. Like, I don't know if it runs with you guys, but my relatives, they have like this rivalry on who has like better kids and like who is the better like child to like the grandparents and stuff as well, like with the aunties especially. So I don't want to be a subject of rumor, and I've like made myself as such. So I have avoided telling anyone else about it. So I would
Mm-hmm.
say I am a tiptoe kind of person, and if anything, a mystery to everybody else.
No, that's fair. My family, my siblings know. And my mom doesn't want to accept it. The whole situation being broached upon was, why don't you have a girlfriend yet? And, she like every time she was to me, why don't you have a girlfriend? Why aren't you married? Why don't you have kids? Blah 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 blah. I don't want kids. I had to raise yours. um, I'm not dating because I don't wanna. And she's like, oh, are you gay? And I was like, well, I have put a penis in my mouth, so I don't know if that does make me gay, but that's just that she was not happy about that. And it's like, well, you at least done it with women too, right? Yeah, I've done it with both together. Let's just say my mom was not happy, and I think she's given up on me. Thank God, thank fuck. But for the most part, like when it came to like just my family in general, I think like for the most part, even if I don't say, like they kind of know.
Mhm.
I've always been, really androgynous, and then the fact that like I also sound like this, which adds like another layer to the androgyny. I think like a lot of my like gender identity growing up was really warped because I had to play the parent for my siblings. So I was their mom and their dad, right? And
Mhm.
it made me feel really strange because, raising my sisters, I had to do like the things like, an older sister would do, like their hair, their makeup. Like I dressed them for prom, their graduation. I even made their dresses. But then for my little brother, like, I was there for his like sports games and like I made sure that he was able to, learn and go to the gym and like other like I guess like boy considered stuff. And for a long time, I was like, man, what am I? Like, what is wrong with me? Like, what? I don't know. I don't know. And I think that's like kind of what I just kind of grew up for a while. Like, I wouldn't say that. Um, I think like now, I can comfortably say that I consider myself he him. But it definitely my gender identity was super warped because I could not figure out like the things that I like to do wasn't considered like manly enough, right? But then I still enjoy doing manly stuff, right? I just enjoy doing all of it. But then I wasn't comfortable with considering myself as non-binary because I didn't think that like me physically that fit me, right? Because I feel like I present very masculine, but I also can be extremely androgynous. And I sound androgynous on the top layer because there's some people that like really are like confused about like my gender, my sex when they hear me. I get it. My voice has been the same since like I exited the uterus, honestly. I think like maybe like it dropped a few octaves compared to what I sounded like in high school, but for the most part I've sounded the exact same, and I think it also gave me like a lot of voice dysphoria at the same time, because I didn't sound what people perceived me as. But I realized that the voice dysphoria didn't come from like me in reality, because in reality people did not care what I sounded like. But on the internet, they're just like, why do you sound like that? Man, I don't fucking know. Like, if you want me to eat like a pack of cigarettes so I can sound like a smoker, so I match my perceived image, sure, but this is just what I sound like, and you gotta stay that way, whether you think it's weird or not. So I think like even that too, when I was growing up, my mom would always be like, why do you do such girly shit all the time? I don't know, because you weren't a mom for my younger sisters. I had to be there for them. And vice versa, yada yada yada. So I wouldn't say like I feel safe being LGBTQ around like my mom or like my uncles and aunties, but like my siblings and my cousins, yeah, they don't give a fuck. So I think that's how I feel about it, and I think a good chunk of them, I think actually out of the siblings and my cousins, I'm the only first gen. All of them are second or third gen. So they're a lot more understanding and open about it, right? Yeah. Compared to like first gen. So yeah, that's how I feel about that question. I don't give a fuck though. I think even like growing up with my personality, I just realized I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what people think. That doesn't change anything. No, if I'm able to change something within a minute or a second, then I'll care. But if I can't, it's like whatever, right?
Yeah, same.
So we already just talked about like if our parents accepted us as LGBTQ. We're all shaking hands furiously about that. Do you think that they'll ever accept it? Because already for me, it's a hard no. They'll never accept me, and I'm okay with it. How about you guys?
After coming out to my mom, she was accepting. My grandma, she was as well. She asked so many questions, just like my mom did. Like, are you going to still get married? Are you gonna have? Am I going to have great grandchildren? I was like, yes, grandma, you will. But I'm not going to promise you that they're going to be all biological.
Right.
She's just like, but they have to be biological. Otherwise, it's just like, it's a mutt. And I'm like, no, grandma. Grandma.
Mutt, no.
What is crazy?
I know. And my dad, unfortunately, he like passed away, so I never got to hear his words of like affirmation that he accepted me. So after I came out to him, we had not been close, and I feel like that's like a part that I regret a lot is not following up with it, because like I still didn't like refuse to show him affection and tell him that how much I cared and loved him as like a child. But it's just that emotional connection like was severed after he called it the double stuff.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Yeah, for sure. No, I understand. I understand completely. My dad's not in the picture either. And I feel like if my dad found out, he'd probably lose his shit, but at the same time he was so absent in my life that I could give less than two fucks.
Yeah.
He was a really absentee father. Yeah, actually, funny enough, showed up in my life again just recently and then fucked off again. And I was like, you know what? I expected no less. Even my siblings too. They're like, yeah, that's whatever. But it's tough, you know. I think that besides just us being like AAPI, I think like a lot of people in the LGBTQ plus umbrella have probably felt all the things that we're talking about right now, which fucking sucks. You'd think that it'd be more normalized by this point, but I don't think so. Still, we're still a pretty small minority.
Yeah.
With the thought of the fact that like a lot of them will think that it's like a sickness.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
has been much into my family.
They're like, oh well, you're just sick. You just need to be cured. You know, the amount of times like you just need to be with more people. It's not gonna change. And like for me, I think like for a long time, I realized that oh my god, maybe this is gonna make me sound like such an asshole. But I just kind of a lot of people fell in love with me, and I wasn't able to give that back to them, you know, and it just made me feel like such a horrible person because it kept feeling like I was playing with people's feelings. No, and I would try so hard at every single like date and relationship I was in to try to find like those feelings to give back, but I couldn't. And it just sucked, and I kind of just realized that like it's not for me. And I think like now I've come to terms with that being okay. But yeah, no, when I was younger, I really did try. I was like, maybe I just need to be cured. Maybe I just haven't found the right person. Like maybe I'm just like I just need to find that one fish in the sea. It hasn't happened, so I think that we've already hit the nail on the coffin. You know. But yeah, sickness will not be purged. Sadly, it's probably gonna stay forever. But I don't think it makes me any less than. So I hope
I'm
it's the
actually
same for you
really.
guys.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask, like, both of you guys, like, have you ever found someone who was LGBTQIA plus within like your circle who was Asian? And like, what was it like if you guys ended up dating them, if at all?
Oh, that's a good question.
I
You go first,
have
CB.
I have a friend who actually identifies as non-binary, and that actually helped me a lot to figure out who I was. I ended up not dating them because they're still a friend, but they definitely helped me figure out as an adult like who I was, because I was in this like weird turmoil of who am I, what am I. I never really identified as like female, even though I do like feminine leaning things. I just never felt feminine, if that's like an accurate to put it. And I never really felt like masculine either, because like there were some things that I did like, but I never really quite fit that type of like stereotype. So whenever my friend came out to me as non-binary, I was just kind of like, how did you come up to this like this resolution of like who you are and how you came to be and everything like that.
Right.
And they were also they kind of like named a lot of like the same issues as I was going through as like AAPI, going through the whole I never felt like masculine or feminine enough. My dad never really accepted me as like being masculine, even though like my hair is really short, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, type of thing. It was a lot of like relatability in that sort of way. Um, I lost my train of thought.
No worries, no worries.
But the person who I connected with figuring out who I was AAPI. That made sense.
That's really
Yeah.
interesting to hear.
Yeah.
Let me think. I don't think so. Me personally, no. I don't think there was any Asian LGBTQ plus that I met. Honestly, I don't think I've ever met one in the flesh. I've only met them online. Because that also is probably because of where I live. So there's not a lot of Asians here. I'm like the token Asian, you know? But I don't think I don't even think I've even dated one. I probably so back then I used to be oh god. I used to be a dominant, just the male equivalent of a dominatrix.
Mhm.
So I definitely like had clients that were Asian LGBTQ, but they were also paying me for their services, so I don't think they were a reason to where I am now on like the scale and stuff like that.
It sounds like your life could be a novel, Taggart.
Every
We're finding out
time.
so many new things about you.
Oh, hi. That's actually the funny reason why I relate to cats so much and like the whole thing about like, you know, the 9 lives and stuff.
Mhm.
Because I've lived so many different lives, doing so many different things. So, but I'm really thankful that I have, because I feel like that's why it shaped me as the person as I am. And I also, unironically, I really love talking to people. I enjoy learning about new experiences, and I think that's also why I've done so much random shit. It's because I've talked to random people. I think that's just like the extrovert instilled skill, you know. So
In terms of dating, only kind of sort of recently, I ended up meeting one, but they were not being. Oh, actually, I do have one relative who is LGBTQIA, and both of us like we recently hashed it out and just like talked about our AAPI experiences about how we have to tiptoe around our family and not wanting to come out to any of them. And it was like crazy to me that like we had so many of like the same feelings,
Mhm.
and it just like resonated me, and I started asking him so many questions about like what made him like realize that he was like what made him realize that he was gay, and we both shared our experiences in that, and like for the longest time I like never felt so connected with a family member to like talk about that experience. So like this this in particular means like us talking together means a lot to me, because there's not a lot of people who are like within our like race to speak up about this, except for like online.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure, yeah. It is
I met
really sad, huh?
yeah, it is really sad. There are so few.
Yeah, for sure,
I
yeah. It
think
is
it could
very
just
sad.
it could be like, I guess, like stemming from, I guess, the typical, I guess, quiet Asians, maybe. Like we're just so used to being quiet and not being outspoken, maybe
Yeah.
is why a lot of us are just so in the dark about it.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps. I don't know.
No, yeah, for real. But go ahead, Ibiki. I think you were saying something else.
I did meet two lesbians. I met one Filipino and one who is Filipino and Thai,
Mm-hmm.
and it was actually through Tinder. It was- we actually got like all hung out together and had like Korean barbecue, and I think that was like the longest date I ever had with a lesbian. I ended up going home with the Filipino lady, and she and I hung out for 2 days. 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't stop seeing each other like for a little bit, but I think that's like the closest I've gotten to dating someone who is Asian and LGBTQIA plus. And that's like not until like years later.
Mm-hmm.
And they're so few.
Oh yeah, there are so few, and I think like a lot of us suffer from just like fear of people discriminating against us and being assholes about it.
Mhm.
I think also a lot of Asians are kind of raised to not fight back and bow their heads down. It's like a cultural thing. And like I guess like also like as like first, second, or third generations, we also have just like the innate fear of just like disappointing others. So I think that's a
Yeah.
big reason why a lot of us are in the closet, which is why God does it suck, because you want like your people and your family to accept you as who you are, but they think that it's fucking weird and they don't want to. Oh my god. The amount of times that, my aunties and uncles would say, "Oh no, he's just mentally ill." It's like, what?
I'm
Oh
so
god.
fucked.
Oh yeah, no, I remember one of my uncles saying, "What a waste of such good looks." I was like, "What
What?
are you talking about, dog?" He's like, "Yeah, you were so handsome and could get any woman that you want, and women throw themselves at you, and you keep saying that you're ace or whatever. You're just mentally ill." Okay, dog. Hold the front door. 1, I'm sorry you're ugly. 2, I'm sorry you're balding. 3, I hate you. But no, it's just one of those things where it's kind of just like not worth it to me personally to change people's minds. Like if I know who I am, um it's okay if I don't have like the validation from my family. Like I'd rather surround myself with people that are understanding and, have either experienced what I've felt and are also happy in their own skin. And I think that's like the best part about us being able to live in like this time period, cuz it's a lot easier for us to talk about it cuz it's more widely accepted even if our parents don't accept it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But yeah. Did you guys have any other topics you wanted to bring up? These are the only ones I put for LGBTQ. But if you guys had any other ones that you wanted to bring up.
Um, I did want to ask, I guess, since you have siblings as well, Tyga, if
Mhm.
your parents ever like questioned your siblings as well. I know that my parents like to ask my brother or my sisters just because they just general like conversation if they were under the LGBTQ like umbrella. They like to ask my brother if he's gay because he's not really seeing anybody. And my brother would come to me and be like, "How do I tell them that I'm still trying to figure out myself?" Like type of like conversations that they would have, like aside from your own personal experiences.
Yeah, because when my mom, considered me mentally ill, she was like, "Are any of you mentally ill? Did your brother also brainwash you?" Stares, yeah, and they're well, I think like generally all my siblings are straight. One is questioning. One is questioning from the last time we talked about it, but overall they're straight and have only had like heterosexual relationships. But they're all super supporting of me. And whenever like my family or my mom says shit about it, they always clap back at her. They're like, "Look, if you want grandchildren, you'll get it from us. Like, fucking calm down," you
Yeah.
know. But yeah, no. They definitely had to deal with the brunt of it because my mom was like I mentioned earlier, like mom has like does not care if other people are gay. She just doesn't want her children to be gay, right?
Yeah.
And oh my god, it's I think like my mom was just scared. Like I can't believe I made gay children. I mean, are all my children gay? So I think that was the fear that she had. You know, so. And it's not like I don't even like consider myself gay. I'm comfortable with both like any. I'm comfortable with any, but like at the end of the day for me it's not like romantic or sexual, it's biological. Like if I need to take care of it, I will take care of it. But it's definitely not something that I go out of my way to look for.
Yeah.
So I think that's why like the gender or identity of the person did not matter to me because I didn't have any feelings attached to that. If that makes sense. So yeah. I'm just chilling. You are darn tootin' right about that. I am just chilling. I'ma stay chilling. I don't want to stress myself out like that. But yeah, I think that's probably my answer to that. I think it's still funny because I mean, for a little bit I thought my brother was a little gay, but then I realized that really straight dudes act gayer than actual gay people. You know, like he do like the gayest shit, and I'm like, dude, like you say that you aren't gay, but that is what are you doing? That is so gay. But oh my god, we got a raid. Thank you so much for the raid, Lorraine VT. Welcome in, gamers. My name is Tyga. I'm a kitty bartender, a member of Invicta, and currently we are hosting the LGBTQ plus AAPI panel. I think I forgot a few letters with the LG. That's just what I took from Hazumi's schedule. But we've been celebrating over the weekend a bunch of amazing AAPI VTubers and them sharing their experiences as AAPI. If you guys are super into that and want to learn more, please feel free to stick around. If you guys are tired, need to chill, go, do your thing. No worries. I hope you had a really good stream. I super duper appreciate it. And thank you again. When Jim Bro starts slapping each other's butts. Yeah! When Nicholas, a member of Invicta, that man is so fruity. But like at the same time, like he's not. I don't know, man. It's always the straight ones I've learned that are the gayest. And like the signals are so off. Like I'll hear my brother just like slap his friend's ass, and I'm just like staring at him. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? And then they will like take turns slapping each other's asses. I'm like, what are you doing? Or they'll like, what if I humped you? I'm like, you are insane. Like, what is wrong with you? And yeah, no. I think like in general, people can come to this consensus because like, frat boys do the gayest shit too, even though they'll claim they're straight. I don't believe it, but you know what? My hands are up in the air. I'll see until I believe it, I guess. I was gonna say, didn't Nico just slap a guy's butt during your hand can stream? Yes, I think he did, and then called him daddy. So, what was it? Hey, daddy. I think that's what he said. Oh my god, that was sick. Well, anyways, yeah, that's my spiel. I don't know if any of you guys experienced that. Like, if your siblings are straight, if you have any siblings that are straight.
I think it's more of my friends.
Straight.
Friends, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't think I could ever be straight. If I think about it, nothing wrong with being straight. By the way, I just realized that I probably could never be straight because I think like early on I learned both genders have boobs.
This is
both
true.
genders have butts.
Yes.
This is also true.
So, what's the difference except the front part? It's just like I don't care enough. It's whatever, So yeah, I realized early on that I could never be straight because it was like, well, they have the two parts that I care about the most. The front part is whatever, So yeah. Any other things you guys wanted to talk about? I could open the floor to have them ask us questions if you guys want to.
Yeah.
Okay, here, let me see. So in the rewards chat, you guys will see a redeem that says comment on AAPI topic. It's only 5 toe beans. So if you guys want to ask us any questions, we will definitely try to answer them within time limit. I'm going to double check the next panel, so feel free to start asking some questions. Thank you again, you guys, for showing up for the LGBTQ plus panel. I love hanging out with my fellow gays. It's always a good time. So let me see. Probably gonna hear my keyboard clicking and clacking for a sec. Hold on.
It's all good.
It's a keyboard ASMR stream.
Not all the IBT boys are LGBTQ plus. No, I don't think so. I think it's just only. I think all of us are pretty comfortable in our sexualities. I think that's what it is. So I'm not too sure. Some of them confuse me. Me personally, some of them confuse me, and I don't question it. So, blah blah blah. At mixed is next. Yeah.
I used to think that, based on all the things that I went through throughout my childhood and how my parents treated each other, I was a byproduct, and my sexuality was a byproduct from all that trauma. But no, I just realized I'm just fucking gay.
I'm just fucking gay. Let's fucking go, gamers. All right, let's see. Latte has a question for us. I do have a question. I'm pan, but I haven't dated anyone for years. Partly because I'm being careful who I will date, but I want to try. Any advice? I don't know. I don't know about this question. I'm probably the wrong person to ask this because I don't date. I mean, I did it when I was younger to test it out, but I'm not sure. Like, are you trying to like? Or is there someone you have like your eyes on? Question mark. That is like of the same like presenting gender. Is that what it is, or like is that probably like the reason why that's like kind of like giving you that blockage? At least that's like how I see it, because I think that if it's someone that's probably from the opposite gender, it's probably easier, right? But then them finding out if you're pan also kind of brings into oh my god, the amount of times I've heard people complain seeing like people that are pan and bi in heterosexual relationships, right? Like, oh well, you're not actually pan or bi. Right?
I have heard that.
Yeah. So I don't know if that's also like a fear you might have. I do have some ideas. What are your ideas, Miss Winter? I want to be not scared of trying to get to know people, I guess, but I'm also scared maybe they're not LGBTQ plus. I think if you're going to go out into like the dating field, at least like to me, I think in like this generation, you might be safe. I think you should go out with a bang and just let them know like off the bat that you're LGBTQ plus. Like, don't be wasting your time with people that aren't. You might as well just like rip that band-aid off early. You know what I mean? I don't think it's worth it to waste time on people that might not accept you. You can do that for people that will accept you, right? Alright, let's see. This might be a silly question, but I'm just wondering if y'all would want to explain your flags, meaning like pan, non-binary, arrow, ace, for example. Do you guys know about your flags? Because I don't. I don't know.
I don't either. I
the-
don't. I just know that I'm just pan.
I know we have fancy colors.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know that the pansexual flag has, what is it, the pink, yellow, and blue.
Yeah.
So pink and blue is like attraction to men and women. The yellow is for non-binary and all other folks, and that's kind of like the gist of it for the pansexual flag.
I would just like to ask, why are the ace flags so sad? Like, it's purple, gray, and white. It makes me so depressed, man. It's so sad and depressing, goddammit. But yeah, no, I have no idea. I didn't even learn about the flags until just recently. And like I didn't like there was like demisexual where I kind of like related to it a little bit, and then I really thought about it. I was like, no, I'm probably just full on ace. You know, like maybe someone will come into my life. No. Shrugs.
So I just looked it up. So black is asexuality, gray is gray asexuality, and demisexuality, and white is non-asexual partners and allies, and purple means community.
Damn, I would have not known that at all. I just know the colors and that's it. I don't know what else they mean, but there you go. I mean, you got the answer for us, thankfully. All right, let's see.
Imagine if we were given a quiz like,
oh, it'd be
in
so
order
over.
to join the gays, you have to know the flag.
Oh my god, I'd fail. I'm like, sorry.
I would fail too.
I'm a fake gay. Anyways, let's see. Growing up, did your family ever make you feel like you had to follow their values or be religious just because they birthed you? Yes. I mentioned earlier in another panel how my mom said that the reason why I got into a car accident is because I didn't pray enough. So
I'm still flabbergasted over that. Like, what?
My mom's insane. She's actually insane. Spawn of the devil. Like, she's evil, you know? For someone that's so religious, she is literally the spawn of Satan. Like, she just, fuck, man. Me and religion do not go hand in hand. Let it be known. Fuck that shit. But yeah, that is, for me at least. And I know Ibiki touched upon it earlier because her parents are very religious and... Ooh... I think that a lot of them just want us to follow what they believe in and like what they need in their lives to direct them because of like being in like a different country that's like separate from like what they knew and grew up in, you know, makes it difficult for them. And that's why they latch onto it and they want to put it on us. But then for us, we're a little more aware of like our surroundings and what we have to grow up with and realize that we don't need to conform to that, right?
Yep.
This is true.
My dad called me a sitter. I guess I'm a certified sitter.
Certified sitter, baby.
Yes.
All right, let's see. We're gonna take this last question. I'm gonna close the redeems. We're gonna take this last question because we got people lined up for the mixed one. When you were younger, did you have a teacher or someone in the community who you looked up for support? Sorry if I talked about it before. I didn't get to watch it start. No worries. I don't think we answered a question like this. Me personally, no. I did not have anyone for this. I know that the other two were talking about other Asian LGBTQ plus in their lives that they looked for support and community and like learning about themselves. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, me personally, no. I did not have one. I learned everything from the internet and Yaoi forums and AO3 and
God bless them.
Tumblr and the internet. So I kind of like figured all that shit out when I was younger. I was like, oh, okay. I just like fruity shit. You know? I was like, okay, whatever. I'm okay though. I think like, you know, now at my ripe age, I think it's funny. I don't mind it at all. I think it's a silly little story. I hope that like, you know, people have an easier time to figure out who they are than I did. But yeah, for sure. Yaoi, I love Yaoi. I'm not gonna deny it. I love Yaoi and Yuri. I'm not gonna fucking deny it. I think
hand.
that was like my coping mechanism back then. Was reading Yaoi and Yuri.
Dojinshis were like my favorite thing, especially the ones made with free. Like, why are these people so good at illustrating them fucking each other?
I know! No, for real. For real. It's like, oh, okay. Am I a little freak? And then I went on the internet and realized other people read Yaoi and Yuri. And I was like, okay, I'm normal. Yippee!
I think that was more of like my own personal sexual education was through the Yaoi and Yuri forums because, you know, I guess like my parents never really felt comfortable talking about it.
For sure. Alrighty, gamers. Thank you so much for showing up for the LGBTQ plus panel. I super appreciate it. I had a lot of fun hanging out with the Sun Gays. Thank you. We're definitely, yeah, for sure. We're gonna have the next panel, which is the mixed ethnicity. If you guys are a part of any other ones later, please feel free to join. I'd love to see you guys again. I'm sure chat would love to see you guys again too. Is there any final thoughts and words you guys want to say before we move on to the next session?
And thank you so much for hosting this, Taiga. I've like said it a couple of times already, but like I've had so much fun with this.
I'm
And I'm
really
sure everyone has.
glad. I'm really glad. A lot of people were telling me that my personality is perfect for this stuff, and it makes me really happy that I can make people comfortable to talk about their experiences and stuff. It makes me really happy.
It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, and a little sneak peek for next month, I will be doing a LGBTQ plus one that will be similar to this one for Pride Month. So if you guys do want to apply for that,
Oh,
I'll definitely be tweeting about it too. So I'll let you guys know.
Sounds good.
It sounds good.
Alrighty. I'll catch you guys later.
Thank you.
Bye,
Of course.
Taiga.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Hebe.
Bye.
Okay, chat. I need a pee. So, your voice is so hot. Thank you. I'm a piss. I'm gonna be right back, and then we're gonna bring in the homies. I need to piss. So I will be right back. Salute. Go piss king. I'm a pee. I'm gonna pee. Ugh. Oh my god. That was a good fucking pee. Lord have mercy. I needed that. Oh, so for someone, I think Tama asked, today is the final day of the AAPI panel. If you guys didn't know, May is AAPI Month, which stands for Asian American Pacific Islander, and we are celebrating a bunch of wonderful AAPI VTubers and learning about their experiences. So for this panel, we're doing the mixed ethnicity. So I am technically pit mixed. Chat was calling me trail mix yesterday. I am Viet, Cambodian, French, and Chinese. But I personally only identify as Vietnamese, so I don't really I technically fall under this umbrella, but I personally don't feel comfortable being a part of this one. So we're gonna bring a bunch of very wonderful people. This room is gonna be a little bigger because there's a few newer people. But I think overall, we've been controlling the flow of all the conversations really well, so I think we should be all okay. Like hot Cheeto trail mix. The munchies ones are so good. I don't know if I had fun frying chicken, but I do feel really good. I feel really good. Alright. I'ma bring y'all in. Let me actually change this to blah 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 blah. Alright. Mixed. Okay, alright. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, siete, ocho. Oh!
jeez.
Oh my god! Oh my ears!
It's music. Everyone.
Damn.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Alright, hold on. Let me resize you guys. Oh my god, there's so many of you guys today. Yippee!
Yippee! Yay!
Alright, let me put you guys here.
Let's
You guys are
go.
just gonna have to hold hands with each other. Sorry, I don't have enough room on the kitchen counter.
Man.
Alrighty, so we have a few new faces. We're gonna do our quick icebreaker. I'm gonna walk you guys through the icebreaker, and into addition for the icebreaker, I'm definitely gonna emphasize on ethnicity because this is the mixed ethnicity AAPI experiences. So you guys can share what you guys are, whatever little mutts or trail mixes you guys are.
Trail mix.
So we are gonna get through this icebreaker real quickly. We're gonna start with the new people first, and then I'll work my way down the people that have already been here. You got the people that have already been here can definitely speed through the introduction, of course. All right, thumbs up. I'll go first for the example. My name's Tyga. I'm a kitty bartender. My pronouns are he, him, cat. I'm technically I identify as Vietnamese, but I'm Vietnamese, Cambodian, French, and Chinese. But because I wasn't raised around the other ones, I just consider myself Vietnamese, and that's why chat calls me Trail Mix, and that's why I'm gonna call you guys Trail Mix too. I'm a yapping streamer, and then a useless factor telling myself, the LGBTQ plus panel heard it earlier, but I used to be a dominant, which is the male equivalent of a dominatrix.
Really?
Yeah.
Whoa.
So whenever I
Wow.
say dominant, people are like, "What? Is that Omegaverse shit?" No, it's BDSM.
It's my Omega Tiger.
Shut the
Oh
fuck
my
up,
god,
audio.
that's the Omega arc.
Oh my god, I'm sick. All right, okay. Anyways, we're going to start with Katsun. Go ahead, mic's yours.
Okay. Hi everyone. I'm Katsun. I'm your coffee enthusiast, occasional underground vocalist VTuber. My pronouns are he, him. I'm actually half Korean and half Japanese, so I'm that trail mix.
Ooh, funky.
Yeah, so I guess hobbies, I love to sing and talk. One interesting thing, I guess, is I roast my own coffee beans, so if you like coffee, hit me up.
Ooh, I do love coffee,
yeah.
but I only drink Vietnamese coffee.
Oh, okay. Good choice though. I respect it.
Thank you. All right, next one is Mei Sakura.
Hi, I'm Mei Sakura. I'm a Mafia Boss VTuber, also a variety streamer. I go by she, her pronouns. I am Japanese and half Hong Kong. A fun fact about me is I don't know how to parallel park. I
How did
never
you-
learned how.
How did you pass the driver's test?
They didn't have it on my driver's test. They don't have it.
So you
I
were
didn't have to
lucky.
do. Yeah, I didn't have to do a U-turn, nor did I have to learn how to parallel park.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
How much money? Hold on, wait.
How much money is crazy? Money is crazy.
I promise, no money. It was just I didn't have to learn how to parallel park or anything, so I don't know how to parallel park.
That's crazy. That's okay.
That's
I'll
a
teach
talent.
you. I'll teach you.
Oh, thank you. I'm so bad at it.
Yeah, of course. Oh, we got another person. Let me pull him in. ¿Cómo estás? Oh, that's
Hello.
not right. Ciao. I was about to say, are we muy bien, but that's also not right either. All right, next is Bluebee.
What's the temple again?
Sure, I will read
I
it
was
out for you.
overthinking it.
No worries, no worries. No need to overthink it. Name, pronouns,
Okay.
ethnicity,
Oh, right.
what type of streamer are you, and then a useless fact or talent.
My name is Bluey. I am half white, half Filipino. I mostly just used to do retro games, but now I'm on that Final Fantasy 14 brain rot.
Let's fucking go, baby.
Yeah,
Everyone
I
is. Oh
got
my
bullied
God.
into it. Vieira, Bunny Boy, and Gang
Everybody
Gang.
did.
Yeah. Sorry. Pronouns he, him, yeehaw.
Good. Alrighty.
Yeah.
Next is, let me see. Kanoa just joined, so let me just run it for you so you don't get confused. So I'm just having chat and to get you. Wait, fuck, brain. I'm having you guys introduce yourselves to chat with an icebreaker. There we go. I tripped over my words. So I'll tell you what the icebreaker is, and then you can explain and introduce yourself to chat. Okay.
Mhm.
So
Sounds good.
name, pronouns, ethnicity, what type of streamer are you, and then a useless fact or talent.
Oh, goody.
Take your time.
Hi, my name is Kainoa. Actually, that's the
Oh,
pronunciation.
Kainoa. Okay.
Kainoa. Yeah, no worries. My pronouns are he, him, and I am half Japanese and half Hawaiian and Czech.
Oh,
But
okay.
I mostly identify with the Japanese part of myself. That being said, my name is actually a Hawaiian name, so for anyone that is Hawaiian, you might know it. But yeah, and then I guess the kind of streamer I am, I'm a variety streamer. Gonna be streaming more Elden Ring and stuff like that probably in the future. But
Okay.
a fun fact, I mean, I do art, I guess. I don't really have anything off the top of my head, but that's something I do. Yeah, I do art stuff.
Oh,
We
that's
love
sick.
art.
That's sick. And useless fact.
Useless fact? Oh goodness. I mean, I guess I used to be a penguin VTuber. That's like the only thing I can think of.
Used to be a penguin. What kind of penguin?
Oh, just like a baby penguin.
Oh,
Just
okay.
a little guy.
Just a little guy,
Yeah.
like the Happy Feet penguin.
Sure, yeah. Actually, kind of like that. Yeah.
All right, noted. All right,
Yeah.
so we're gonna go with the next people that have been either on the panel yesterday or today. So we're gonna reiterate some of the ones that were today. So go ahead, Boomy.
Hello, everybody. My name is Boomy. I'm a variety streamer with Lucid Multimedia. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm half Okinawan and half black.
Nice. Okay, audio.
Hi, my name is Adiosu. I identify as
This motherfucker.
he hates me. I'm half Japanese, half Irish British, and I don't have pronouns.
Yeah, he's just whatever. You can just
I
call
am
him
just
that
whatever.
bastard.
You love me, just say you love me. Admit it.
Whatever. Anyways, moving on with people I
Um,
actually
my-
like, bitch.
Okay, my streaming content is competitive gaming with informational long form content.
Mhm.
And useless fact about myself is Tiger secretly is in love with me.
Anyways, Sorahiko, go ahead.
Hey everybody, my name is Markiplier. No, I'm sorry, wrong intro. Hello
Wait a
everybody, my name is Sora. Sora Hiko. I'm a Cosmic Cloud Wanderer, and I was here yesterday. My fun fact is I didn't. Oh, I forgot. I'm half Indonesian, half Chinese, a quarter Filipino. Fun fact is that I didn't say this yesterday, but I'm actually also part Portuguese, and I didn't say that
Oh.
because it's not really in the Asian area, but like yeah. And a useless fact is that I saw my cousin once eat like a cube chocolate, but it was at a zoo, and no one told us this because we were like in a field trip, but it was actually wombat poop.
Oh.
Yes, that was traumatizing, but you know, it's fine. It
Thank
wasn't
you.
me. No problem. No problem. I love SoCal. Yeah, no.
Oh.
it's
I
good.
mouth dropped so hard just hearing that.
So
I can
terrible.
feel everyone.
I
in the
thought you were
car.
gonna like take it a different route, like you made fun of him the entire day.
Yeah.
Because it looked like.
Okay.
I'm a passionate guy.
All right. All right. Anyways, go ahead, Tiffy.
Hello, my name is Tiffy. I also go by T. I'm a half elf comfy T-tuber, specifically green. I do mostly art stream, specifically graphics, and I also do some art. No, wait, hold on, wait, some games, such as Final Fantasy 14. Recently started Wuwa, and then a little bit of Valorant, a little bit of ARAM and League, something like that. Usually I would yap a lot. Oh, I go by she, her, and I am Vietnamese Chinese mixed. Am I forgetting anything?
Nope, you're good.
Oh, fun! I think a fact. Oh, a stupid fact. I am double jointed. I can bend my index finger backwards.
Yeah. No more. There's too many people that can. No, stop that. Oh God, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. All
I'm
right.
double jointed in my pinkies.
Shut up. Anyways, next is Asphodel.
Ooh. Well, I'm gonna start off by saying I can bend my elbow backwards.
I'm sick.
You're welcome.
Nice. Let's go. W.
Let's go. Should we all just bend backwards?
What if
real
I
quick?
vomit right all over this kitchen counter, all over you guys? Anyways, continue.
All right. So hi, I'm Asphodel or Gwyn. I forgot to mention this yesterday. I am one of the Mythicals. I am the Mythicals FPS VTuber, and I do a little tiny bit of the singing. I go by any pronouns, but primarily he, they. I am Indigenous American and Filipino, specifically Indigenous to Central America. And I was raised Irish and Chinese. Fun fact, I guess, is just that I have very weird elbows. So if I put my arm straight to get like a needle or something, the doctor always cringes because my elbow goes inwards. Heck yeah.
Swallow it, Tiger.
Okay. Asphodel, I think you might have to deep throat the mic. You're a little quiet again.
Why? I can't. I put my
It's just gotta go straight into your mouth.
Tyga, it's okay. They're 2 for 2 now, you know?
Okay, all right, calm down.
You
All
stay
right,
winning, don't
we're
worry.
gonna start the panel now. We've introduced everybody. All right, so for the slide for the mixed ethnicity AAPI experiences, I had put mixed ethnicity is defined by being of multiple ethnicities and having multiple cultural identities. Many of these persons struggle with finding which culture they identify with more, if this makes them less or more Asian or American or Canadian, depending on what they grew up with. So we have 3 questions for this panel. If you guys have any questions or topics you guys want to tabble in, definitely feel free to let me know. We'll try to get into them. But yeah, we're gonna go with, I'm gonna start with all of the newer people first, and then I'll go into people that have already either done this panel or were here earlier. Sound good?
All good.
All right, the first question is, do you pass as Asian, and how does that affect how you live your life? We'll start with Katzen.
Okay. I mean, yes, I'm super Asian. Visibly, like unavoidably Asian.
Okay.
But I do get, I mean, I guess it doesn't really hinder my life because the area that I live in is very mixed cultures, mixed races.
Mm-hmm.
But I do get questions a lot because I confuse people. They're like, "Are you Korean, Jap?"
What
And
are
no
you?
one- yeah, no one can ever guess. So I guess there's that, but it doesn't really hinder my life,
Okay, all right. How about you, Misakura?
I look, I look very Asian. I think the area I grew up in, or like the people I was surrounded with, were mostly Japanese people, but I have like a very Chinese like background as far as like my name goes.
Mhm.
So it was a little hard to be integrated with them. I feel like I had to work 10 times harder to be accepted by
Okay, fair.
those who were Japanese. But aside from that, I don't think it was really like too difficult, or maybe I was just delulu.
It's okay, a little delulu in your life doesn't hurt.
True.
Alright, Blippi.
No, I don't look quote unquote Asian. I guess like the best way to put this would be like if Ryu from Street Fighter is ambiguously Japanese, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
Little
that
Mac,
makes
you know,
sense. Yeah.
it's like if you're Asian, you're gonna guess like, okay, what are you, right? If you're
Mhm.
not Asian, you're gonna assume I'm Hispanic, right? Like I don't know why that is, but I'm like, all right, I'll rock with it. But I wouldn't say it's hindered at all, really. I feel like being adults, like no one kind of really cares at the end of the day when you're whether you're working or like out and about.
Mhm.
But like growing up, it also wasn't hindering. It was just, you know, like we all tease each other about whatever we were. That's about it.
It just makes me laugh because it reminds me of all the like the recent TikToks of like people saying like, "Why are Asian traits recessive when like you're mixed?"
Yeah, no, I don't even look. No. Yeah, the
It's
only
pretty
way
funny.
that like literally only people that were Asian that I knew were able to guess, and even then they had to ask me like, "What are you?"
Mhm.
Because they would stare at me for a long time. Like, I can't figure this out. What are you, dude?
I sniff you. You
Mm-hmm.
smell Asian, but I can't tell if you're Asian. All right. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna butcher your name again. Kainoa?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Good. I
Yeah,
remembered.
you got it. Yeah, you got it.
All right.
I guess I'm in a similar boat, I guess, because the white part of me is like pretty prominent, but
Mhm.
the Asian parts of me are prominent as well. It's like I'm very much down the middle with
Mhm.
how I look physically. So that being said, though, I grew up very Asian. My mother being the Japanese one really emphasized like the Japanese culture stuff, and then my dad like kind of leaned towards that as well. So I'd say I do lean towards being Asian much more. I do say I'm Asian American more than anything. But whether it affected how I live though, yes and no, because again, just kind of like Katsu, I also come from a pretty ethnically diverse like upbringing, and then the type of friends I have and all that kind of stuff. But every time I would go back to Japan, like when I was a kid or when I'm um, at the age I am at right now, I always was seen as it was very hard for people to see me as Japanese. Like if I messed up a little bit in Japanese, they just immediately switch to English sometimes, or sometimes they would just see me as Japanese. It's very it was pretty ambiguous. Like I'd be very much seen as American there. And then
Mhm.
when I'm in the West, that's where I'm very much definitively, especially if they're not Asian, I'm
Mhm.
definitively seen as Asian. And
Mm.
it's a very strange thing for me, I guess. It doesn't it's like wherever I go, it depends on like how I'm perceived. But I think I just kind of identify as Japanese American. I don't like deny any part of myself, I guess. And then the Hawaiian part of myself too is like a big part of like my other side of like the family. So yeah, and I guess a small little thing too is that especially in Japan, depending on the type of hairstyle I have, if I have longer hair, I'm seen as Japanese, and if I have shorter hair, I'm seen as very American. It's a very interesting thing. So before I go to Japan, I like try to keep my hair long. That's kind of my
So
that's
you can
kind of what
blend
I
in a
try to
little
do.
more.
Just like blend in a
Keeping
little
it.
bit more. Yeah, I'd rather not stand out too much.
No, that's totally fair. That's actually really funny.
Yeah, also because then it gets people to like actually speak Japanese to me and not speak broken English where I understand them even less. So,
Fair.
but yeah, that's
Fair.
like a small little thing. Yeah.
All right. How about you, Boomy?
I would say for me, I probably just look like very evidently mixed black. So I think a lot of people see me as black first, but
Mhm.
it could also depend on like the hairstyle. Like one time I wore this black wig to a anime convention for cosplay, and I had like straight across bangs. And then my mom was like, "Oh, that's you in the picture? I thought it was some random Asian girl." Or like sometimes people would mistake me as like a Filipino or Hispanic. But
Mhm.
yeah, I wouldn't say it's like really affected my life too much. My parents did say that when we were growing up, a lot of people would look at our family because I think like a black guy and like a Asian girl was not very common during the time.
Right.
And then of course they had children, and I guess me and my brother were really cute kids because like older couples will always pay for our dessert. We'll get like random sundaes sent to our table.
Hey, yo,
And
we
they'll be like,
love
"Oh,
free
your kids,"
desserts.
yeah, they'll be like, "Oh, your kids are so cute, so well behaved." But for the most part, I don't think outside of that, it's really affected my life too much.
That's lit. That's lit for sure. All right, audio.
Yeah, I growing up in where I did in Japan, where there was like a lot of, because I'm half Japanese.
Mhm.
I had to deal with a lot of racism because mixed race culture wasn't a thing. I hear it's getting better. I haven't been back there in like 5 years, but I hear it's
Mhm.
getting better right now.
Good.
But it was still in that area of Japan. It's still not very acceptable for like the
Mhm.
families to be of mixed race. Especially since my dad is the one. So obviously male culture is a little less acceptable
Right, right.
about that stuff. Schooling, like the little bits of school I did in Japan was a little bit rough. But other than that, like coming over to America, it was a lot easier. Went to a mostly acceptable part. There were obviously some, like, there's the usual stuff that you deal with about like, oh, you're half, stuff like that. Those are just kids being kids.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah. I would say that America is a lot more acceptable of like my mixed race
Mhm.
versus Japan.
Yeah, because Japan is so homogenous and all that shit too. Alrighty, next is my eyes are blending together, Sora.
Oh yes. I just like to say from I forgot who said it, might have been like Katsun, but it's funny because my thing is that everyone just plays guess the Asian, but like what type of Asian are you? And I'm like, it feels like a game show. Like I don't are you Filipino? A little bit. Okay, half point to you. All right, how about you, participant number 2? And then it's like, oh, it's something else. But I'll just refrain and say like, yes, I think I do pass as Asian. I think it's funny when I go back to my home country as well because I'm able to pretend that like I don't understand the language when I know exactly what they're talking about. So when they're talking like gossiping, I can clearly understand them. And I think that's like what a lot of like Asian cultures do anyways in their own languages, especially like Asians in the US. Like if you know their language, then they're gonna, talk behind your back, So
Mhm.
I think that's like very prominent. So yeah, I'm chilling.
You're chilling, that's all that matters.
I'm just vibing. Yeah, I'm sorry today. I'm just vibing today.
How about you, Tiffy? Tiffy.
Oh, sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
I hate when I do that.
I
I'm
swear
so
this
sorry.
happened yesterday.
It did. It did happen
Oh my
yesterday.
god, it did.
I'm on that work brain rot right now. I'm sorry.
Oh, good. Did you bring me a boba? I see how it is.
I give you a discount if you come here.
What the hell? All right, continue with your answer.
Oh wait. I've been in an area surrounded by a lot of Asians, so it always like felt pretty normal to me. But I'm more surrounded by a lot of like that are common within my ethnicity, which is mostly like Vietnamese and Chinese, but I'm also surrounded with other people with other ethnicities such as Filipinos or I think there are some Laos I've met and then a few Korean and then a few like Burmese, something like that. And I think I've been mistaken as other ethnicity. Like yesterday I mentioned like back in college someone thought I was Hispanic. And then there was a time I was at New Orleans and I was like walking like in the streets. A man looked at me. He kept guessing like random ethnicity, but I just kept ignoring him. He went on saying like, "Oh, are you Filipino? Are you Vietnamese, Chinese, etc., etc." Right? I just kept ignoring him because I didn't want to associate myself. And then a coworker's friend, was trying to guess my ethnicity. Well, we were talking about ethnicity too, but I told her to guess what mine was. She thought I was Japanese because of my eyebrows.
That's still crazy.
Yeah, I was like pretty shocked. I was like, I don't think anyone had ever said that to me before. But I think the most like few common ones that people think I would be either Japanese or Korean. But most usually would think like I'm like one ethnicity itself, such as like just Vietnamese or just Chinese, but I'm either or.
Sure. All right. And last but not least, Asphodel.
Yeah. I don't know if my mic's better.
When you get loud and you do that noise, yes. But when you talk normally, no.
No. Okay. Well, I'll just basically make out with my mic here.
For sure, yeah.
For me, it's very similar where you play the guess the kind of Asian game. When I was younger, I looked a lot more Asian than I do now, and like my facial features set in. So when I was younger, it was a lot of like not so like great experiences of people being like, "What are you? What are you?" It's like, bro. Weird questions, but honestly, just mostly similar experience to everyone else that's here, which is, yeah.
Alrighty. Alright, the next question is, do you get discriminated from either or both of your ethnicities? I know Audio just touched on it a little bit with him going back to Japan and all that, but let's hear some of... this motherfucker. Let's hear about anyone else's feelings on the matter. Go ahead, Ketsun.
Most definitely. I've definitely I don't know, I resonate with this question because especially for Korea and Japan,
Oh, yeah.
like there's the factor of whether or not your, multiple ethnicities have any historical tensions or any history in general. And my name is quite literally half very Japanese, and then the last name is super Korean. So there's no avoiding it when I go to either or country. They'll kind of, I guess, when they figure out that I'm Japanese and more of like a little bit more like older demographic kind of, they definitely treat me a little bit like different, or they'll give me weird stares.
For sure.
Or they'll make very snide comments. But overall, obviously in the younger demographics, they don't care, and it is what it is, and I think that's more open-minded. But there's definitely those war veteran boomer aged people that are like, you know what you did, and I'm like, I didn't do anything. Wait, hold on, sir, you can't phrase it. I did something. So I think when I was younger, I had to navigate just trying to not take anything like those types of situations to heart. Like, it's not me, it's just the history and how the governments and how the countries handle it. And obviously people have their own political opinions, and just what I wanted to do is steer clear, stay safe, don't get hurt. So definitely do feel discriminated when I go back to certain areas in both Korea and Japan, but if we go to more livelier parts, it's the same thing. It's fine. Yeah.
I think the best part, at least about our time period and the time that we're living in, people are way more open and accepting.
Oh yeah.
Thank fucking God, because I can't deal with the fucking boomers anymore, man. They gotta go.
Yeah.
I need them to release the houses so we can take that shit too.
Yeah, they're like, you know what you did back in 19. I'm like, sir, I wasn't even alive.
I was a figment. I was swimming.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was a thought. Maybe. I was maybe a thought.
Yeah, no, for real.
Yeah,
I got
for
you.
sure.
I got you. How
I was a
about you,
twinkle in the
May?
stars.
Oh. How about you,
Thanos
May?
was right.
Similar to Katsun, if anyone knows the Japanese and Chinese history, it's very, very in depth, very deep rooted. There would be I remember as a kid, my dad would teach me a lot of Chinese curse words in different dialects. Because when I go into when I would go back to Shanghai or Xiamen or whatever, I would get yelled at a lot, and it's typically because they hear me talking Japanese to my mom, or I just look a little bit more Japanese that day or whatever.
For sure.
It's it's a very interesting experience being discriminated by your own race, but it's a very real thing. And
Oh yeah, for sure.
yeah, I would have old friends debate over whether or not I'm more Chinese or more Japanese, and they would be like, "Oh, you must hate yourself because you're like two countries that already naturally hate themselves."
What the fuck?
Yeah, it was very toxic. I was in a lot of toxic friendships, but that's story for another time. So it was very hard, but I think at some point you just it just becomes like background noise
For sure.
as much as it shouldn't be. And yeah, thank God that people are so much more like, oh, what's in the past is in the past, is history. We'll learn from it, but that's as much as it can be.
For sure.
Yeah,
no.
it's hard, but you learn to live with it and you learn to adapt and evolve with it.
It's okay. This panel, we're all well, not me personally, but all you guys can hold hands together, shaking hands fiercely. So, all right. How about you, Blueby?
Not like I feel like discriminate is like strong for like any experiences I had. If anything, it's just like teasing. But it gets old. Like I had that experience both in high school and recently too. Well, recently as in like a year ago. Like whatever, move on. It's as bad as like how like anime's cool now, and then the people that can't let go of like the people that bullied them. It's like that shit happened 15 years ago. You got to move on. Right.
For sure.
It's like that kind of thing. So it's like it still happened, but it's like that's annoying, but like whatever, move on kind of thing. I don't want to like dive too much into it because like that's a topic that you have later on. But I used to live in a military like family, and like living overseas a lot, like there were diverse cultures everywhere, right? And if you're living in someone else's country, you kind of learn that like I don't know, you learn a lot about that stuff too. I kind of feel like those people that are like quick to jump on like teasing about race or your ethnicity are like ones that haven't left the country and are just very used to what they know. So when I moved here and was going to school here, I started experiencing that, and it was kind of like shocking to me. I was like, it's not that big of a deal. Like they didn't even know I was Asian until I brought it up, and like that was such a big thing for me. Like anything I would do, or just like they would lump you with other countries and cultures, and it's like, dude, I'm half Filipino. Like that's not how that works,
Yeah, for sure.
And even then, like I don't really practice that much other than like the way my mom would raise me, right? But yeah, I'm not like super in touch with the culture like other people I know. And it was just like, okay, like high school's gonna be there and gone, like whatever. But I never experienced that until I moved here. Like I thought that was so weird to be teased about things like that, because I felt like it didn't really affect who I was. And something kind of similar happened when I started VTubing, because I wasn't full Filipino. So it was also a reoccurrence of like, okay, like whatever, like it's no big deal. But it would just keep coming up so much, and it just got like annoying. And it's one of those like, you wouldn't have even known unless I told you.
For sure.
Right. But again, it's like, are you gonna get mad about the dude 15 years ago that made fun of you for like an anime? Like it happened, move on kind of thing. So I feel like I haven't really been discriminated, but like I feel like within Asian cultures, they still tease each other about what they are, especially if you're half anything really.
Right. For sure. 100%. Yeah. I think like when I was younger a lot, because I would get really tan really fast, like super fast. Like I stand outside, I'd be like 20 shades darker, which didn't bother me whatsoever. I like having a nice good tan. I remember back then when I went back to Vietnam, I remember one of my asshole uncles was like, "This motherfucker looks so Cambodia," and I'm like, "Well, my grandma is half Cambodian. What the fuck do you want from me?" But that's just how it is sometimes. They're just racist to each other. You're kind of just like, oh, okay, that's fine, I guess. But anyways, how about you, Kai?
I'd say with the Japanese side, I didn't get it as heavily, especially because the other half of me is white and Hawaiian. So, I never got any sort of like thing with that, especially because like people just saw me as like, oh, just another half white, half Japanese guy. But at least that's how it was very much like I look presented. I think I kind of touched on it earlier, the most discrimination I would get is just I would try and speak Japanese to people earnestly, like in Japan, and I would be met with English instead. which was kind of annoying. I can't recount any specific time though that I've gotten like discriminated for being half. Thankfully,
Thankfully, for
nothing's
sure.
too
Yeah.
severe. That like if the fact that I can't remember anything right now should say something about that, which I'm very fortunate for.
100%. Yeah.
But I will say that weirdly enough, I'll touch on the white side a little bit actually, just because it's like it was something where because I grew up very Japanese, I did not fit very much into, I want to say, white culture, not like white people, but like white culture very well. So
Mhm.
that was definitely something where like I didn't really feel like I belonged in a lot of groups growing up in America. And then more so the Hawaiian side. This one's a really interesting one because my name, because the handle I go by is Hawaiian, but like nobody would know unless you mentioned it. And I think because that's my handle on games too, there'll be like one person, one or two instances a year where somebody will like point out my name because, and I know exactly why they're pointing it out too. It's like, oh, you're Hawaiian. It's like, oh, what part of Hawaii from? Blah blah blah. And I've had people sometimes be like, because I can't answer all the questions about Hawaii or like speak as much Hawaiian. So then
Mhm.
I've gotten like, I remember this so distinctly. Like I played a league game and like the entire 4 man on the enemy team were just like dogging on me for like being a fake Hawaiian or something.
What
And
the
I'm like,
fuck?
it was a very odd experience.
For
Yeah.
sure. Yeah. That's
But
fucking weird as
yeah.
hell.
It's like it's not the most serious thing ever, but it's definitely a thing where I'm kind of sitting there. I'm like, bro, I'm just playing a game. Like, chill.
Yeah, it ain't that serious.
Yeah, but aside from that though, like I was very fortunate. It's like anything I mentioned earlier too. It's like kind of like some of the stuff. It wasn't too bad.
Mhm. Alrighty. How about you, Boomy?
I would say, oh, sorry. Let
No
me get some
worries.
water.
No worries. Go ahead, hydrate.
Okay. I would say for me, thankfully, not too much at all. My mom is from Okinawa, so over there they had like a lot of military bases after the war.
Mhm.
So yeah, I feel like my that side of the family has like exposure to American people. In my mom's pictures from when she was younger, she was like hanging out with like hella Americans too. So I think she also said she had a neighbor that was mixed.
Mhm.
So I feel like that side of the family, they probably kind of prepared that maybe that they're just gonna have like some Americans, yeah,
For sure.
was it, yeah, offspring. But yeah, it's still mixed kids were very rare. But every time I went back to Japan, I've always felt like the cool American cousins. I've never really. I've always had like a buffer whenever I went to Japan. I was always going with my mom or going to Okinawa and staying with my family. Um, so I never really had like to face discrimination against locals or
Mhm.
even if I did, like when I did go to Tokyo on my own for the first time this year, my Japanese was like still pretty poor. So usually out of my own convenience I just pretend that I'm like fully American, so just really don't put myself in that kind of situation in the first place. And even on my dad's side too, like I think that they love my mom more than they love my dad. So
Oh,
they
yeah.
yeah, I don't think yeah, they're all pretty cool with me. So
That's good then. That's all good. All right, Mr. Audio.
Well, I basically went over mine.
Oh yeah,
I
you
guess
did.
I guess I could talk about the white side
Sure,
of
I
my.
mean, yeah, if you wanted to go in more depth with it, if you wanted to.
I very rarely bring up the Caucasian side of my family because they're very racist.
Oh,
They're very anti me.
what the hell?
They're a little weird. They're I don't want to get political, but they vote for the you know who.
Ah.
So yeah, I guess my mom's American family is rooted in, I want to call it Montana.
Ah, okay.
So they're going to meet them and stuff like that, and having like the family weddings and everything has always been awkward because they've never tried to hide like their likingness of our ethnicity. So that was a weird one. That's the only instances though, as far as my family goes. Everybody else is just either super chill with it or really old.
Right, right. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, and then TV.
Let's see the question.
Did you get
Yesterday I did.
discriminated? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if you needed me to read the question again.
No. I see your screen.
Okay.
I just need to remember. Yesterday I mentioned like I didn't have much problems other than like the stereotypes, but I realized I forgot to mention something that I kind of experienced was that when speaking to other adults, you would say like, let's say other family member adults, like family friends, right? Your parents' friends.
Mm-hmm.
And also me speaking to older adults, which is to customers ordering drinks. They would ask me if I speak Vietnamese or if I'm Vietnamese, like if I can speak Vietnamese fluently, and I would always say no because I can't really communicate fully on Vietnamese, but I can like at least understand probably like at least 50% of it.
Mm-hmm.
And like I can't really communicate at all because like I only know like little basics of some like Vietnamese words. It's just like I just don't know how to like fully make into a sentence. So like they always would tell me like, oh, you should go to a Vietnamese school, learn more Vietnamese, something like that. And I always get told that to learn it all the time. Even my aunt in Vietnam also told me that too. But she spoke to me in Cantonese though, because she can also speak Cantonese to me. But yeah, that's the thing I faced.
That's understandable. I think like a lot of Vietnamese people, mostly like Chinese Vietnamese, because I also because my grandpa's Chinese Vietnamese, they suffer with a lot of bullshit from China too. And like someone commented earlier that made me fucking laugh. No one hates China more than China hates China. But it's like it's the same idea, right? A lot of
Right.
I feel like a lot of Asian countries have a lot of hostility against each other.
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes to like mixed races and stuff, it's like, wow, why are you this byproduct of hatred? Blah 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 blah.
Yeah. Like I would like to learn, but like I feel like I can find a time when I can, but I feel like I don't have the time to do so.
And it's hard. Like honestly, if you learned one of them first and trying to pick up another, because they're not similar in any way except maybe like tones. Cantonese and Vietnamese are similar in tones,
right?
But it's still like very hard because you still have to add an extra like 3 more tones on top of
More
that.
accents and something like that. Yeah.
So it's
a
not
lot,
easy.
and then you have to like pronounce it like correctly
and
like,
the right dialects.
Yeah, dialects too. But like I can still understand. Like I can like let's say like an adult is having a conversation but it's fully spoken Vietnamese. Like how I can understand it is like understand like some basic words, right? But also like pay attention to their expressions and like what they're like kind of like talking about. And it's very easy to know like what they're talking about specifically depending on what topic it is.
For sure, yeah. It's okay. You're doing your best. That's all that matters.
Thanks.
Of course.
But yeah, that's it for me.
All right. The last question I have here is: do you live near or within any communities related to either ethnicities? And we're gonna go with Capson again.
Yes, but it's I don't know who said it earlier, but it's like no matter what community I go to, I kind of am like turned away.
Yeah, you feel like an outsider?
Yeah, even in America, like the Korean community or the Japanese community, once they find out I'm one or the other, like the question is, it's like, are you like, do you like being Korean more, or do you like being?
Which one do you identify with more? It's like a war.
I'm like, it's kind of 50-50, and they're like, no, wrong answer, get out. Like, okay.
It makes me so sad because both have such good food, and like that's like the best part of your creation. Like you get the best of both worlds when it comes to food. That's so fucked up, man.
Yeah,
they went to war over the food, buddy.
Yeah. Honestly, it's like, yeah, that's why even though I do live near, I even have like the area that I live in, they do like Japanese. I used to do like Japanese classes with only Japanese kids at the high school area on Saturdays to like learn Japanese and about the culture. But I stopped going to that too because once they found out that I was half Korean, it was immediately like I was lower than them, and they got to just say whatever they wanted without thinking towards me. assuming that like, oh, because you're already that, you're already, you know, that's part of your identity and you can't change it. Like you just live with whatever insult I throw at you. And obviously it bothered me. Same with Korean people as well. I feel like Korean people are very critical in terms of
Yeah, no,
yeah.
100%. No,
Yeah.
I know. I've visited Korea a few
Yeah.
times, and
Yeah.
I think it's really funny because I go there, and the amount of times where they don't realize I'm Vietnamese, and then they find out I'm Vietnamese, complete personality shift. So yeah, it's really tough
Yeah.
with like some of these Asian cultures where they're just like really stuck in like the homogenous mindset.
Yeah.
I think like with like the younger generation, it might be a little easier, but I know like for the East Asian ones, it's very difficult because a lot of them are very tied to their heritage.
Yeah, I feel like it really depends on the parents
Yes.
because yeah, for Japanese people especially, like there's a lot of cases where they'll do their schooling up until high school, and then once they graduate, either middle school or high school, they go back to Japan. So it just is kind of like unlearning all the progressiveness that you learned in America and the States, and then they go back and then they're returning to the homogenous mindset. But I feel like even though, you know, I did live near these communities and I was able to interact with them to a certain extent, and I chose not to interact with them more in depth. I think it gave me like a chance to kind of reach out to other communities, like within my area, whether that be like the Hispanic community or the the Black community, and kind of like make friends with people that are of a more like diverse ethnicity or culture or race in that sense. So I guess it was nice to. It was a good experience,
Gotta make the best of it,
Yeah.
For sure. All right, how about you, May?
I talked about earlier that I was friends with a lot of Japanese kids, and it was like the whole case where like their dad would move to Japan, so they would come here in elementary school and then move away in middle school. And it's like really funny because although like they relied on me to translate for them in English, I was never really accepted because I was always called like the halfie, and then like it wouldn't really, even though I could like speak Japanese up to their level and I can talk in English as well, I was still not seen enough. And it was really hard at first because I wasn't really, like with the Chinese side, I wasn't really invited or included with any of my Chinese friends. Like I was very much shunned from them for a period of time.
Oh goodness.
But I had like a lot of Asian friends, and they like accepted me because like in a lot of cases, full Asians wouldn't accept them when I was younger. So we would kind of like find a common ground of like, oh yeah, we're not accepted, so we might as well just hang out together. And a lot of my long-term friendships are from that. But yeah, it was hard being like half Chinese and like wanting to be part of like the Chinese group and like learn from them and like be able to speak to them. But I was just kicked out, and no matter how much I did, like I did a lot of like parades for Chinese culture, and I was still not seen enough. And no matter what I did, it was not enough to be seen as a Chinese person. So I was kind of like, well, GG's, go next.
No worries.
Sticking with my Asian friends, and we kind of just grow together from there.
At least you found somewhere that was safe for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's wild, but it's I don't know. It is what it is. It's I wouldn't change it for the world.
Oh yeah,
like,
it's one of those things where it's kind of like, is it really worth it to put your energy into that if they don't want to give
Oh
it back?
yeah, of course. I wasn't willing to waste my time more than I did. So
For sure. All right, how about you, Blueby?
There are communities near me. I don't actively seek them out really. I would say like moving stateside, there obviously aren't as many Filipinos versus if you lived on base or something.
For sure.
So it more came like friends first, and then you happen to find out, oh, cool, you're Filipino too, and like that was that. It wasn't like a big deal, like it is when I was overseas. And there are Filipino communities where I live. It's just I personally don't know anyone really in there. I don't myself like actively seek out other people that are like me or anything like that. In that sense, like obviously same interests or if we like the same things, sure. But to me, that's not like a main concern. It was like, oh, I hope they're half Filipino too. So I don't have like any kind of problems with that really. Yeah, if anything, it's kind of hard to find. I'm in Texas, so you don't really see that many Filipinos there.
Oh damn! I
It's
actually
gone to
have
the
a really
point where,
big Filipino
yeah,
group here, so
like for me, it's got to the point where like I honestly forget about it half the time. Just going on about my business and such.
for sure. Yeah, no, that's really interesting because I live near a really huge Filipino community. I love them, by the way. They have some fucking fuck ass amazing food. Thank God for the Filipinos. Thank God for Jollibee. But
Yeah.
it is really
Awesome.
interesting, like the diaspora and like where all of us end up in America too, right? Because I think like where I live, luckily where I moved, there's a big Filipino community. There's a big Vietnamese community, a big Chinese community. But when I was younger, I was the token Asian all around. So, I
That's what it was like for me when I moved stateside. Is like I ended up becoming like the token Asian. I'm like, guys, I'm half. Like it's not even. I don't look quote unquote Asian like how they imagine it.
Right.
It's just because I picked up customs from when I lived overseas, in addition to being raised with more Filipino customs from my mom's side. Like that to them, like they're all the same, right? In their minds, it's all the same, and it's like, God, that's not how that works, dude.
For sure.
You know, it'd be due.
All right, how about you, Kainoa?
I like to say yes and no because my hometown, at least I was predominantly grew up in, was predominantly Asian and white. And the funny thing is though, that Asian part, there was like barely any Japanese people in that community though. I think I was basically the token Japanese person, even though I was only half. But it definitely was a thing though, where definitely not to the extreme extent like with Katsune and Mei, but I have gotten plenty of discrimination for being Japanese by Chinese and Korean people. I've had friends. I think elementary school I barely had friends because they would all just, it's like, oh, you're Japanese, so we can't be friends with you. It's like, what the fuck. I've had a few run-ins with that. And I think, and I also did go to Japanese schools where like everyone, like in a different area where all the Japanese kids came, and I was like the one half kid in that group too. So I kind of like, and like visually I very much was like the half kid. And I think it was just something that felt very normal to me. I don't think fortunately I was not very much discriminated against. I think like any sort of bullying I might have gotten from that time was probably just normal bullying because I was a really small kid at the time. So it was, I'd like to think it was more so in that and not because I looked partially white.
For sure.
But I think that it was something where growing up in that sort of environment was very I felt fairly accepted. So that's why I think when I do go to Japan, I do have like the instances here and there where people just don't treat me as like someone that belongs there. It definitely like was odd to me, and it felt harder for me to like want to practice Japanese and want to get it better when I was like really trying to get in touch with it again and like really speak, because I stopped Japanese school when I was like in late elementary school or something like that, so I didn't get that as strong of a foundation as I would have liked. But yeah, I think yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all I have to say. I think anything else related to this I probably already mentioned, so yeah.
For sure, for sure. All right, how about you, Boomy?
Yeah, I would say for me, when I was growing up, like of course I like grew up partly in Okinawa and then partly in Hawaii for second to eighth grade, and then in Hawaii had like a very strong Japanese presence, and my mom, she had like a lot of Okinawan friends. I didn't go to like Japanese like Saturday school or anything. We mostly just did like eating like Okinawan soba, watching the little league game at my mom's friend's house or something. So we're always like kind of exposed to Japanese culture. So when we moved to the mainland when I was in the 8th grade, I definitely felt a little bit more isolated from that culture because Japanese people and like good authentic Japanese food were a lot more sparse. I only knew one other Japanese kid at my school, and he was also mixed, and I only knew him because our moms were friends.
Okay.
And yeah, even then, like getting into Okinawan culture too, that was a lot harder. I think around this time was when I pivoted hardcore into like becoming a weeb because I guess I was starved,
Right,
starved for
right.
any kind of Japanese culture. But when I went to university, I like actively sought out Asian American clubs. So like I said, I joined the Asian interest sorority, and I was like I founded one APITA club. We did like regional conferences too for Asian American students, and yeah, I was like very very active in doing that. And yeah, so yeah, after like moving from university, I was thinking like, okay, you know, I really enjoy not only being near my culture, but also being near other cultures and like a very international community. So that was something that I really prioritized when I was moving. So I moved to a big city that can offer just that.
For
So I would say right now,
sure.
definitely close.
Sounds good. Sounds good. All right. How about you, Audio?
Yeah, I guess same song and dance usually is there wasn't a whole lot of welcoming. There was no welcome wagon for any for being mixed race from where I'm from. Much older generation, they weren't very happy with it, but they supported it nonetheless because good kid. The kids growing up though, not really. Not until I came to America was they really welcoming. Like they just didn't care at that point.
For sure.
The
Yeah.
communities now that I'm living in though is it does feel like I don't exactly fully belong in there because I speak a different dialect entirely. It almost seems like a different language to their Japanese around here.
Mm-hmm.
So they usually help me out just by just speaking in English for like the most part. There are some times where they'll speak in Japanese and I'll be like I can't respond back because they won't understand me.
Mm-hmm.
So otherwise, they invite me to all the cultural events. They're very welcoming. If there's something that I don't know about, they'll explain to me and be like, oh yeah, this is from XYZ era, and they'll give me the rundown of it. It's pretty entertaining. I don't know all of the white culture that I have for me is mostly internet gained, I guess. I don't know if that's good or bad, but
Right, right, right.
yeah.
You were mentioning how awful that side was.
You know what? I figured there are better teachers out there and they don't have to be related to you.
You know what? Blood is not
Yeah.
thicker than water sometimes, dog. Let it be known.
Maybe why does it have to be thick anyways, I guess.
That's what I'm saying. I'm anemic. Mine's always thin. Anyways. Alright, I know Tiffy was mentioning earlier that she lives around communities that are very similar to her, but I don't know if you want to add anything else to this topic.
I don't think there's anything else to add, but I can explain a little bit more for those that probably didn't stop by yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So like as I mentioned almost say last year, yesterday.
Last year.
I'm on that brain rot again.
Okay, I see you.
So like yesterday I mentioned that I live in an area that revolves mostly around my ethnicity, but also like within like mostly Asian culture. So I live in most between like Chinatown, Vidtown. So it's always like pretty much like a familiar feeling of like my own culture, both traditional and also like Asian American culture, I guess you would say that. I'm surrounded with a couple of like temples nearby as well, and like there's always like a bunch of boba shops around here, at least like 5 to 6 boba shops in each plaza.
Damn.
Every time you
Wow.
drive to different plazas, you will see at least up to 5 boba shops in each of them.
What?
And yeah, I'm not
so
kidding.
jealous right now.
And then like there's always like a bunch of like Vietnamese food, Chinese food restaurants, some Korean barbecue, some Japanese foods like ramen, and then like some izakaya. Anything that you're familiar with pretty much, and when even like as a childhood too, even Asian like big Asian like grocery stores. But that's pretty much it I can share. I don't want to take up too much time for anyone else.
No worries, no worries. All right. We did finish up all of our questions. I don't know if there was any other topics that anyone wanted to bring up. These are all the ones that I could think of at least, but if there's anything you guys think that you want to definitely talk about as a mixed AAPI, please feel free to bring it to the floor. If not, I can always open up like questions from chat too. That's also we can always do that.
I have a question. There was someone else here that was also half white, half Asian, correct?
Hi.
Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Shaking hands.
Hands emoji.
Okay.
Hands emoji.
This is gonna like trust me, like trust process.
Okay, I'm
right?
trusting you. Go ahead.
Have you seen BoJack?
I know of it. Do I actively? No,
I
it's
know
not my.
things of
I don't
it.
think it's my kind of
Okay,
content.
so there's a character named Diane Wen, right? And she eventually has like a crisis of like everything going wrong in her life, and she's like, I'm gonna get in touch with my culture, because throughout the whole show they don't even like acknowledge her Vietnamese culture at all, other than her last name. So for 4 seasons we just know her as Diane, and that's it, right? Eventually she goes to Vietnam, but then like she mentions it's like I came here to reconnect with my culture and heritage, but I feel like a tourist. It doesn't feel right, kind of thing. For me, like even though I grew up with Filipino customs, after I kind of like moved stateside or like moved out on my own, I haven't done shit when it stuff with
You're cool, don't worry.
like Filipino like customs and cultures and stuff. And like I felt slightly discouraged and like even wanting to learn when like I first like met a group and they were like dogging on me for like being half Filipino, right? Quote unquote whitewashed, if you will. And that like discouraged me. I was like, well, now I don't even want to learn about it. Now I feel even more weird about it. So I wonder if anyone else had those kind of feelings too. Because it's like I know of the culture, I don't speak the language, but now I'm further discouraged of even wanting to learn even more about it.
Oh, my hair, both, well, yeah. But I guess you could say that about the white side, but I was very, my Japanese culture was very much, I talked about this earlier, during the first gen, is my dad wanted to get rid of the culture. So my family was very welcoming when I said I wanted to get involved.
Yeah, I think for me it was. Sorry, I don't know if you still had more to say.
No, yeah, go ahead.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
I guess like with that sentiment, I definitely felt that going to Prague. I think going to Japan, I felt like I belonged a little bit more. Going to Prague, I definitely felt like I was, I guess, similar thing. I felt like I was a tourist going there. It's such a weird thing, I guess. I don't know if I answered the question, but it is like a very it is a very weird thing, I guess.
Yeah, this one doesn't apply to me, so I can't say anything. I'm sorry. But
Yeah, oh,
no, Bluey. I'm falling back
think-
in.
Uh-oh.
I meant to click on another channel. I didn't mean to like leave right
No,
when
you're
you finished.
good,
I was
you're
like,
good.
I don't want to say.
He's done with the conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, then what does it come off like? I don't like what you said. I'm leaving. I was like, oh shit, I clicked the wrong button.
No, you're good. I was just putting out the thing for the firstborn child
Oish.
children. Listen, English is hard, man. I've been talking for like 48 hours. No, 72
So you're
hours.
professional.
I'm tired. Leave
So
me.
you're like the master of
doing great.
English right now, yeah?
What the hell?
What
Okay.
the hell? Look at
worries.
this guy. Up.
Man, alright. So I did turn on the comment on AAPI topic redeem. It's only 5 Tobins. If you guys wanted to ask them anything or any other questions that they didn't get to delve in, feel free to go put in those questions. I'm gonna give them like another like 15 or so minutes, and then we're gonna do the firstborn one. I don't think we're gonna go super long on the firstborn child one, just because we went pretty long yesterday, and it's probably gonna be the same stuff. But I will definitely go really deep into the other AAPI one because I really want to talk about Katsu's military thing she sent me, and there's Bluebee and Boomy that were talking about how they have the military experience. So I would love to share that document with you guys so we can get her voice because she wasn't able to make it. So I definitely want to get that for you guys too.
All right.
Yeah, actually, let me. I like read the document prior, but I try not to read too much so I didn't like spoil any of it for myself. It's pretty long, but I think the military VTubers will definitely understand a lot from this one. All right, let's see. We got our first question. Despite all the struggles, was there ever a moment where you felt being mixed opened opportunities for you or made you had any positive experiences by exposing you to more people? I guess, I mean, if there's anything you celebrate being mixed. That's a really good question, actually.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
being mixed gives you more of a chance to experience things that other people can't if they were just one ethnicity. I've had the opportunity to do like take photos in Japan, like when you turn 3, 5, and 7, I believe, and also like my 20th photo.
Oh.
And I've also been able to like perform in Chinese New Year parades for a dance. So like it has its struggles, as everything does, but I've been given the opportunity to do a lot of things that many people who are just Japanese or who are just Chinese will never be able to do. So I'm very lucky.
For sure. How about anyone else?
I want to
do-
say. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thanks. I do say that in regards to opportunity, I think it definitely depends on each person, and I think that like personally that it's nice as a mix to like be able to like have the privilege to learn or like have different cultures that you're able to be a part of, and like if you are included, then that's amazing. That's great for you. Like I guess something also kind of related to what you just said about like oh yeah being able to be part of performances but also at the same time like business opportunities as well, just because I was able to network with a few people for internships because of oh this guy is also Indonesian, and like he was like oh yeah I'm more comfortable with people that like I kind of like understand more, so like you know it's more of like a yeah, I feel that vibe and the same kind of same thing. I can't English right now, and I'm actually probably gonna leave after this because I forgot I had to do something.
No
And so
worries.
no problem. Sorry about that. And yeah, you guys have a great time. This is my
No
exit
problem.
to leave.
All right,
All
see
right,
ya,
y'all. Peace
Sora.
out. Bye bye.
How about you, Kai?
Yeah, I think one of the things I was going to mention is that it's like ironic because it kind of contradicts what I said earlier, but I think coming to Japan being half and like still trying to like get my bearings with Japanese when I was trying to learn again, and I think being half helped a lot because then it's not seen as like oh you're full Japanese and you don't know Japanese, like what's up with that, or like having a Japanese name potentially too, which was something my parents debated on, but they ultimately just gave me American name. But I think another thing with that I guess like specifically with being half Japanese is that like I talked about before had not really being from an area with many Japanese people specifically, and I feel like in general my experiences in America have been like I feel like I see other um types of Asian much more often than Japanese. So it's like when I do meet somebody that's Japanese or even half Japanese, I feel like when I talk with them, we like really, really connect off of that. And I have a lot of my really close friends like at university right now are people that are like also half Japanese or are Japanese that haven't met many people or haven't met any other people like, that are Japanese in like this area, kind of like how I have. It's like it's almost like an instant connection is just kind of there. And it's really nice. It's really fun.
Sure.
Yeah. I think like overall being mixed, it just introduces like I think in general Asian cultures as a whole, like each individually as well, are just really beautiful. There's a lot of traditions and there's a lot of like cultural aspects to it that are beautiful as well. So being mixed definitely opens the opportunity to learn about each culture and each history very much like in a different aspect of like you being a part of it. And obviously like those like not everyone is a bad cookie, so like through those experiences and meeting new people and gaining new experiences and just overall conversing with those from your culture or those who are more like, let's say, like immersed in the culture is also like something that I'm really thankful for being mixed.
For sure, for sure. Alrighty, guys. I super duper appreciate everyone showing up for Mixed. I think actually, from looking at the guest list, almost everyone showed up for the Mixed Ethnicity API over the past 2 days. So I'm super happy that you guys are able to show and share your stories. I'm super sick. I'm really happy about that. Mostly because I don't have like enough information on this part. So I'm really glad that there's an opportunity for you guys to share your stories.
Can I share one thing?
Oh
Sorry.
yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
I'm not sure this really answers the question, but then like I'm trying to remember. Since I mentioned about the last question, like how like I was surrounded in like mostly within my culture, like other people in the same ethnicity, right? So in the area that I'm in, like even going to school, like people I grew up in going to school with, everyone knows each other in the area. No matter where you go, like even like going to restaurants or going to specific like areas such as groceries or little like gift shops and like boba shops, right? I would always see someone that I know from school or anywhere that I go, even like at work or even at like other like places like malls and like outside places too. And like it's like really rare for me to see like these people so often. And like even in school a lot of people knew who I was, but I was more of like the very introverted person, but I was pretty much like a little active in like some clubs too. So no matter where you go, everyone knows you, even because it's like a pretty small community itself. Like I even met some people in the VTubing community or I guess streaming community that also happens to be in the same area as I am too. And it's like always like really shocking for me to see like how small the community is in the area that we are all in.
For sure. Is that it? I just want to make
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, that's it. That's it.
Okay, I just
That's
didn't
it
want to
for me. Sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good. But yeah, the next panel is for firstborn children. You know what? I'm gonna put my fist into my mouth. But
right now.
Man, okay, maybe after stream.
Alright,
Wait a second. Why are you guys so
Well, hold on
excited for that shit? Look, I'm sorry. English is so hard. Anyways, we're gonna do that panel next. It's not gonna be too long because I don't think there's too many. I know that 2 people in here are also of that tag. I was checking everyone's roles beforehand. The panel's not going to be too long, and then after that, we're going to work on the other one, the other AAPI experiences, which include military, raised in 2 countries. If you relate to the other one, definitely show up to that one. That will be the the end of the stream. Listen, I'm sorry about the forced birth. I'm sorry. My bad. God damn it. I also
Forced
ordered.
birth. Forced birth is crazy.
Look, man, English is hard. Okay,
You're doing your best.
You're doing great. They're there.
Let's go, Pookie.
You guys want to share anything before I start wrapping up for the next team?
Thank you for having us. Thank you for
Yeah,
hosting.
yeah,
of course.
Hosting.
You're doing great.
You're doing amazing.
Awesome.
Thank you so much
Thank you so much for this.
Yeah, thank you so much for showing up. I was so nervous, man. Ooh.
Big round of applause for Taiga. Oh my god, thank you.
Yeah, you're a great host.
Thank
You're a great
you.
host.
Thank you. Alrighty, for everyone that's firstborn, feel free to stay. I'll check out everyone else later. I know if you guys have the other AAPI attached, so I'll catch you guys later, okay?
All right. See you later.
Bye.
Then there were about to be 3. I'm gonna pull Iviki in here. Hello again, Iviki.
Hello.
Alright, let me swap to the firstborn, and then I'm gonna resize you guys. I
All right.
ordered Caesar chicken wrap. So whenever that comes, I might disappear for a little bit. But Tiffy and Ibiki were here yesterday for this, but we got a new face, so it'll be super interesting to hear about your own experiences. Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Crazy how this is back to back too. Perfect.
I know the timing was perfect, right?
This is a very interesting thing to segue into because mixed race stuff. I've talked about that a lot with like other friends and like other AAPI stuff. Like, but being firstborn, that's definitely a first.
I wish I could participate in the second born because I was at work, so I was able to participate in any of that for both days.
For sure, yeah. All right, let me double check. All right, I think we should be good. I think this is it. All right. Sorry, that's my cat. If you hear her screaming, ignore her.
No worries. We love the cats.
The roll?
Yeah, the firstborn. Are there more people, or is it just us?
I pinged it earlier. I mean, I can ping it one more time.
Oh, you did ping it.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
I think I read that as first.
No, you're good. You were probably already on the channel, so you didn't even get the ping.
No, I was thinking about first gen. That's what I was reading.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Work is getting to me.
It's all good. It's all good. All right. Let's get into it. So, firstborn child AAPI experiences. Many AAPI suffer from the firstborn child experience, which is having to take leadership of taking care of the family because they understand the host culture the most. All of us shaking hands. I'm one of those firstborns, so I'm able to talk about this.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, so we are going to look at a wonderful slide that my mod put in. Every time I see the slide, it hurts my brain, but it's...
Dude, why is this so real? I thought this was just me.
No, you are the parent.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Look at those
No
babies.
way.
All right.
Yeah.
So we got some questions. I'll let Kai answer most of these first, and then we'll go around the circle too if we got anything else to add. Yeah, sounds good. All
Yeah.
right. Okay, Mr. Kai, Mike is in front of you. You have the floor. Do you feel like you're the caregiver of the family, whether it be emotional support, child care, and etc.?
Yes. Absolutely. To a pretty extreme degree too. This was definitely something that I did not think connected to my AAPI experience at all. Mainly because I felt like it was a byproduct of my second brother being born with autism and him being so close in age to me. So because of that, my family I think I maybe got like 2-3 years of like real parenting, and then it all went to my brother because he needed the attention, which like I totally get. But I think that inadvertently made me into like the third parent of the family. And I think this was a thing up until I was about 12. Like I was basically the third parent, or like if my dad left early for work, I was the one. I cooked breakfast for my family since I was like really young. And then did stuff like that, looked after my brother, and then a third brother was born. And I've been looking after him as well, like trying to be a better influence for him in some ways and stuff like that. And I think my parents told me that like up to about that age, like 12 years old, they tried to like really wean down on that a lot. Partially, I mean, it kind of worked out because my personality worked to be able to fill in that role, but it was definitely something that they realized. Like I think they said they watched like an episode of 60 Minutes, and they talked about like a very specific thing that my parents were doing to me, and that was like really bad. And I definitely think it affected me today, because I feel like I need to take everything on, and I don't want to. And it makes me. I became someone that like has too much EQ. Like I care a little bit too much about how people are feeling and how people are like doing or whatever. So I think that's something where like I didn't realize had such like a profound effect on me. I didn't realize this was like such a big thing.
Oh god, yeah, it really is. The other two
Yeah.
can definitely agree on that. It really warps how you live.
And I don't even know if it was specifically because like of my mom being Japanese. Oh, by the way, both of my parents were the youngest in their family. So like I don't
Okay.
think my mother was like the youngest of 4 daughters. So it's like and then in a Japanese environment, being a woman, yeah, that must have been fun. But like, yeah, I don't know. It's such a weird thing. Like my grandparents like all gave me the praise. I was the well-behaved one, quote unquote, because my brother is, has autism, so he's not as well-behaved. And it was such. I felt like I was definitely put on a pedestal for sure, and to do like really great. And it's very strange. Yeah, it is very nuanced.
Yeah, no, for sure. So for my example, so
Yeah.
I have 3 other siblings. We have a pretty big age gap. The middle one, to me, it's 4 years, and the youngest one, that was the accident, 6 years. I watched him. Yeah, like I know when he was spawned. So whenever he pisses me off, I remind him that if I interrupted, he wouldn't be here, regardless.
Yeah, yeah. I remind my brother, hey, I changed your diapers, bro. Like, don't you be giving me shit.
Yeah, but I had to be the parent because my mom, even though she had all these children, right, and she would always, I remember when I was younger, she would say shit like, "Oh, I just wanted children." You didn't want to fucking take care of them though. And,
Yeah.
my mom would work because she was also a single mother. My dad was not in the picture.
Okay.
And I took care of everything for my siblings, whether it be school, forging my mom's signatures on their homework, helping them with their homework, yada yada yada. I quite literally was their parent. And if you like ask them like who their parent was, they will never point to like my mom or my dad. They will always point to me.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, because I took care of everything for them. Like even when like they needed to get like permission to go on a field trip, I wouldn't even tell my mom they were going on a field trip. I just sign it and say, "All right, go on your field trip." It was like a permission slip for them to watch like a rated R movie in school. I would sign it. I wouldn't even bother telling my mom because she just wouldn't care,
Mm-hmm.
And it's just really sad because I think like that's the main reason why like now as an adult I always have that like really like huge like protective persona, and everyone always calls me like the dad of the friend group, like the dad they never had. And it's I don't think it's like a bad thing. I very much enjoy being able to help others and where they don't have like a father or mother figure in their lives. But I know like now that I've grown, I did not get I never had a childhood experience compared to my siblings. Like I made sure that they got the childhood I never could get.
Yeah.
So I think that's like what we have to suffer as firstborns, because it's either our parents don't want to parent, or they get too stressed to parent, or they have other things they have to take care of and expect, well, you're the firstborn, you should be able to take care of the other kids because they're your siblings, right?
Yeah. I think for me, it might have been something that felt nuanced because it wasn't something my parents like intentionally wanted to do, and it's like something that like for years literally didn't realize what they were like indirectly doing, just because I was doing okay taking care of my brothers, and I was changing my youngest brother's diapers, and I was like, I learned how to take care of a baby when I was like 10. It definitely, it was something where it was just kind of like, well, like the glove fit, and then I was very fortunate, I guess, for that. But yeah, it definitely can have its effects, and I think not having a childhood was definitely something that, or like not having as much of a childhood I wish I could have had, was definitely something that I like to hope for other people, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. How about you, IBK?
Oh, you got your sandwich. Or your wrap.
Oh, my bad. You guys hear me? I'll hug you.
I actually have an interesting story after I moved out of my family. Well, throughout my childhood, I did help take care of my brother and also my younger cousins and stuff. Anyways, tying back to the story, my mom called me telling me that my brother was not going to church and that I needed to come home and discipline him because she could not discipline him.
What the hell?
Yeah, I had nothing to do.
That hit close to home to me too, actually. Wait, sorry.
Yeah, no, because me too. And I remember, oh my god, this actually reminds me. I remember when my mom was trying to discipline my little brother. Oh my god, she grabbed the broom because she was gonna smack him. And I'm like twice her height, so I grabbed the broom and I was like, "What the fuck are you doing, woman?" And she's like, "Well, I'm disciplining him." I was like, "Okay, well, you don't have to hit him with a broom. You could, just tell him like, don't do that again." I don't know, maybe try the white people tactic of grounding them. I don't know, like anything except the broom. Oh man.
No, white people tactics is crazy.
She actually tried to ground us once. It did not work because she still needed us on the internet because she couldn't do anything herself. But I mean, it was pretty funny for her first attempt. I think she was like, "You can't use any electronics," and we were still playing on our DSs. You know, like she tried. I'll give her that. She tried. How about you, Tiffy?
Um, hmm. Yesterday I mentioned that I think my parents had taken care of us both equally, but I think there are parts or times where I help my mom, like assist her when she's like has her handful on a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
While taking care of us. So like I would help her with the kitchen or like tidy up the house too. And then I think when back when I was like when my brother was like still like a baby, like a toddler-ish. I remember I would take care of him. I would change his diapers. Pretty much like babying him, and then like as he grew a little older, like I guess you would say like elementary and I guess a little bit up to middle school and high school now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would try to check up on my brother, see like how he's doing with school and whatnot. You know, he would say like, oh, like he's like getting a C in a class and it's literature or you would say English, and I was like, how are you not doing well in English? And he was like saying like he was lazy to read. I was like, I get that, but then like it's part of your class too. You have to do it no matter what it would be. But I try to like, you know, kind of give him like a brother sister type of talk. So I just trying to like, I guess, be someone that he would look up to
Mm-hmm.
as, you know, someone by blood. So I try
Right.
my best to like be a guidance to him and try and like do my best to like support him in some ways. So I'm pretty much me and my brother kind of like get along here and there, but like whenever like he would try to like hug me, I just cringe. I just don't like. I don't know why. I just can't do it with my brother. Like physical affection, I can't do with my brother.
I think that's most Asians though. They're really bad with physical affection.
Like with my mom, it's fine, but I can't do it with my brother. But,
yeah, me too. I'd probably punch my siblings before I'd hug them, but I do love them dearly.
Damn, that's crazy.
I just cringe. Like I would just like my body would like shrivel up or something.
They literally probably are the reason why that I've been losing hair more. Okay.
That's some crazy generational trauma.
Oh god, they drive me nuts. But I honestly, we're all like trauma bonded to each other. We all carry for each other really deeply, and I think like a lot of them have a lot of guilt towards me. I've had conversations with my siblings before. I remember them telling me, I don't remember. I think we were just like eating out. And my little brother was like, "I'm sorry." I'm like, "What? What's going on? What did you do now?" You know, you whenever you get in trouble, I have to deal with it. Mom doesn't care, right? But I have to deal with it.
Oh, that's crazy.
But I remember him just saying like, you know, like we robbed you of like all the things that, you know, you should have experienced, right? You know, and I kind of sat there and I was like, yeah, you guys did, but like at the end of the day, I'm not mad at it. I don't regret it. Sure, I was like an angry little child when I had to take care of you guys. But, you know, looking back on it, I'm really thankful that I have such a close relationship with them because I know like once like, you know, our parents are gone, we only have each other. I like really love my siblings, and it's actually so funny. I've had so many people tell me they're like, you actually have such a great relationship with your siblings, because I realized like with my American friends, most of them don't get along with their siblings. I didn't realize that until like I would look back at like my siblings, and I think like our trauma bond is so strong, it'd be weird if we weren't close.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I get that too, and I kind of feel that with my parents too, because I feel like because my parents were very self-aware of like what they were doing and trying to be better, that it's like kind of a similar thing where it's like I'm really grateful I have a great relationship with both my parents and my brothers. It definitely is something that I imagine for like, because I've talked to a lot, of course I've talked to a lot of like my Asian friends that grew up more Asian than I did, and it's very it makes me kind of sad, like seeing how like the relationship is just so like there's not as much of the like familial bond as there could be, or the and I think that like it does kind of affect people too.
Oh yeah, Asians are so
Yeah.
bad with physical touch and affection.
Yeah, no, my mom being the Japanese one, she's the one that's like the most, I swear, in some ways she's very Japanese, but in some ways she's like weirdly very Western. It's so funny. It's like her both simultaneously telling me to get the best grades possible or else, but also telling me to go out with my friends like all the time. It's such a weird thing. And it's like it mirrors very much like how we were raised too. We were raised very like Japanese American. Yeah.
For sure, for sure. All right, we'll go on to the next question.
Mhm.
Do you feel like your parents and family set unfair expectations on you? Go ahead, Kai.
Oh, I think my mother definitely did. It was funny because I was just talking about this. My mother definitely did. It's probably because of that Japanese part of her that's like expects us to do, and not even out of like a get good job for like good income or whatever, but it's more that it's like my mom sees the potential I have and wants me to get that potential. Not so much of like, oh, what will people think or anything like that, but it's just wants me to do my best. And then my dad was like the other part, like with it being just like just do what makes you happy, man. Like don't worry too much about that. And I think there was that balance there. And it felt much more emphasized on me though, especially because my brother, like just a couple years younger than me, has like autism Asperger's, so it's his potential to do things as well just not there. Like he's very much on that spectrum where he needs to be looked after for the rest of his life. So it was put on me for a long time. And then my youngest brother comes along, and I feels like it was kind of funny because the moment my parents had to like look into like my younger brother's future is when I basically became an adult. So I think like a lot of those expectations actually got put on my youngest brother. That being said, he was definitely treated. He had more of a childhood. Let's put it that way. Definitely. Before COVID. Like he got to do all the field trips. He got to do all the events that like parents do have to kind of pay for to go into. He had the spirit wear in school. I never got any of that. I never asked for it either because I like from a very young
Same.
age was like I don't know. It felt like asking for things like that was just like like it's like I don't need it. It's okay. Like I know finances are rough or something. Like it's fine.
Yeah, no,
But
I get that completely for sure.
yeah, so it's like I definitely like very minor things I was like kind of jealous of. Like I wish I got to do some of the things, but also yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's not that bad for me compared to how it could be for other people. Yeah.
My bad, I'm chewing. I'm like shoving this wrap into my mouth. So
no, dude, I'm sure you need the food for how much you're doing today.
Thank you. So then to move into the next question, because you mentioned about like your siblings and stuff, were you jealous of them being able to grow up as like having a childhood? Like you talked about the youngest.
Not really. I think because I see the way that I was brought up, like deep down I do not feel that jealousy, like it genuinely, because I do feel like the way that I was brought up has made me a lot more independent, and like coming into adulthood I was able to live on my own. Like when I went to Japan after high school, I was there by myself, so it's
okay.
It was very much a thing where like I was able to be self-sufficient. I was able to operate by myself. Like doing adult things didn't feel as daunting because it's like, okay, well it's like I'm being independent but like by myself. Like it's not like my family is in like a different room. It's I don't know. Because then I look at my youngest brother who like didn't have that growing up because he was somewhat coddled. That he very much like expects things and like very much is like more spoiled than I am, or just spoiled in general. Not like I don't think I'm that spoiled, but it definitely is something like that where I low-key kind of worry for him, like whether he'll be fine living on his own.
Mhm.
Because I don't know if he has like those basic life skills that like I feel like a lot of kids in general kind of miss out on growing up in a privileged environment.
Mhm.
And it's not to say that we grew up in like that privileged of an environment, but it definitely is something where I do worry that he's coddled too much. I wish I want him to have what I had a little bit more. Let's put it that way. It's like almost like a weird opposite effect.
No, I
But
get that. I think like
it's like the opposite of jealous.
my mom definitely set a lot of unfair expectations on me for being the oldest and the also
Right.
not wanting to raise her own children. Of course, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And I felt like I had to work so much harder to not disappoint her, but it didn't matter because I was always a disappointment to her, which is
Mao?
yeah, I know. I'm cool with it. Trust and believe. I could care less, but growing up, like it really fucked with me.
Yeah, I can imagine.
No matter what I did, it did not matter. And it sucked because she didn't do the same to my younger siblings. It was only me.
Mm.
And I can totally 100% say, like, with my full chest, I resented my siblings. I truly did. When I was younger, I was
Right.
an angry child. I think like now, like as an adult, I've definitely like matured and grown and like understand where my resentment comes from. And the resentment was never like about the siblings. It was just towards my mother for having all of us, but not wanting to love us, not wanting to care for us.
Mhm.
When I was younger, every time I had to like if I was invited to a party, if I got to like just hang out with like my friends, I had to take my siblings with me. And it didn't even matter
Mm.
if they weren't invited, or let's say it was like just like let's say it was like a boys' party. I still had to bring my sisters. And
Oh
we
my
had
gosh.
such like a huge age gap too, which was like rough. Like, like I would be at like a middle school like inflatables party, and then I have like my little baby brother with me that I have to watch the whole time, and I can't hang out with my friends because my mom didn't want to deal with a babysitter and expected me to do everything.
Mm.
I know that like I was extremely like bitter and kind of jealous because like when my mom did show affection, she only showed it to them. And it just like hurt because I was raising them. My mom wasn't raising them,
Yeah.
so she was basically trying to profit off of me raising her own children. As we got
Yeah.
older, it was what made it better was when they started to grow up, they realized like the pressure that my mom put on me to take care of them, and they tried their best to not be spoiled and to not be little bastard children basically.
Yeah, like, that's
um
cool though that they like
yeah,
were kind of
they
conscious of that.
yeah, they definitely like could tell like how much I was suffering every single day. And then like the fact also like we didn't have a dad, so I had to play the mom and the dad for them.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a lot. Like I definitely was so resentful to them when I was younger, but like now as an adult, I wouldn't change it for the world. Like I love them so much. I feel like I wouldn't be here without them. They've saved
Yeah.
me quite a couple of times from like when I was like really deep in the dark pits of hell. So I really
Yeah.
have to thank my siblings for that, and I'm really thankful. Like even though like the pressures and the environment of being a firstborn child, I wouldn't I wouldn't tell anyone to experience it, but I'm thankful for the fact that I have my family.
I think it like created it for your family. It definitely sounds like it created the bond that like some families might not have, especially with your siblings just being so considerate of you too. So it's like it definitely sounded like it was really rough on you, but then it being something that um created something meaningful at the same time. It's kind of like you go through the thorns to see the roses, and it feels definitely like it sounds like that's very much the
For
situation
sure.
that you went
Yeah,
through.
yeah. I'm really thankful for them. I know they're really thankful for me too.
Yeah.
But holy fuck, was our childhood hard. We're all trauma bonded. Like we can't survive without each other. Like we are shaking hands in generational trauma. Like half of us, I've already said it ends with us. So I hope that when they do have children, because I'm not going to have children, I've told them many times, I raised you guys, that's
Mhm.
enough children for the rest of my life.
Valid. And they're
So
expensive too.
right, so whenever they have children, I always remind them like don't be like mom, Don't be
Yeah,
like dad
that's
either, but
definitely it's definitely something. Yeah, for
yeah.
I kind of want to make sure that like any sort of problems end with me too. And it's like if there's problems, it'll be my problems, not generational problems when I have
sure.
kids. That's at least my thought process. Yeah.
How about you, Ibiki?
Growing up as like an older daughter made me feel like my brother was just the golden child because he has a dick. So
Right.
I felt like inferior even like down to my other relatives like giving him a lot. Like I would be excluded from getting like gifts and stuff for the holidays. My brother would be the one that would get more gifts and stuff even though we all had the same relatives, we had the same like godparents and stuff, like he was
Crazy.
always like favored. So I definitely grew up having a lot of jealousy towards him, but it was like kind of weird how my parents did not want to deal with punishing him. Like if he did get himself into trouble, they would be very very light on it, but growing up they were very harsh on me, even like with my other relatives, with my grandparents and stuff. They seldom like put their hands on him, but they did with me.
Crazy.
Yeah. And even academic wise, they were really hard on me, but not as much on him. But they expected me to still help him out with his academics and stuff. And if I struggled, um, heavy punishment was definitely enforced, and my brother would be a lot less on that. So it definitely carried me, but it doesn't like change the fact that I love my brother and I still care about him, but where I feel emotionally distant from him, like he feels so out of reach because he had been like the golden child of like a lot of my relatives and how they perceived him and favored him.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough for real. I think for me, I wouldn't say I was considered the golden child, but a lot of people knew that my mom was a single mom and my dad left her. So my dad's a fucking bastard. So I think that if anything, I never was like, I never got the golden child treatment. But if anything, they all pitied us. You know what I mean? And then what made me when I grew up, I realized I fucking hate pity. When people give me pity or look at me with pity, I start raging. I hate it. It just makes me feel like I'm getting looked down upon. But it's really interesting to like think about it like now, you know. I was definitely not that kind of experience because my mom didn't want to do like I can't even remember any time my mom has done one mom thing in her entire life. I think the only mom thing she did was extract us from her uterus, but that's about it.
That's
So.
insane.
I know. Alright, how about you, Tiffy?
On the second question, right? I mean the second.
The two that are together,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. As I mentioned yesterday, both of my parents I treat us quite both equally, but then I think growing up there were times like where I always felt like my brother would seem to be like the favorite one, and then like there are things like my dad would seem to like my brother more, and then whenever my dad was asking for me or like for some help or assistance, and then like he would kind of like brush me to the side a bit when I'm like unsure how to like solve like a certain thing that he's asking about, right? And then like he would say something like, oh, like I was useless or something, and then I did mention that yesterday too, and like I said like those words that like hurt a lot. But I think once you're like growing up, getting older, you don't really get to hear that much anymore. So I kind of like kind of just like live life throughout the way. Throughout the way. Wait, I don't know. That did not make sense.
No worries.
Whatever
no
it
worries.
is. But expectation wise, I always felt like there were a lot of like high expectations from parents, like wanting you to succeed in life. Like I always thought like my mom wants me to follow like what she wants me to do. But then like I when I had like the chance to like break it down and talk to her because it was up to the point where my mental was at a limit. I was going through a really bad depression and like a lot of stress. And then I told her like, you know, what I was like looking at for my major in psychology, and then and I was just kind of going in the flow because I'm trying to figure out like what I really want to do to enjoy. And then you know, she told me like, you know, it's not that I should do what she wants me to do. She just wants me to be happy and succeed so that she doesn't have to like worry about it so much, or like, you know, or that I don't have anything in the future. So I came to understand like she just really cares. She just wants the best for me. So there's that. And then the
good.
second part of the question, I do have a younger brother who is 7 years younger than me. I think when I was like a kid, like let's say elementary, I was a little jealous because like my brother was getting the attention, which I didn't like really understand at that point. But then it got to the point where we were both being treated equally. Um yeah, that's pretty much it. So not really much. We just like dabble here and there.
Alrighty, let's work on our last question then. If you were also first or second generation, did your parents struggle with teaching you about American culture or the other way around? Go ahead, Kai.
I guess this is like the shortest thing for me.
Mhm.
Not at all, because my dad grew up in the valley, so that was definitely something where I didn't. And it's kind of ironic because I did just talk about earlier how I was like, oh, like I didn't really fit into like white culture that much, but like I at least for the most part still am like American though. Like if I leave America and I go to another country, I am American. So I definitely did not struggle with that. I grew up very half Japanese and half American, so yeah, no, it wasn't too bad for me. Just from my mom, I guess technically I would be second generation, and then my dad, well, from my dad's side, third generation. So yeah.
Yeah, my mom, fuck. She was never. This woman's evil. I hate my mom. Straight up.
Unlucky.
Oh no. It is what it is, you know? That's just how life is. My cards were dealt. I don't mind. Like sometimes like I think about it, it's like, man, fuck. I wish I had good parental figures in my life, but I didn't have any. I had zero. Nada. Which I think that's why I have mommy and daddy issues. But that's okay. That's okay. She always wanted to claim Vietnamese when it was when it benefited her, right? So at home she would only speak Vietnamese, which is why I'm fluent. She would only use English when she had to, like at work or like outside in public. But if I acted American, oh, she would fucking slap me across the face and say that we're at home, you're Vietnamese, right? That's your country, that's your home. And it was tough because even when it comes to like when we would have arguments, my mom is super loud, gets in your face, starts crying and all this other shit, but I wouldn't give her a reaction. She hated that. She's like, that's you being American. Like, you have to, like, talk to me and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, I don't, because you're just gonna yell at me anyway, you know? And there was just, like, a lot of things that I would do that was American, right? Because we lived in America, so I had to follow American rules. But then I would get home and I would get berated because, well, you're Vietnamese first, right? Because I'm also first generation.
Yeah.
She would constantly remind me that, well, I'm Vietnamese. America doesn't matter. And then I'd throw back in her face, like, why'd you come here? Why are we here then? You know? Like, if you hate America so much, why are we here? But then, like, then she'll claim America when she's like, oh, yeah, like, you know, I brought you here for better opportunities, and that's why, like, we can live comfortably, and, like, why I work so hard so we can send money back to, you know, Vietnam, blah, 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 blah. And it's tough because, like, I don't know why my mom was so insecure in her own culture. I think it's because like when we were moving around, we never got to live near Vietnamese communities. Now we do.
Oh.
Right? But when
Okay.
we were moving around the world, it was just her. Like there was no one that she could talk to that was Vietnamese, so she always felt so lonely and empty. And the only person that she could talk to was me. Because my siblings are all second generation. I'm the only first, because I was born there and she brought me over. So the only person that she could talk to in Vietnamese was myself during that time, because my dad was outside of the picture too. And I think like a lot of like my like warped mental issues came from her pushing that on top of me, because there was a lot of her own personal trauma that she couldn't figure out. And it sucks. It's not, like, I think about it all the time and it sucks. But if anything, I gave up trying to teach her American culture. It wasn't worth it. Myself, though, I love American culture. Let it be known, one of the first things I ate when I came to America was like crappy lunch stuffing, and my life was changed. I fiended for stuffing, and I don't know why. It's just wet bread. It's wet seasoned bread. But I remember, and I literally like stars in my eyes. And then I remember one of my friends during the time told me, "Did you know that you can buy stuffing in a box?" Let it be known, I hoarded so many stuffing boxes, it was bad. I would eat stuffing. It didn't even matter if it wasn't Thanksgiving. I was stuffing my face with stuffing.
Stuffing is good though, yeah.
Right? It's so good. But no, I genuinely 100% enjoy being American. As much as I am true to my culture, I love being Vietnamese, but I love being American. I'm so thankful that, you know, my mom put in the effort to bring us over here, because I have been given so many opportunities that I wouldn't have gotten in Vietnam, and I know that, and I definitely owe that to her, but I don't owe her my mental health, you know? Yeah, how about you, Ibiki?
My parents didn't teach me any of, not really much of American culture. We did celebrate the holidays and stuff and also on the days off. We would go to like fairs and stuff like that for certain holidays and of course Thanksgiving, everything else. But they didn't, I don't think they lacked in sharing the Vietnamese culture with me, like as I mentioned in previous panels on showing me like Vietnamese folklore videos and stuff and showing me like Vietnamese dub shows. That I'm honestly really grateful for. And my grandparents were also the ones that would share stories with me. Like I spent a lot of time with my grandparents, so oftentimes most of the culture was maintained whenever I would be with them. So I didn't, but I had a hard time adjusting to American culture actually, because like everything at home had to be in Vietnamese.
Yep.
I know, there was just no exceptions. There was just no exceptions. If there was American culture, they would be upset. My grandma would yell at me. She would tell me, "We do not speak English in here.
Yeah.
Only Vietnamese."
Oh my god, that's war flashbacks right there, baby. Vietnam War? Who's that?
No, she would. She would give me the sandal.
Yeah, no, for real, for real. And it's really crazy to me too, as Vietnamese, you know, I'm like coming from like survivors of the Vietnam War. I actually have a really funny story about that. But I'll let Tiffy talk about their experience with this before I go into it.
I don't think yesterday I've been on this part of the topic. I think we skipped it or something.
Because we were over time.
Okay.
Wow.
So I don't think my parents had taught me about American culture. I think they kind of just like go with the flow. So I think they're pretty flexible on both cultures, but I've had been taught or shown like my own heritage and culture. So I'll always eat a lot of like traditional like Vietnamese foods, Cantonese, Chinese food. Always like they're always homemade foods too, and they're always enjoyable. And then like sometimes I would ask my mom certain questions like, "Oh, what is this? How do you say this? How do you say that?" And like, you know, she would like kind of like break it down and explain to me or either correct me. Like sometimes like my grammar for Cantonese isn't always perfect, so my mom usually would correct me the right way of saying it, and I kind of just learned things from her mostly than my dad. Sometimes my dad would share history about our family, like I was learning about like, I don't think he dived into much details, but he had mentioned like that he met my mom and like where his family is at and her family is at was living in like in Chinatown part of Vietnam. So I think that's where we got our like Chinese blood in our body and like our genes, I guess. And like learning like Cantonese, and then like my parents my mom also speaks a dialect, which is Teochew. I'm probably saying it wrong though, but that's something I learned. So it's kind of like more flexible from both cultures.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, I'll share the story because it's really funny. I've shared this to my own chat a few times because it's honestly just so funny. Like, I don't know why it's so funny, but it is. But basically, so on my dad's side is Northern Viet, and my mom's side is Southern Viet, right? We've already reiterated my dad's a piece of shit. That's besides the point. So my grandpa on my dad's side, Noi, he had already had a wife in Vietnam and had a bunch of children, like 7 kids with this woman. My grandma, dead, evil, deserved. Moving on. He goes on a boat to escape the Vietnam War during this time. All right. He had brought his firstborn daughter, but she didn't make it on the boat, and only he landed in Louisiana, in America. So he was able to assimilate into the camps there that were protecting Vietnam citizens. So I remember when he was still alive and he was sharing the story with us, he told me that when he made it there, he met a woman. And this woman was like 15 years younger than him. My grandpa was like 35. My grandpa did not think that he was gonna see his family in Vietnam ever again. And fell in love with this woman. And they ended up having babies on American soil, and my, I guess, like, uncles and aunties that are second generation are a part of that. Now, a few years fast forward, okay, technology is getting better, and then he has the opportunity to reach back to his family in Vietnam. It's been a few years, by the way. These kids are like, maybe like, I'd say from the range of like 5 to 10. My grandpa finally is actually recorded in the news to be the first Vietnamese citizen to be able to reach back to his family after the Vietnam War. And when my half grandma found out, her family was like freaking out, like, how could you get with a man that already had a family? You know? He finally reaches back to the other side, which is the side that my dad is with that grandma. And when he finds out that they're still alive, the grandma had sold all of their belongings. They were dirt poor. So then with like survivor's guilt, he brought them over to America. There's a news clipping. There was a bunch of news and there was a bunch of reporters in the airport when his original family was coming over from Vietnam. And I remember distinctly looking at this panel, and a reporter got a picture of my grandma slapping the fucking shit out of my grandma's face. Like, the whole headline was about man reunites with original family after having love affair with another Vietnamese camp citizen. Something.
Oh my god.
So after that, it's just really funny because after that, the lineage on that side said some shit about how, like, we had the cheating disease. And every single guy in the original family line, okay, not like the one son that was in the new family, has cheated on their wife, including my own father. And they blame it on my grandpa.
Great.
But it's just really funny to think about. So because my dad was brought over here as a first gen, he was actually pretty Americanized, but because he was so absent from my life, I never got to experience that. But yeah, I just think it's really funny. My grandpa is crazy, right? So yeah, there's a cheating curse. Every single man has cheated. It's crazy. Like, I couldn't believe it. Yeah. Even the daughters have cheated.
Oh, okay. So it's not just a gender thing.
Yeah, it's not even
No,
just a
not
gender thing.
it's the whole
Yeah, isn't that
family.
crazy?
It's the whole bloodline.
I know. See, maybe that's also
Oh,
why I haven't
brother.
dated. I would never
Valid.
cheat. But sometimes the wives that are married to like that side of the family, they'll throw it back whenever they get into fights. I've watched it happen. One of my uncles, I think like he got into a fight with his wife, and she like, well, you're gonna cheat on me anyway. Look at your family. I was like, oh my god. You know what I mean?
My goodness, yeah.
Dude.
Just a mic drop.
Yeah, I know. Here, let me bring in Ice Boy because he's a little late, but he can still talk with us for a little bit.
I was going to mention if it may or may not be a universal thing that happens, but probably more likely an experience for first generations or those
Hello.
in Vietnamese
Hi, Ice.
countries. Hi, Ice.
Hi, sorry, I'm late. Oh my god. I'm so
Hello.
sorry. But I'm firstborn. I was here. I'm here.
It's all
Firstborn,
good.
last to join.
Hello.
Combo.
Hey, yo! Hey, yo! You know what? I'm here.
Yeah, I'm
Filipinos
just
are
fucking-
fashionably late. I'm just saying, Filipinos are
Oh
fashionably
my
late.
god.
All
Alright.
Valid.
Go ahead, Ibiki.
Have you ever witnessed a family member like unalive an animal? Like I've seen
yeah.
my grandma
Yeah.
unalive, like a chicken and a duck like so many times. My grandma's like, "Oh, I'm just gonna be out in the backyard." I'm just like, "Can I watch, grandma?"
Oh, I
And she's
mean,
like,
I was raised on a farm for a little bit, so I've also done that. I've also just gutted chicken.
Oh,
to
actually,
ducks.
yeah.
"Wait, what? You have?"
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Oh
know how
my
to cut
goodness.
them right at like the correct vein to bleed them out immediately. So
Yeah, I've
there's-
seen that.
yeah, that's kind of what when you live on the farm. That's what you know. What I actually have another funny story. I had a chicken that bonded to me, and I loved that chicken. And then there was one day I couldn't find that chicken, and then later we had chicken pho. And I was like, "Oh, this is really good." And they're like, "Yeah, we used the chicken that was your friend." Oh, okay.
It went from chicken pho to chicken pho.
Yeah, no, I was like, oh, okay. And then I didn't eat chicken pho for like 3 years. I didn't even eat chicken for
my
a while because I was
gosh.
just so sad. Yeah.
Oh.
And then after that, I had to learn how to gut chicken myself. So I was like, oh, okay. It's whatever, I guess.
That's a crazy chronological
Yeah.
analogy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, Taiga, can I ask, what did you ask the other people here about the topic of firstborn, if I
Oh,
may?
for sure. If you click on the stream, all the questions are on the slide.
Oh, okay.
You're good.
Yeah, there we go. I see it.
Yeah. If there's anything you want to talk about from this, feel free. I think we got about like 15 minutes.
Hold on, okay. I'll speed run. Do you feel like you're the caregiver of this family? Not really. Do you feel like your parents' family set unfair expectations of you? Yes. If you have younger siblings, were you jealous of the? Yes, actually. Yeah, I feel like with being the firstborn, there's like so much there's so much restrictions that your parents put on you compared to any siblings coming after. I don't know. That's my opinion. And then if you were also first, second generation, did your parents struggle with teaching you American culture? I actually had to teach my parents American culture.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then that's it. Speedrunning question done. I got everything that I needed to say.
Damn. Yeah, I feel your brain going like a mile a minute right now.
Sorry, Taika. I'm so late. I apologize.
It's all good. Yeah, don't bother me. I'm just chilling.
Okay.
But yeah, no, we've been talking about the firstborn child experience. It's rough. I think mine and Aiwiki's is probably the most severe out of everyone's.
Yo, we're traumatized.
Yeah, we're extremely traumatized, and like low key, I'm like, is it because we're like full vitamin? Question mark. You know? Oh god, I'm sick. I'm sick to my stomach. Maybe it's because I just like fucking inhaled a chicken Caesar wrap in the span of 5
I
minutes.
genuinely I think that because I'm firstborn and also also first generation.
Mhm.
I think like I have like a lot of anxiety, and it really did stem from being firstborn and also first gen. I really do think like that. Like I'm so anxious because of that. Like I've gained so much. There's so much like pressure.
Mhm.
I think pressure is like a really big thing, and like now not anymore because both me and my younger brother, because I only have one younger brother. We're both adults now, so my younger brother can do what he wants, right? But like whenever it was just like we were both kids, or if I was over 18 when I was like an adult and he was still a kid, it still feels like he relied on me for experience.
Mhm.
But since we're both adults now, he actually just he well, fortunately, he's able to like experience stuff without me, and like I'm glad that he's learning things about the world, like not needing me. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
for sure.
So it's nice. It is nice to have like being relied upon by your younger brother, but now like it's also nice that like he doesn't have to always go to me to ask like, hey, like what's this, what's that, or anything. I don't know.
I
That's
feel
like
like, yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to
everything.
interrupt.
No, I didn't really want to edit anything after that besides like, you know, my brother is his own person now, so like I don't have to teach him everything.
Yeah, I feel like with that too, there's something. It's almost like that weird feeling though at the same time, where you still. It's like you have that weird parental instinct still, because like you think about like what are they doing, how are they doing it, could it be better?
I
Like
know.
I want to make sure they're doing okay and stuff. And it's bonus points if your parents are the ones also asking, hey, can you check in to see if they're doing okay? It's like, can't you do that? Like
I know, right? But like sometimes even when they don't ask me, I just feel like the obligation to. I don't know. It just
yeah, it's like I mean I think
feels
it's just
like
a
it.
brother. It's like a brother or like sister or like older
I
sibling thing
know.
in general. Like it's just or sibling thing in
Nowadays,
general. You don't have to
yeah,
feel bad.
nowadays, like even he kind of teaches me stuff. I'm just like, oh, what, really? And I kind of get like offended, like, man, how did I not know this?
know?
You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
my younger siblings be teaching me shit all the time, and they're like, "It's
Yeah.
because you're fucking old." And it's like, "Fuck you guys."
That's me with like fucking like skibbity toilet. I didn't
Oh
even know
my
what the fuck that
god.
means. I was like, what is that?
I'm so glad my brother did not fall into that brain
There's
rot.
also a lot of new slangs that I didn't even know about.
Yes,
I was
dude.
like, what is this? And then like also another crazy thing is that we've experienced like a lot of like I don't know if you guys notice that when you guys like look outside, like when you're like going to places, right? You always see new buildings all the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
But have you ever thought about thinking back like how things were before COVID and how everything was way, way back then? And then now
Yeah,
you're seeing
that's
like all
true.
these new changes. And then with also adding to that is you're seeing your younger siblings growing up too. And you don't realize how much time flies and they're learning like a lot of like more new stuff versus like the things like you've learned. Like you both learn different
I know.
things and like different ways.
That's true.
And it's
I like
like
it's
I don't know if you want to call that culture shock, but it kind of feels like a culture shock to me.
yeah, I understand. Like okay, like because of COVID, there's so much like unknown things that I wish I would like let my younger brother know, like how to do or what to do in this situation. Like COVID changed everything. Like I didn't know anything either. So I feel so bad not teaching my younger brother like stuff that I could have known if the COVID situation had never happened.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
all of like the online school thing. Like I wish I would have taught my brother stuff about that, but like I just can't because
Oh
it never
man.
happened to me either.
Also,
I have a
kids
crazy thing with
nowadays.
that.
Oh, sorry. But
Oh
also
no,
kids
please go.
nowadays are learning things from technology, and then we all learn things
Yeah,
from like the
that is
boring
so funny.
play.
Yeah,
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
that's true.
Funny story about COVID too. The timing of COVID could not have been worse for me because that's when I was studying abroad in London. So I was like
Oh
completely
no.
isolated from like everybody and my family and everything.
Oh, that feels so
And I was just kind of
lonely.
I was just stuck. Yeah, I was just stuck in London for a year and a half.
I was
Oh
But
at my
no.
first year of college.
yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
me
so like, and
too.
then oh god, and then to connect it back to my youngest brother, it's like that was when things changed for him too. Like everybody else, for him, he became like a very different person, became way
Oh,
more
it's
picky, way
so
more spoiled.
unfortunate.
Oh
And
yeah.
I felt like I wasn't able to be
I
there
know.
It's like part. It's like I can't help but feel like I could have been there to like at least help my parents a little bit, because like sometimes my parents are laissez-faire and just like, well, he's whining, we'll give him what he wants, and I was always the no, don't give him what he wants. If
No,
he's
yeah,
crying.
I would
And
say,
now,
yeah, I was like, what?
yeah,
You need someone
and
to talk
now,
to, you know?
yeah, and I think he's kind of growing out of it a bit, but like still, it's something where
That's
he
good.
was for a long time very spoiled and very picky with food, and it's just like it was so tragic because he used to love like all kinds of food. He loved all the vegetables that all the kids hated.
That's
It's so
true.
weird. It's so weird. Yeah, but
For
it,
for my younger
yeah.
brother, like it's like my younger brother, he started his freshman year of high school when COVID happened. I was like, oh my god, he was never able to experience
Wow.
like everything high school, like what usual high schoolers do, and like experience, and it's so unfortunate. So
Mhm.
I wish I could like tell him like what high school is all about, but I think COVID literally skewed his perception of it,
Yeah,
and
it's the same for my brother
it's
too.
so unfortunate.
Yeah, same.
Man.
I'm thinking about it right now. My age difference with my siblings is so big that even with
Mhm.
COVID, we wouldn't connect on a lot of things anyway.
Mhm.
Because we would be, when I'm out of high school, they're in high school, you know?
Right.
Between the siblings, they only have a 3-year age gap. So they were always at least 1 year of school together.
Right.
But I think the year no, I think were they in school during COVID? I think maybe college. But they were kind of just like, whatever. I think we were all like a little older already too, because I'm not young. I'm not old, but I'm not young. And so I think all of us were kind of just like in the same boat. We were living it up during COVID. I'm not gonna lie.
Really?
I enjoyed COVID.
So true.
It was my first
Well,
vacation in like 1,000 years. Good.
Gotcha.
Like,
Honestly, it didn't affect me either. I was always a hermit, so whenever COVID happened, it didn't really affect me.
no, literally, Persona 5 Royal came out, and I was gonna take 2 weeks off of work anyway. But then COVID happened, so then I got to brain rot for 120 hours. It was glorious. I would pay so much money to go back. That sounds terrible.
No, I think I think it's a valid thing.
I feel like COVID had its own pros and cons at times.
So true.
Like, let's say mental health was one thing, but then also like you get to like enjoy things that you haven't get to enjoy for a long time.
Yes, everyone picked up so much hobbies during COVID. It was so funny. Like, what?
Yeah.
I did not know you know how to cook. Like, hello.
I actually, the funny thing, I didn't start streaming till like a little after COVID, like so like pre-COVID times. Those were like kind of like the fun days, low key.
Yeah,
of
no,
streaming.
it was
Yeah.
fun. It was fun.
It was fun. But no, it's really interesting how things evolved.
Yeah.
Yeah, I picked up art because of COVID, or like I didn't pick it up, but like I took it seriously, like for once because of COVID, and then yeah,
No, for real.
but
I
it's like
I took my ASMR like channel thing seriously because of COVID. Like, I literally did not have anything else to do besides that. It was
yeah,
fun.
spending
also
money, being
didn't mean-
international,
Oh,
and being an extrovert,
no, money.
it hurt me. It hurt me.
Right,
I mean,
right.
thankfully I had financially, but still, it's like the time that could have been the best for me to travel a lot and then meet people, like I was kind of doing already for the first portion of my time there. It's just it was annoying, but that's a different topic.
I didn't mean to stream. To be honest, I wasn't supposed to be streaming. It just kind of happened through online friends, and then I think I like subconsciously just like naturally network with people, so it just kind of happened to get where I am today. Yeah. But yeah, that's all for me.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just like inhaled all of my chips and like it's like sitting in my tummy now. I ate so fast. Just like they're
Good,
talking,
good.
I'm a chew. Oh, thank God, I'm hungry.
I'm glad our yapping gave you a moment to eat.
Bless, we love it. We love it. I hope you guys had a lot of eye-opening experiences talking about this. I think like there was a lot of us that are firstborn child, but I think like No, it's not really talked about because at least for me, I don't talk about it often because it's fucking traumatic. You know, like thinking about it back on it, it's so fucked.
I think I find it interesting, like how like everyone's like experience are different. Some can be similar. Some have like different like pathways of like how they're experiencing things.
For sure.
And coming from like
Right.
similar backgrounds, but different ways of like, I guess, growing up.
There's a lot of
You know
nuance
what?
with it too, and like whether it's like also like being a like the older brother or older sister too, like really like kind of went over, and then all these other things too. There's a lot of nuance to it, but then there are some things that just
Right.
kind of mirror each other for sure.
Oh
my
wait,
bad.
okay. I also wanted to point out, this goes back to first gen. I actually kind of talked about it with Taiga. Like I like how my way of connecting to my culture is language, right? But my brother came here when he was only like 1, so he had no like. He's basically like not. He's basically American born, like since he came here when he was only 1.
Mhm.
And so since he has, so he doesn't have a way of communicating through language, right? But Taiga pointed it out how food transcends all languages, and my brother literally wanted to learn how to cook Filipino food only because like that's his way of connecting to his culture. And I'm so glad that he finally realized that language isn't the only way to connect his culture, because he felt so bad not learning Filipino. But I encouraged him to find other ways, and I'm so glad that he was able to learn cooking. You know,
That's super
love
cool.
food.
Food is always a great way to connect your culture.
I think there's
Yeah.
one thing I do want to mention about my brother was that what I noticed that when the way I grew up, I knew how to speak Cantonese more fluently and more, and I was more to like the traditional culture of like both Vietnamese and Chinese foods, and also like the language and culture. But
Right.
looking at my brother, I see like the way he communicates. He speaks a lot more English. He barely like he speaks like very broken Cantonese and like very, very little Vietnamese, but he's able to like understand both languages, luckily, which is really good. But he can't really like fully speak or communicate. Like in Cantonese, when we're talking to our families, my brother, he would he would always ask me like, "Oh, how do you say this?" I was like, "This is what you say." He was like, "Oh, okay." So he's like kind of like a little awkward at times.
Aww.
Yeah.
My brother doesn't know a lick of like Vietnamese. He can barely understand it.
Oh shit. Yeah.
I tried teaching him when we were younger, but he did not retain any of that information.
I always try to bicker, or I think my mom does too. Try to bicker my brother to eat more food, to like at least eat a lot of like our like home culture foods at least. He's like kind of like he doesn't really eat much, or he's like kind of picky sometimes.
My brother was super picky, and then I starved him, and then he's not picky anymore.
Lamau.
That sounds no, literally, that little bitch used to be so fucking picky, and I remember he like did not want to eat something, and he only wanted to eat these specific dishes that my grandma would spoil him with, and I literally said, "I'm not grandma. You don't fucking eat. You fucking starve. I do not give 2 flying fucks. You will starve. I do not care."
Oh my goodness.
And now he
funny
eats
thing
everything.
That's good. Well, you know what? The end means the end, I guess. But funny thing with my brother is that he also got the Japanese school treatment like I did, except I think my parents were a lot more. They wanted to make sure that he got the experience that I didn't get to have with like Japanese. So my mom was really on his ass about it, and his Japanese actually got really good, but it's not like something he super enjoyed. The way that the school was with him was not very nice either. He looked a little bit more white than I did, so yeah, he understands Japanese, but he doesn't speak it like at all. I can talk to him in Japanese, he'll get it, but he'll respond in English. And then also he actually hates mochi. Like if you want a idea of how bad the school treated him, yeah, he hates mochi. Like the way they shoved mochi down his throat during like New Year's stuff apparently was really bad. So that was something. Which makes me sad though, because I want him to connect with his Japanese side more. But he's definitely like between me and him, I'm the one that leans more to the Japanese side. He's the one that leans more to his American side for sure. Like he wants to go full on military and everything. So
Damn.
yeah.
Got you.
Could have
Yeah,
been
he
me. I
wants to be a
wouldn't last in
pilot.
the military.
Yeah, well, he wants to be a pilot. At least he doesn't want to be like Marine Corps. So
Yeah,
he
I'd
wants
be
to be like
crying. I
the
ain't gonna
big brain
pass.
military.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, no,
Right,
my
right.
brother he's something. He's definitely something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Same for my brother. Yeah.
Alrighty, my friends. This is gonna wrap up our firstborn child discussion topics.
Wahoo!
Thank you so
Sorry
much for
that I was
everyone
here
stopping
so
by.
late. Oh my
That's
goodness.
okay.
Oh my
It's
goodness.
okay. You still got to talk a little bit.
Yeah.
I still let you yap. It's all good.
Got you. Thank you. Thank you.
The next
thank you.
one
I'm a
is going to
chronic rapper.
be the other AAPI experiences, which include adoption, military, being raised in 2+ countries. So there might be other AAPI that will show up, but I'm probably going to be focusing a lot on the adoption and the military aspect because we didn't get to go into that yesterday. I really appreciate you guys showing up. Is there anything you guys want to say to chat before I start wrapping things up?
No, but
yeah.
do you want to say really big, big thanks to Taika's hard work
Yeah.
again.
Yes. No,
For
thank you
2
so much.
days, and
Yes.
Taika's
you for
been
coming
doing
in
an
clutch.
amazing job
Thank
as
you.
a host, and
For real.
I'm down to do this again. It's been fun, and I learned a lot.
I'm really happy.
No, for real. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I guess thank you to chat for anyone that's been listening. I really appreciate you guys listening to us. And also, yeah, Taiga, thank you so much for
Yeah.
hosting all this. It's really
It's really
awesome
nice,
to be able to
and
talk about
it
this
makes
stuff.
us feel like seen and heard, which is really great. Like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna cry. Oh.
Yeah, you've done so much.
Not a lot of people don't have this opportunity or this chance to share stories like this, heart to heart type of talk, unless it's just a single string to yap. But I think it's enjoyable to hear other people's story and then also relate.
Yeah, and Taiga too, being having to talk to so many people about this and doing this for 7 hours must be insane. This is not easy topics to talk about. So big props to you for that also, being able to host something so heavy.
I'm gonna cry. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
I was really I was fucking nervous. Okay, I wanted to do something like this for a long time. Maybe not at this
right.
magnitude. I probably would have broken it apart instead of having it so big. But I definitely wanted to give people the opportunity to talk and stuff. I have always been a person that loves to share my own stories, and I love talking. Everyone knows me as a yapper streamer. But
True.
I there's just something about learning from other people that you don't get unless you reach out, right? And that's why whenever I see posts in the VTuber sphere where people are so scared to reach out for collabs and stuff, it makes me really sad because I genuinely love talking to people and I love hearing their thoughts, their ideas, because I feel like that will make me grow as a person because you can only get so far by yourself. Okay, humans are not meant to be alone. Okay, we are definitely we need others. You can choose to be alone, but being lonely is the most isolating feeling in the world.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm really thankful that we were able to have this opportunity. I'm thankful that you guys showed up. That means a lot too, because there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears put into this in 24 hours.
I know. I
Yes, and
saw.
they were so hard. You made this into a comfy space for all of us, and
For real.
I couldn't have asked for anyone better.
Also, it's been a great opportunity to meet so many people that I've seen or recognized, but never had the opportunity to I guess
never really had
reach
that.
out.
Right.
Yeah, it's always
Loki,
nice to
for
get
example.
yeah.
Example who?
Taiga. Not gonna lie, it was so nice meeting you, Taiga. It was really nice.
Yeah.
I've always seen Taiga because we're always invited to the same events, but we never really talked.
Yeah, I never really.
A lot of people are really scared of me for some reason. I don't know why. I don't think I'm that scary. I know I come off of really intimidating. I'll admit that at least.
Well, I don't
not at all,
think
not
we
at
want
all.
to take up too much time for the next
sure.
group, so should
Alright.
probably
Yeah.
I'll catch you guys later, yeah?
Best of luck.
Yes,
Bye-bye,
thank you so
guys.
much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Alright, and then we have our next group. Are you guys ready? Let me see. What did Maka say? It's nice getting to know you guys' experience and cultural differences. I'm not Asian, but I am a person of color. It was eye-opening to see how similar a lot of our experiences are, just on different platforms. So thank you guys for allowing us to listen in on your personal lives and experiences. It takes a lot to be so open for everyone. Oh yeah, for sure. Like that's why, like at the start of like the panels and stuff, I said for everyone, like this is not like just like a singular AAPI experience. Okay, if you're a person of color. All right, I know that you've experienced this because we almost all suffer from the same trauma. Okay, so if anything, the only reason why it's titled AAPI is because it's for AAPI month. But if you relate to any of the topics we talk about, that makes me really happy. All right, let's bring in the other AAPI and let's round out this evening. All right. Hello.
We're back.
Welcome back, guys. Thank you so much for staying so long and waiting. This one, I know I left this one for last, but not the least. I'm really excited to be able to bring out the document that Katsu sent me. I really want to talk about the document she sent to me for the military experiences, and I hope you guys are able to connect. And I'm gonna probably like clip this part for her so she can see it too. I wanted to talk about it yesterday, but it was just me and Asphodel fucking around yesterday with for the other AAPI experiences. So thank you so much, Boomy and Bluebee, for stopping by so we can delve a little bit more into more niche experiences. Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course.
Let me catch up with chat. I love Hazumi, and I'm sure she would have done awesome. I hope to be able to participate in future collabs like this. I'm so happy to have been able to hang out with you, Taiga, and other AAPI creators. I hope this can be a more inclusive event with those around the world, because there's so many unique stories. I will definitely... I was really scared to do something like this. You know, when Hazumi reached out, I know she reached out to me because we're good friends. And I was on the AAPI shelf. And I think that she like had trust in me that I would be able to do this, and I didn't want to disappoint anyone either. I know there was like a lot of people that really wanted this to happen, and I think she was also scared of disappointing other people. So we were like shaking hands and let's not disappoint anyone. So I'm really happy that we were able to make this work out. And I have to do a really big thank you to the people that did show up, you know, because it wouldn't just be me, right? I could yap forever, but it's more fun when I can share stories that are just my own. Alrighty, let's get into it. These guys have been here for a while, so we'll do like a quick introduction. We don't have to do the icebreaker because they've already broken the ice a few times already. We go one more time around. I'm Taiga, kitty bartender, member Invicta, big yapper. Go ahead, Boomy.
Hello, I am Boomy Mamana, full-time party girl, part-time VTuber, Lucid Multimedia's cutest devil. It's nice to meet you.
Go ahead, Bluebee.
I don't have anything cool. Like y'all had that ready to go. I'm just Bluey. I'm just a silly dude in it. Like I don't have a cool little spiel ready to go like that.
I've been streaming for so long. It's kind of like what, out of habit? Yeah, I'm sure Boomy it feels the same way too. It's just out of habit.
Yeah, I'll gas my friends up. Like anytime I'm on like someone else's thing, I'm like, hey, you know what's cool? Hitting that follow button on their channel. And then when it comes to me, I'm like, stop it. Don't proceed.
Stop.
Stop.
For sure. All right, Asphodel.
Hi, I'm Asphodel. I'm Mythical's resident angel FPS VTuber. I don't really have anything fancier besides that.
No worries.
I also have mic issues.
It's okay. We'll figure it out one of these days. I think I can probably help you figure out the settings for your microphone later.
Oh, yeah.
Alrighty, so this part of the panel is going to pertain to AAPI experiences that are more specific, such as military, adoption, and being raised in 2+ countries. So we'll go in the same order that we introduced, and you guys can talk about your specific experiences today. Sound good?
Yeah.
Alright, we'll go ahead with Boomy.
Just like anything.
I think I think you mentioned something specific about like military and stuff. I don't know if there's anything else that you feel like would fit in this that you would love to bring to the table.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I don't know. My dad was in the Air Force. He met my mom when he was stationed in Okinawa. That's where I was born.
Mm-hmm.
I think unlike most military kids, I didn't really move around too much. I lived in Okinawa. I was born there, and then we like went to Texas. My brother was born. I did kindergarten, first grade in Okinawa in the base school, and then I moved to Hawaii for second grade until the eighth grade, and then in the eighth grade when we moved to the East Coast, my dad retired, so we just stayed there until I graduated high school.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I would say that's probably what I bring for this.
For sure. How about you, Bluebee?
I was born in Germany. Like my dad met my mom obviously before conceiving me, I guess. But yeah, born in Germany, lived there for like 8 years, then moved to Japan, lived there like another 8 years or so. And I think being a military child, like I don't agree with military stuff per se,
Mm-hmm.
but I think the experience of being able to see the world and meeting so many diverse kinds of people is like probably one of the best things to happen to me. Um, because like I didn't realize how uncommon it was for people to either be stuck in the US or stuck wherever they're at really and never have the opportunity to go overseas.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was probably like one of the best things for me for like meeting other people, understanding cultures, and kind of like getting a better scope of the world.
For sure.
If that makes sense.
Mhm.
There's a very, very heavy like Filipino like kind of presence among like if you're stationed over in like Southeast Asia or like East Asia. So like I was able to connect to like my mom's side of the culture through that way as well.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like the gist of it really.
Alrighty. How about you, Asphodel?
Yeah. For me, my experience is mostly around getting adopted by a family that shares like none of the origins I do. I was born in Guatemala to an indigenous parent and a sort of more absent Filipino parent, and then getting adopted by someone who is Irish and married to someone that was part white, part Chinese, and then growing up with a completely different culture that wasn't, you know, familiar to me. And then that experience of growing up not really, you know, having anyone around that I could look to and like sort of relate to based on like where I come from, instead latching on to an entirely other identity, being like, oh, I'm from Guatemala, close enough to, this Spanish speaking country, so I'll latch on to that personality instead, and sort of like trying to find where to fit in with that kind of thing. It's definitely a very wild experience, not really being able to, figure out where exactly you fit with your identity and stuff.
For sure. For
Mhm.
sure. All right. I'm gonna read Katsu. I think that's how you pronounce it. I feel like I've been butchering it all day, but I hope Katsu, if you hear this, I'm sorry. But I'm gonna read out her document for you guys, and I'll go in like sections because she did background, community, values, and identity. And like if you guys pull anything from this once I finish, feel free to. We can definitely deeply delve into that. Sounds good.
Mhm.
All right, so I'll be reading this in her point of view because she put it in first person. Hello, this is Katsu, and I am a second-gen AAPI Vtuber. I wanted to discuss what it was like growing up in military service member communities as an Asian American. For some background, my mom and dad are both born and raised Filipino. I was raised only by my mother and her side of the family, and my father is not in my life. I was living in the USA until my mother got orders to move to Japan and bring me along. Oh my god, my bad. That was a burp. That was a burp. Being part of the military, you get orders to live and work on a military installation that the military requires you to work at. And depending on what your job is, you have to work there for a certain period of time. The average of my experience was about 3 years. Because of the way orders work, it was a very common for whole communities to shift every 3 years. Unless you worked certain positions, it was hard for you to stay in one installation for an extended period of time. In these military installations, there were whole school systems known as DODA schools, grocery stores, malls, daycares, and etc. These installations were effectively a small town. So, do you guys connect to any of this by any chance?
That is
Absolutely.
my life.
Yeah.
Let's go
Gospels
commissary.
represent.
Let's go
Commissary
BX.
big. Let's go BX. I call it the exchange now. It's boring.
What? No,
Yeah,
the BX,
it's not
the
called the
NEX.
BX anymore. Called the exchange. Like, okay, guys. All right.
Yeah, for sure.
So
If you
my
guys want to put in an E for that, feel free. Go ahead. You can start with Boomy.
Yeah, I was actually thinking the other day, for me personally, I'm like terrible at keeping in touch with people. It's something that I'm often trying to be better at, but sometimes you fall and you're just like, oh, do I really feel like getting up right now? But yeah, I kind of think like, oh, I wonder if that's because of how often the communities change. Growing up on a military base, I would say that like because my mom was the one who it's because my mom was Japanese. I don't really know if like my heritage had like any really strong impact on my experience living on base either, because I think it was very common for other people to have mothers who were foreign. Especially when we were living in Hawaii, I think there was like a lot of at least yeah, I think maybe just my neighbor, but she was also Japanese, and I think a lot of like Japanese families or mixed Japanese families chose Hawaii to station at, or put that at the top of their list. You don't really get a choice in where you're staying at, but you have a list that you can put in. But I think a lot of Japanese families put Hawaii on the list because of its proximity to Japan.
How about you, Blueby?
Yeah, I was hearing like while you're reading the moving every 3 years or so. That sounds about right. So it's something you kind of unfortunately get used to of having to move. It could be as often as I've seen a short someone I got to know, like they were only there for a year. I remember for me before I went overseas, like my dad was stationed somewhere for about a year, then we went over to Japan. Um, but like having to readjust constantly, moving every 2 to 4 years, whether it's you have to make new friends now you gotta go to a whole new school. For some people where they go to a whole different country, now it's like I spent 2 years trying to adjust to those cultures and customs. Now I gotta start over again. But I think like kind of going back to what I said earlier, it's done so much for broadening like my horizons and like how I view the world and stuff. So it's been all great things, even though like moving often kind of sucks. I didn't realize it wasn't that uncommon for people to kind of where they're born is where they're going to be for the next 20 years. I never heard of that until I moved stateside.
Oh yeah, I was so jealous of when I met my friends in middle school. I was like, wait, you've known like your classmates since kindergarten? And even when I
Yeah.
got to senior year, I kind of felt like I missed out on seeing my peers grow up in the same way that they knew each other. I don't know, it just seems like really intimate and like odd to me.
Mhm. Everything's like a small world though, because a lot of parents that retire, they tend to go to the same kind of states. So funny enough, like I've run into people I went to middle school with, went to elementary school with. A couple of them went to my school, like my same high school, and like seeing them 10 years later, it's just like kind of crazy how small a world it was.
Mm-mm. My brother had that experience. There was one girl that he felt looked really familiar in his PE class, and we looked back at our old yearbook, and lo and behold, it was a girl from his kindergarten class from the other side of the country.
Oh man. For sure. Alright, I'm gonna read her next part of the document that focuses on community. Due to the frequent rotations in the military, people form tight-knit communities to share experiences, especially overseas. I was part of several Filipino-American groups that hosted gatherings and community-funded trips. These groups were affectionately nicknamed such as the Phil-Am Group or the Filipino Mafia. These gatherings were filled with food, gifts, and a strong sense of camaraderie. I don't think I said that word right. Oh, whatever. However, the downside was the gossip spread quickly, and the transient nature of military life meant constantly saying goodbye to friends. In a community that shifts so often, you knew that you would either leave your friends or that your friends would leave you. It's so rare to be able to stay on an installation for an extended period of time. Some people don't even bother being part of a community or make friends, knowing that they'd end up leaving them in a few short years. Some people make friends in spite of that, and the film groups I used to be a part of are now comprised of entirely different people, for better or worse. Some of them may have even been dismantled, or some may have grown a lot. You guys relate to any of this?
I have like a wave of nostalgia hearing Phil M and Filipino Mafia. Like those were the exact same. Well, Filipino Mafia was like the joking term that we use as kids, because there's so many Filipino like families and U.S. bases and such. And it really was like very tight knit. Anytime someone new moved over, some I don't know, like I'm not in the military, so I don't know exactly how it worked, but you usually have some sort of sponsor to help you kind of onboard your moving process. The second anyone found out you're Filipino, like you're just like grabbed and you're absorbed into the Philam group. I'm pretty sure like almost every base had their own Philam group, and it was just like, yeah, like it'd be a party at someone's house with like 20 different people, like big families, a whole bunch of food, and it was a whole lot of fun. So that's probably like the closest I got to like kind of I guess like being around that kind of community or learning more about my cultures and experiencing all that.
How about you, Boomy? Do you relate to that part at all?
We we didn't really do anything on base, like joining any base communities. My brother did like recreational sports on base, and I mostly just really hung out with my neighbors. But I did join like an umbrella community at my university for Asian Americans. And it had like we had the Hmong American Student Association. We also had Filipino Americans, Japanese American, Korean student, Chinese, Thai. So that's kind of, I guess that's where I relate to, like I joining those clubs, but it wasn't like military related.
Okay, so the next part of her document includes values. I think this will also, like, this is just us, like me and like Asphodel can probably comment on this too, because it's just values. She says, I would say that in my experience discussing with the other Asian American kids in school, a lot of Asian service members placed value on academic achievements. Doing well in school was a common expectation that many parents had, though there were varying degrees of leniency and strictness when it came to grades. Some parents demanded all A's and a perfect 4.0 GPA, whereas others allowed some B's here and there. Doing less than that was often unsatisfactory for many Asian parents here. If there were achievements elsewhere, such as in sports or extracurricular activities, those are little bonuses for these parents, but it wasn't as important as having good grades. A lot of the values in Asian parents in the States are similar to parents in military installations, and I'd have to agree. Like, my mom, like, she only gave a fuck about her grades, and if she found, like, anything bad, oh, it was over for us. And I remember, like, my brother trying to, like, edit his grades one time, and I think it's because he had a B. He had a B in one class. And I quite literally, I remember going to the computer and I copied his grade paper. I edited his grade to say A, and then I gave it to him and I said, okay, show it to mom. Don't say a word. And he said, okay. So I think me and my siblings all kind of like shook hands and just like taking care of ourselves with that so we wouldn't get fucking slaughtered. For the most part, I didn't have to worry about that too much because I always had a pretty easy time in school, but my siblings weren't. I wouldn't want to say that they were as gifted as me, but school came easier to me than it did to them. You know. How about you guys?
Definitely for me, very similar experience to you, like having the values in the household, even though my parents, didn't kind of like they didn't grow up with that kind of expectation, but then, being like I guess like projected into that kind of role of like, okay, you got to do really good in school, you got to do this. And I ended up being like really like good grade wise and then being really really horrible when it came to things like tests and stuff. And like having those amazing grades on that always was like a big point of like conflict and stuff, and it would always result in me being like uh but I got like the 98%, it's fine. But it's like, no, you have to get the 98% on your work, and then the hundreds on the test too. Don't forget that. And then that kind of like go to college and succeed in life. And it took a lot for that sort of to drop. Like I actually had this conversation with my mom maybe like a week ago where it was like recently she was like, yeah, I definitely should not have been that hard on you.
Oh shit.
Like I feel very bad because I that's a separate issue for me with that health issues. She's like, there's much worse things that I could be worrying about, and so that kind of value I definitely share.
For sure. How about you two, Bloopy and Boomy?
I can go first with me. That's fine.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah, I would say for me, school also came relatively easy for me, at least until college. But so I never really had to like worry about like the pressure coming from my parents. I think my parents actually wanted both me and my brother to be really well-rounded. Like I was pretty awful socially, like I was very, very, very shy growing up. But I did really well in school, whereas my brother was the opposite. So I think they wanted to encourage my brother to get like better grades, take his schooling more seriously, and encourage me to, I guess, stop staying on the computer playing Sims and like go talk to other kids my age and doing things like that.
For sure. How about you, Blueby?
I wouldn't say I had the strong expectations compared to like other people around me, like other like Asian kids growing up and stuff. They were happy with A's and B's. C was like I mean, it's fine, you know, with that tone and everything, like the disappointment tone and all that.
Right.
D and F, like, nah, you know, you're getting it right. So like I've been around peers that had that kind of strictness, and like it didn't surprise me. So I'm kind of lucky I didn't have that much on it, but I don't know if it was because like living on base for pretty much a majority of my life, but like moving stateside, they were just like more cautious about everything.
For sure.
I guess because like basically like a base is like an American theme park. I don't know how else to put it. Like even though like for me, I'm in Japan, but I live on base, so I might as well be in like America Town, if you will, right? And so like we move back to the States, and it's like, oh, it's different than living on base. Like, oh, it's more scary, and like I feel like my social life kind of took a dive off of that because I wasn't able to really do anything outside of that. It was only just like school. That was it. It was just focused on school and whatever extracurricular stuff I was doing at the time.
For sure, for sure. Alrighty, I'm gonna read her last part of her document. Where is it? Found the tab, I lost it for a few seconds. Alright. Her last part of her document relies on identity, and I think you guys can probably answer this one better than I can. But what she says is, growing up, I often felt disconnected and confused about who I was. I am ethnically Filipino with an American citizenship and lived most of my life in Japan. Confusing, right? Now imagine people asking, where are you from? Well, what would you answer with? Your ethnicity, your citizenship, or where you grew up? For me, all of these are a part of who I am, but it takes so long to explain why they're all different answers. Hard answering these questions without detailing my whole life story to strangers. It's cool to be different sometimes, and everyone in the military understands that they're all in a unique position. However, it'd be nice to be like everybody else and be able to confidently answer where you are from because you have no more than one or two options. It'd be nice to not tell people your whole life story every time that question is asked. Nowadays, I'm a bit more sure of myself, but I definitely had a crisis the first few times I had to fill in the box of what race I was during the SAT and every AP exam. My bad, my cat's screaming. Yes? What? Let me just grab my cat. If you guys wanted to talk about this, feel free. One moment.
The baby cat. No, that I definitely relate to. The like, how do I
Yeah.
answer that question?
Amen to that.
You're born in one place, but you spend enough of your life to settle down in another place, but then your parents have this other identity, and then your genetics have yet another. It's so It is definitely one heck of a question to answer. I love hearing the cat.
No, sorry. What's wrong, Maple? Look, man, I know I've been streaming for almost 8 hours. I know. It's my job.
Maple's got something to say.
I know.
Mhm.
What would you like to share your feelings with the class?
Let's talk about Maple's identity.
Maple, what is your identity, Maple? She's a calico, so that's why she's so yappy.
Ah.
Mm.
I know.
The floor is yours, by all means.
Yeah, go ahead, Maple.
I see.
Anything else?
Mm.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Anything else?
She's shy now.
She said what she said.
My bad. That's Miss Maple.
You don't get called from your old friends anymore. Hmm?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't personally relate to this one because for me it's just Vietnamese and then American. So, but I remember, you know her like bottom part where she mentions about like filling in the box for what race I am during the SAT. I remember when I had a class, I don't know what class it was. I think it was a math class that was dual credit, so then I could get the credit for college. And in the form where you have to fill in your information, I remember getting to like race. And they had Caucasian, Hispanic, I think it had one other one, but it did not have Asian. So I'm like looking at this piece of paper, I'm like, and I remember asking the teacher, I was like, hey, like I'm not on this piece of paper. What am I supposed to put on here? And she took her pen and scrapped out the caw part and circled Asian and check marked it for me. And she's like, there you go, kid. I was like, oh, okay, thank you. But that's still a funny, silly story that I think about all the time. It's like, damn, like we just did not exist, huh? Whoa! Thank you so much for the raid, Stain VT, and thank you so much for the 5 months. Let's
Welcome,
go.
Raiders.
Welcome, Raiders. If you guys don't know who Stain is, honestly, good, because he keeps spamming feet in my chat, and it's his own fucking foot. But I hope you had a good time playing fuck-ass Magic the Gathering, dumbass.
Let's
Yeah.
go, Magic!
He has spent so much money on Magic Gathering, it's disgusting. Get your feet out of my chat, dude! Oh my god, the fact that it shows up on screen too, you disgust me. But yeah, for anyone just joining, my name is Taiga, I'm a kitty bartender, a member of Invicta, and we are rounding out our final group for the AAPI Vtuber Collab. These wonderful individuals are a part of the other section, and they have specific stories such as military, being raised in 2+ countries, or adoption, and etc. So, if you know what, if he doesn't stop posting his feet, Mon, shoot him on sight. I don't even care if he just subs, shoot him. I don't care. But anyways, if you guys are tired, don't feel pressured to stay. But of course, if you do, I'd really hope you guys enjoy your time here. But yeah, anyways, is there anything you guys wanted to put into this document or anything you related to? Or if you guys wanted to just talk about anything else that you think would relate to your AAPI experience, the floor is your guys's.
I think the whole like where are you from thing, I try to answer it as like where was I last at before I moved to where I'm at now, or where have I been the longest, right? Because like if like that's always been a thing of like people trying to like just ask me what my ethnicity is. Like I know what you're trying to ask, like just do it. Like it's okay to ask. Like don't be weird about it. But yeah, when I first moved stateside, like where you're from, and I'd be like, okay, well I last lived in Japan. And then now that I've been here stateside for about like 15-ish years, I would now say I'm from America, from the States. So I kind of view it as like, where have you been either last or the longest? And like, that's how I kind of go from it.
Yeah, I answer it basically the same way too. It was pretty annoying when I first went to college because, at the time I wasn't really sure how to answer the question. I'm like, well, I'm from like this one particular state, but it's not, I don't really feel as connected to it because it wasn't the place that I lived. the longest amount of time. The longest amount was Hawaii at the time, and even then, like knowing that my answer to that question was going to change in just a few short years, I was like, it felt a little bit sad too, like thinking like, oh, even though I spent such a chunk of my childhood there and like it shaped me so much, like eventually that's just going to be a small percent of my life, and it's not going to be as I don't know. It feels weird to claim it as like I did back then.
For sure.
Uh, but yeah, I basically just kind of answered as like where I last was.
Yeah, of course, of course. I mean, it makes sense for you to answer that. At least to me, it makes sense.
I typically answer very similarly, just like, where have you been the longest?
Mhm.
And I'll say like, oh, I'm from America, and they're like, oh, that's
So true.
they're like, okay,
That's
So true.
because I'm like,
America. Oh.
because because I've got like
Mm.
a very like like vague like very like normal like accent, like very very like stereotypically American, not any direction, not like any foreign area, and so people are just like,
Mm.
I can't tell where you're from based on your voice, but I look at you and you look like the way you look, and then it's like, yeah, I'm American. That's it. And getting the look of like, okay, but like, where are you really? Like,
Oh God.
Yeah, and that's one. I was like, brother,
And I'm
just ask my
like,
ethnicity.
it's like, just say what, like, what is your like history? What's your family history? You want me to like list it out? It's like, then I'll just say like, oh, I'm indigenous. I don't know. And then I just end up being like, okay, bye, and leaving, because it just gets too convoluted. It's just like,
Yeah, no, I get that. That's so funny. I used to have a pretty strong accent as someone that's first gen. But after I finally, my family finally settled down in one spot in like America, I started to develop an accent, like the American accent, which sounds completely different from my Vietnamese accent, which is pretty funny now that I think about it. Because now, like people that will come into chat, they're like, "Oh, this guy is 100% from the Midwest." I'm like, "Fuck." You know, because I've been living in the Midwest for so long. I think someone was like, "Yeah, you kind of just have that Midwest twang," and I'm like, "What? What does that even mean?" And then I think there was one time I traveled down to Texas, and I was in a CVS, and the guy's like, "You're not from around here." I was like, "Yeah, you're right," and he pinpointed exactly which town I was from, and I was like, "Oh my god!" Like, I did not realize it was that distinct, you know. But it is really interesting about the fact they're like, well, are you like actually this because you don't have that distinct accent anymore? You know? I still am totally Vietnamese without that distinct accent. I'm very happy that I have an American accent. It makes me feel more closer to my American side, me personally. I don't know if other people feel that way, but that's how I feel about it at least. Where I feel like that I assimilated very well into American culture. The first gens brought this up today about how like a lot of like second and like third gen feel a lot of guilt for either being too American nationalists or not being enough for their own heritage culture, and I just thought that was like it really makes me sad because I feel like you shouldn't have to pick. But then like, you know, bringing into the fact that like, you know, you guys are mixed, so then you have even more to pick through, right? It's not just like two, now you got like 3, 4, 5, right? But yeah, I think that's my 5 cents on that. Should I open the floor to chat to ask you guys some questions if you guys want to do that?
Yeah, totally.
I just had one really quick thing. It is very funny the like relating to the accent thing too, like because my folks have like the world's like I can't let them talk if I'm like on stream or in front of people, because the second they open their mouth, you can pinpoint not just like the state they're from, but the exact like area of the state they're from. So it's like, and then hearing their accent versus mine, it's just like, oh, don't talk to me with your voice. Oh no. But yeah, that's what I just had to say.
For sure. Can we get a recap of the identities that are representing in this segment? Of course. Asphodel, you can go ahead and go first.
Yo, I am representing Filipino and American Indigenous, well, Central American Indigenous, adopted by Irish Chinese family. So specifically, the other part for me is what it looks like being adopted AAPI.
All right, go ahead, Bluebee.
Half white, half Filipino.
Half white. And then Boomy.
Yeah, I'm half Japanese, specifically Okinawan, and half black. And my dad was in the Air Force.
Yeah, nice. I'm Viet. Technically Viet, Cambodian, French, Chinese, but I just identify as Viet. The other parts are just extra, I don't know, extra Cheryl mix or whatever. It exists, but I don't really connect with any of it because I didn't have any personal like role models that related me to those specific cultures. But I eat all the food. So the food's something else, but actual culture not really. Alrighty. One person asked the question, what is something you would tell your younger self, or any words of comfort to other people out there? I'm assuming like AAPI or like people that have been in your situation, I'm assuming, is what you're trying to ask, Iris. For myself, I think for me, if there's one thing that I would tell my younger self, and just for people that have been in this type of situation, don't throw away your culture. Don't throw away your heritage. Don't be ashamed or embarrassed of what you are. Like, there's only so far a simulation can go through, and you're gonna reach that point where you're gonna feel like you're missing a part of yourself because you didn't take the time to get into that culture. There was a long part of my life where I resented being Vietnamese. Oh my god. I just wanted, I don't want to use the word normal, but I just wanted to fit in so bad. You know, I didn't have anyone that looked like me, or I didn't have anyone that ate ate my food. I just wanted to be enough, and I didn't want to be looked weird, and I just wish that I gave myself a little more grace, because I feel like if I accepted my culture and myself when I was younger, I probably would have not have to gone through so many struggles and hardships growing up. So I'm thankful now that as an adult, I'm very proud of my culture. People ask, I'm Vietnamese. You know, I'm proud that I'm fluent. I'm proud that I can hold conversations with my family members, and I'm proud that I'm able to cook like a bunch of cuisine from my home country. It's one of those things where like it really connects me um to something that I never thought that I would love so much. So I think that's what I would say to that question. If you guys have anything you guys would want to say.
For anyone that is adopted AAPI, which is like my point of view from it, it's don't be shy to say that you want to reach out and learn more about your culture, even if you're adopted by a family that has none of the same roots, because at the end of the day, like, curiosity is okay. It's not some like crime, or you're not belittling the work the people that raised you did, by just wanting to learn more about who you are and where you come from. Like, you do have that right. You have the right to look into that, and you don't have to be ashamed of that kind of thing. Hmm.
Sure. Bluebee, Boomy?
I would say for me, I don't really know how to word it, but like I guess growing up, especially being mixed, I never really felt like I lived up to the expectations of either side of my heritage. So I guess what I would say to my younger self, or anybody who might be feeling similarly, is like, you just be yourself. You don't have to be somebody else's idea of what you're supposed to be. Just, you know who you are, you know what you are. Just be honest to yourself, stay true to yourself.
For
I
sure.
feel like I sound like I'm in Disney Channel, but yeah.
No, for sure. I totally agree. How about you, Bluebee?
I think kind of on that, because like I discussed earlier, it wasn't really like that kind of big of a thing for me, right? Um, I feel like your ethnicity shouldn't like be the end all be all of who you are, but like as a supplement to it.
Mm-hmm.
So, like what Boomy said of being yourself and staying true to yourself, but also at least like recognizing your heritage, I think is fine. But like over obsessing about it, I think can also like make you lose track of who you really are as a person. Like I think it's definitely fine to learn about where you're from, your heritage, learn your cultures and customs, but that's not what makes up you. That's not your sole identity, right? It's just another part, another important pillar to you as well. And on the other side, like you don't want to completely ignore it as well too. So it's kind of like a fine line. And I feel like at the end of the day, people, most 9 out of 10 times, there's some bad people out there, unfortunately, womp womp. 9 out of 10 times, people are going to care about who you are for you. And the other stuff is like a nice, like, oh, that's neat. It's pretty
Nice
cool.
cherry on top.
Yeah.
For sure. Alrighty. Can you believe it's already been 8 hours for me?
You worked a full shift.
I know. Yesterday I had overtime. I need to stand up. Oh my god.
Stretch. You
did it. Yeah. I'm glad that we were able to have this talk. I really, really wanted to discuss about Katsu's document because I would have felt really bad if I couldn't. They went into full detail, and I'm really thankful that I had the opportunity to just kind of just hang out and talk about a lot of things that kind of aren't really talked about. Like, you know, after like hosting this event and shit, I didn't really realize how much that a lot of us probably all had the same questions but never had the opportunity or outlet or space to speak on it, you know? So it's super awesome that we were able to do something like this. We got one more question, and I think this is a pretty chill question, so we can definitely talk about this one as our last one before we start wrapping up. They asked, what are y'all's favorite foods that you personally enjoy? Being that some have traveled and are adopted, I also apologize if my question comes off rude. By traveled, I mean being in military, household, and might have moved places to place. I love food. If you guys have been following for a long time, I love food. If you check my Twitter, you can see how much food I've posted and cooked. I don't think I have a favorite. I think someone asked something like that yesterday. I can't pick a favorite. I love food too much that I don't have a favorite food. There's definitely like things that like I'll prefer more than others. But for the most part, I will just eat about anything. I'm not a picky person. There's definitely some things that I don't like. I'll still eat it anyway because I don't waste food. But yeah, top 3? Oh, I have a top 3. Okay, ranch is a condiment. Let it be known. I'm sorry I was super high and drank a whole cup of Wingstop ranch. I'm sorry, okay? I don't know why I did that, but it was really good, and I'd probably do it again sober. Get off my back, chat.
Valid.
That's
Valid. Am I crazy?
You know what, Boomy?
Look at
Esco, we're
you.
all shaking hands right now.
I love that for y'all. That's crazy. Love that for y'all. It's phenomenal. That's great.
Oh man, your cooking looks so good. Always makes me so hungry. Thank you. I'm really glad that you guys like my food pictures. Tayo likes food? Crazy. That's like saying Tayo loves cats. Never seen evidence. Ever. Okay. Alright. You know what? Get off my back, chat. Anyways, how about you guys? Do you guys have any favorite foods?
Yeah. Mine's is tuna sashimi. I don't think I don't even think like traveling had anything to do with my food. I mean, of course, like my mom being Japanese, and that definitely had something to do with it. But being in the military, I don't think too much influence on my favorite food.
How about you two?
I know for me, I got very lucky from where I got adopted to. It has a lot of like, you gotta travel pretty far, but as long as you can get on the transport, you can get to a lot of great places. And following the sashimi route, I found out that I can eat a scary amount of salmon sashimi to the point that it is frightening to other human beings. I don't even have to put soy sauce on it. I will sit there, and I've been looking so desperately for a place that just sells sushi grade salmon so I could just get a whole thing and eat it by myself.
That's the raw dog in the salmon.
It's so good. That, and also like what's it called? It's like the heavily Americanized version of the sesame chicken with the broccoli like drenched in the sauce too. That's so
I have
good.
no idea. But I'd probably fuck that
Oh
up
my
too.
God. It's so delicious.
How about you, Blueby? Anything that you would consider your favorite?
Absolutely, I'm biased. Okay, 8 years in Japan, I'm biased. Japanese food, hands down.
Just all
Oh
Japanese food.
yeah.
Hands down. Like it's so
Let's go.
bad to where 15 years later, I'm still chasing that high. I
Damn.
try every Japanese place that's in my city. I've tried it all just to be like, is this going to remind me of 15 years ago? And it's not. It's
Parents, yeah.
not.
Damn.
Wow.
And then
It's your school crush you had that you still think about 20 years later. It's like
Oh my
that. Like you'll never have it again. Bro,
Uh-huh.
just go to Japan 5 head. Okay, 6K flight. Like, all right. Like
and then you do like
can't just
so
do
much
that.
like stomach training before you go to Japan. You're like, I gotta eat the moment that I get on the plane and the moment that I leave to come back.
Mhm.
It got so bad that like that's how I learned cooking was because I wasn't satisfied with any of the Japanese restaurants near me that I wanted to cook foods that I really remember and loved as a kid. So yeah, super biased towards like Japanese foods. Um, this might be like weird, but like I have a soft spot for like Americanized Chinese food as well too. Like
Mhm.
fried rice, I'll fuck it up every day. I don't
Oh.
care. Every day, I'll have fried rice. It's so good.
Yes.
Mhm.
I'll eat it every day.
For sure. For sure.
Mhm.
American Chinese food has a great history too.
It's so good.
It's so good.
It's so good. It has no right to be so good too. I fucking love American Chinese food. Every time I get those British Chinese food TikToks, it's like, I got
Oh
me a
my God.
Chinese, and I love watching them because all of it's the same color, but I want to try it. I want to try it so bad to see. It's just so funny when I see like the opposite, where like British people go try like Chinese food in America, and then at first like they're talking mad shit at the start of the TikTok, and at the end they're like, okay, fuck, the Americans win this argument.
Closely followed by I'd say barbecue. Closely followed.
Oh, we love barbecue in this house.
Yeah.
Barbecue's really good. I
Mhm.
remember I've only ever had like really authentic Chinese food like once or twice in my life because my family that adopted me is half Chinese, well, quarter Chinese. And we went for like one thing. I don't remember what, I think it was for a wedding. They like insisted that my stepsisters had like a very like traditional wedding ceremony. And it was the most traditional food. And I was like, where's the sesame chicken? I was so good. I was like, where's my Americanized food? And then I tried it and it was actually really good. Trying to think what dishes they had. I drank like 2 pots of green tea. I felt so bad. I
Oh
drank them out
man,
of their
your
tea.
guts must have been cleaned out.
Oh, I didn't. No one told me that it would like clear your system out.
Oh yeah.
And I was like 7 at the time, and I was
Oh
like crying. I was like,
no.
"Mom!"
Must have been glued to the toilet after that. Let it be known. I feel my guts.
Mhm.
Maple, you've come back.
Does Maple have a favorite food?
Oh, Maple has a favorite food, and it's churu. It's fucking churu sticks. Every time I pull it out, I don't even have to open it. She's already about to fucking chew on my hands. Oliver's picky as fuck and only likes the Temptations ones. But he gets jealous when Maple eats the churu one, so then he eats hers, because he's a fucking bitch, but it's okay. Let me see, let me catch up with chat. It's always a fight between me and my parents' tastes. I love authentic Chinese food, but American Chinese is just so good. Because it is. It has no
I
right
would
to be
love
so
to
good.
try authentic Chinese. I just don't know like where I would even look for that.
Honestly,
to
it's
be
hard.
honest.
Like, if you have, like, a Chinatown, you'd have to, like, really magnifying glass on some specific restaurants.
Yeah, I don't think we have that in Texas.
Oh, I live next to a really
We're
huge
gonna have
Chinatown,
that.
so I have some really good authentic Chinese food places around me.
Yeah,
The
I
best
guess I
Chinese
feel
food.
lucky. Hawaii had a good Chinatown, and then my university had a big Chinese international population. So a lot of them would like open restaurants, or my friends would have WeChat downloaded, and they'll actually like Uber Eats from their own personal kitchen.
Damn.
So
That's crazy.
yeah.
What the?
It goes down the WeChat. I don't know. It goes
I never
down.
had a WeChat, so
Hey, hit me up online. Like
that's funny
Maybe
as
driving Porsches on the campus. Like wow.
fuck. What the damn? Be calling me broken 5 different. Oh man, but yeah, thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate everyone showing out. Thank you so much for rounding out this evening's final session. I really appreciate it. I'm ready to take a shower. I'm sweaty. I'm stinky. I ate dinner-ish. I'm ready to lie down for like a solid 20 hours. Is there
Yeah.
anything you guys want to say to end out the panel? Anything to chat? Anything to me?
Thank you
just
for having us.
Of
Yeah, big thank
course.
you for
Thanks to
hosting.
you and Hazumi.
Yeah.
Yes,
Lord
of course.
Hazumi.
Yeah, Hazmi's been having a tough time, so if you guys can give her your guys' love, I'd really appreciate that too. I'm really thankful that I was able to do this for her. Maybe the next time this happens, Hazmi will be able to do it. Now I get to be the guest next time, so we'll see what happens. Yeah. All right. I appreciate it so much, guys. Have a good evening. Bye bye.
Thank you. Good night. Have a good rest.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye bye. Oh man. Oh my god, I'm dying. I'm melting, chat. I'm so sweaty. It's kind of gross. I kind of lifted my shirt. It's like, damn. Why am I so sweaty? What the fuck? Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay, so I'm gonna close this out. We're gonna switch screens. We're gonna go back to my screen. 18 hours of stream basically in 2 days. Oh, my bad. We had the fishing game still on. I'll unpause this because there was another queue. We were playing the fishing game earlier. Tie up puddle arc. I know, this was a lot. My back is literally sticking to the chair. No, honestly, because I feel so gross. I can't wait. I can't wait for a delicious shower. Oh, ew. Why did I burp like that? My bad. But yeah. Time for your grandpa's shower and slumber. I actually had a collab after this. Actually, it started like 45 minutes ago. We're gonna raid into them in a little bit. But I just wanted to say thank you so much for everyone that stopped by today, yesterday, or have just been hanging out with me in general. Thank you so much for coming to support so many wonderful AAPI creators. Shout out to the mods, my own mods for working so hard. Hazumi's mods that stopped in and helped me run this event. If it weren't for the mods, I probably would have melted. There was a lot that I had to get done within 24 hours, but we made it work, and I'm really happy that we got to do this. I hope that chat also got to learn a lot of experiences that they wouldn't have known. I hope you guys related to a lot of shit. And yeah, I'm taking the fattest fucking break tomorrow. Tomorrow, Taiga is getting super high. Maybe drinking. It's Memorial Day. I'm getting fucked up. I'm gonna be American as fuck tomorrow. Do I even know what Memorial Day is for? No. Am I gonna celebrate? Yeah, baby. Now we begin prep for next year. All right, hold your horses. hold your horses. Hold your horses. Let me get back to you in 6 months. Yeah, I'll get back to you in 6 months. Isn't it for the presidents over the years? Yeah, I actually have no idea what Memorial Day is for. If you ask me what it is, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it's to remember the fallen vets. Oh my god, it is? Oh fuck. Thank God, veterans. We love you. I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna use the day to drink, but thank you, homies, for letting me have a day off. Thank you so much. Yeah, you can make a raid message winner. We're gonna raid Dreamja. She's doing her birthday-thon, I think. Today we were supposed to hang out and drink and get high. I'm gonna shower, probably chill with them a little bit before I pass away. The veterans would use the day to drink too. God fucking bless America, baby. But yeah, for sure. Thank you so much, guys. I can't wait to have the opportunity to do something like this again. I think the thing that probably touched my heart the most was just the fact that I just made a lot of connections today. I hope that a lot of the guests have made new friends. I hope the guests were comfortable, and I'm really thankful. Really thankful that I was able to facilitate something like this, for sure. I teared up so many times just listening. I know, I was honestly definitely a lot of situations and stories touched my heart, and I'm really thankful that I had the opportunity to share them all to everyone. I know that I'm a little silly and I share my stories in a way that's more humorous because I have very dark humor. But at the same time, I'm the type of person that takes a lot. It takes a lot to hurt me. You know, I've been through so much. I'd much rather to be happy than live in my past. You know, I think me being able to teach my past to others, I hope can lift them up. That's what really matters to me. So yeah, thank you so much, everyone. This was my first big group experience, and you made it a comfy experience, so thank you, of course. Much love for everyone that joined, 100%. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I had to take a step back a few times because it was tear-jerking, for sure. Yeah, I know I got some fucked up stories. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. I got some fucked up stories. But I'm okay. Look at me. I'm chilling, man. I'm handy dandy. No sweat. No sweat off my back. I promise. All right, let me set up that raid. Those are the raid messages I have on hand. I don't know if the mods will make a specific raid message. They can if they want to. Totally fine. Mitsu already went through the redeems winter, so you don't have to do them again. I'm gonna start the raid before the ads run, so you guys don't get stuck in ads again. You know, the stream hosting for AAPI tag. Thank you. I will also be hosting something for I'll be hosting something for Pride next month, which is in 1 week. Oh god, I'm disgusted. Ugh. Oh my god. So yeah, you guys will see something like this very soon, but for LGBTQ+. All right. Such a strong person. Thank you for sharing your stories. Oh, thank you. That was really cathartic and validating. Big pogs. You guys can't see me doing heart hands right now, but I'm doing heart hands. All right. One more time, the raid message for you guys. Yeah. Yay, celebration! Yippee! All right. I'll see you guys another time. And as always, okay, get close, get close. Thank you for taking time out of your day to spend it with me. I'll see you guys next time. Good night. Good night. Good night. Mwah.